Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 I am the light, and all the people in the world believe in me. Go to the mountain of Dao, and practice the blood and key body refining method. On the coast of Bird Island in the bay, a 100-meter-high tower appeared. The whole tower was glowing with a faint glow, and it was clearly visible even at night. There is a city on the island. Inside the city, there is a faceless statue nearly 10 feet in size, which also emits a soft white halo. It shrouds the entire city. There are many mortals in the city. Every time they pass through the central square, they all bow and pray to the faceless statue with a pious look. Strands of milky white halo are constantly gathering towards the statue at this moment. The surface of the statue is surrounded by rune arrays that monitor the qualifications of spiritual roots. When a mortal with the qualifications of cultivation approaches, the composite illusion array embedded behind it will be activated instantly. Then the mortal will be pulled into the array. There is an extremely huge mountain in the illusion array, majestic and boundless, tall and steep. At the foot of the mountain, there is a stone tablet with a radius of 10 feet, on which it is written, "Ask for the mountain." All mortals who are pulled into this illusion space will receive a message, that is, if they climb to the top of the mountain, they can worship in the Tower of True Cultivation and be taught the cultivation method. In the central square, someone prostrated himself on the ground devoutly, his face changing constantly, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Because this mountain is very difficult to climb, not only is it so high that you can't see the end at a glance, but those who step into it will also be disturbed by various evil demons. There are beautiful dancers who persuade you to stay and share bliss with her. Their enchanting and graceful dancing postures are like fairies in the sky. There are powerful practitioners who order you not to move forward with murderous eyes, holding a bloody sword in their hands, as if they are metaphorically implying something. There are also terrifying demons that are dozens of feet tall, with bloody mouths, threatening that if you dare to move forward, they will swallow you in one bite. In the illusion, there are all kinds of things, greed, anger, and ignorance, which blur the eyes and minds of the climbers, shielding everything. If you are not careful, you will sink into it completely. Once you sink, it means failure, and you will not have the opportunity to be tested in a short time. The path to immortality will be missed. In addition, people who step into the asking mountain will also feel a kind of physical fatigue. Every step will make them feel weak. The higher they climb, the more they feel a sense of loneliness, plus physical and mental fatigue. People can't help but want to give up, or feel drowsy. Such a test cannot be climbed by those who are not determined. Therefore, those who accept the test will become trembling and sweating profusely when infected by the illusion. Because this kind of test is really beyond the reach of ordinary people, people can't help but wonder if they are possessed by evil. When the people next to them saw it, they not only did not step forward to wake them up, but looked at them with an expectant look. Because this is a sign of undergoing the test of God. Although everyone has this opportunity, there are very few people who can pass the illusion test. After all, the illusion in the asking mountain is too scary. People with weak minds will be eliminated in an instant. Looking at the central square, there are not many people who accept the test, but there are also thousands of them. When these people were tested, the huge faceless statue would release a soft white light, covering them. The white light was full of powerful power, which could protect them from being disturbed by outsiders when they were tested. When others saw it, they knew the meaning of the white light. They were full of envy and awe, because as long as they passed the test of God, these chosen people could enter the holy tower to practice and master the supreme power. This was a great fortune. Unfortunately, God has spirit, and you can feel whether a person's faith is pious. For devout believers, He will give an opportunity for believers to be tested. If the faith is not pious enough, they cannot feel the call of God. At first, this faceless statue only tested those who had spiritual roots. But as all mortals prayed and knelt, the power of faith accumulated more and more, and then this illusion test was no longer limited to those monks with spiritual roots. Even ordinary mortals, as long as they prayed devoutly enough, can get a chance to accept the illusion test. However, this illusion test is hard to come by and there are many restrictions. Only the most devout believers have the opportunity to accept the test of God. If you fail once, there will be no second time within 10 years. A mortal has only 3 chances to be tested in his life. During this period, you must also ensure that your faith is always pious. If there is a mistake in any link, you will be abandoned by God. So, everyone in the city began to believe in this faceless statue and called it the sun god. The implication is, the god of light who brings supreme power and hope to the world. In this way, anyone who sees this situation will be full of admiration and piety. After all, becoming a believer in the God of light is a chance to achieve immortality. How can such a belief not be firm? Since there is a God, there are naturally believers. All those who successfully withstood the test call themselves holy light believers. They were dressed in white, with a pious look on their faces, and they only believed in the one true God. Buzz! Suddenly, someone's body in the central square glowed, and an endless white halo filled the entire sky. At the same time, several figures were heavily wrapped in holy light, and a sun-shaped symbol was printed on their foreheads. Thank you, true God, for your mercy. The people who passed the illusion test bowed to the ground again. They also showed ecstasy on their faces, and some of them even cried quietly, crying with joy. Because nearly 1,000 people participated in the test of the Asking Mountain, but only a few of them passed. This pass rate is even lower than the possibility of giving birth to spiritual roots. Although the pass rate is not high, the people in the audience are full of fanaticism. Because to become a believer of the God of Light, you don't need spiritual root qualifications at all. Everyone has a chance. How can this not make them firm in their faith? Although they have a devout faith, the few people who passed the Asking Mountain test at this time have not lost their minds at all. They still have self-awareness. Because this kind of prayer and kneeling is voluntary, not like the human face Naga that Luo Yan met before, who forcibly confused the mind of the practitioner and made him believe in the Naga stone statue. There is a big difference between the two. The former can change their beliefs at any time, and the autonomy is entirely in their own hands, and no one forces them to give up their beliefs. People are still the same as before. Those who are cunning by nature are still cunning, and those who are honest are still honest. There is no change in essence, except that there is one more God to believe in. The latter has completely lost his mind, become numb, and become another person. The two are naturally different. Under the gaze of the world, these few people who passed the test instantly became the focus of everyone. The crowd also spontaneously made way for them. Among them, some are already old, white-haired, and hunched. Some are middle-aged men, with exposed skin, tanned by the sun, and their faces are full of loyalty. There were also a few-year-old little children, with their big eyes open, curiously looking at everything around. As long as they were devout enough in their belief in the faceless statue, they would have the chance to be selected, regardless of their age. This was equivalent to giving the world a second chance to be reborn. Therefore, in this mortal city, there was no need for the city lord's mansion to intervene too much, as they all believed in this God of light. The few people who passed the test of the mountain of questions walked out along the long street, facing the fragrance of the sky blue flowers. Finally, they came to the seaside, where a young man had stood early, wearing a white robe, with a sun-shaped rune seal engraved on his forehead, emitting a hazy white light. It was very holy and peaceful. Congratulations on joining my Illuminati. This is my holy tower. Come in with me. The mortals who passed the test followed the young man in white with excitement. Squeak. With a muffled sound, the door of the Tower of True Cultivation slowly opened. What came into view were square grids filled with emerald green solution. Further away, there was an endless expanse of space, and it seemed that there was still a lot of space that had not been fully utilized. At this time, there were still dozens of believers in white robes in the holy tower, busying themselves in front of the grooved pools. Countless voices whispered, the spiritual ginseng seeds in the number 1 test tank have begun to germinate and can be transplanted to the number 2 breeding tank. For the number 2 breeding tank, you need to add no more than 2/3 of the total amount of water, 6 spoons of special nutrient solution, and a ball of sea beast filth. The jade ice flower seeds in the number 3 test tank have been placed for 34 days, and there is no sign of breaking the shell so far. It is suspected that this batch of data samples have all been damaged and the experiment needs to be restarted. The water quality in the number 4 test tank has turned green and has a rotten smell. It is suspected that the overall water quality has deteriorated and the special solution in the tank needs to be replaced again. The blood-melting grass in the number 5 test tank is growing vigorously and can enter the next stage of cultivation. Number 6 test tank. The few newcomers were all stunned when they saw the busy figures everywhere. The practice they imagined should be to meditate and refine ki, and then have supreme power to go to the outer sea to kill sea beasts and monsters. But they didn't expect it to be such a scene. They were surprised and confused at the same time. I don't understand what the large grooved pools and the flowers and plants planted in them are used for. These water tanks in front of you are the resources for your future practice. You need to cultivate them yourself and then use them for your own practice. In front is the place to verify your identity and receive the practice method. At that time, the tower spirit will explain to you the precautions of practice. In the center is the teleportation array. You can use the mark between your eyebrows to teleport. You can choose any of the secret rooms on the 6th or 7th floors and live in it, or you can return to your home in the city. Everything depends on your choice. Finally, when you get your own identity token, when you encounter questions you don't understand, you can sink your consciousness into it and ask the tower spirit. Directly in front, there is a rune arch with a radius of 1 zang, which can accurately detect the spiritual root attributes of everyone, and provide a suitable basic practice method for them to practice. If those mortals do not have the qualifications of spiritual roots, they will get a bottle of holy water that is emerald and exudes the essence of life. After drinking this bottle of holy water, their lifespan will be increased to a certain extent, and the hidden injuries accumulated in their bodies will be eliminated. At the same time, they will also get a blood and ki cultivation method. This is a magical method that does not require breathing and breathing, but can only strengthen the blood and ki in one's body, and can have great power. After practicing, mortals can also compete with cultivators of the same level. However, whether it is the spiritual root cultivation method or the blood and ki cultivation method, a large amount of resources are needed to assist in cultivation. For example, people who practice the spiritual root method need to cultivate, gathering spirit grass, by hydroponics, and then wait for it to mature, and then make, gathering ki pill, and then swallow it to assist in cultivation. Mortals who practice the blood and ki method need to cultivate, blood melting grass, and refine, ki and blood pill, and then strengthen the blood and ki in the body. These basic alchemy methods are not traditional alchemy, and require a furnace, control of the fire, and understanding of the medicinal properties. It is very complicated. The believers of the Illuminati are taught Luo Yan's medicine-making method. Even a child who knows nothing can make his own elixir by writing down all the medicine-making processes. As long as the program is not wrong, the elixir can be made. At most, there will be some discomfort. It will not affect the practice. To practice in the Tower of True Cultivation, you need to understand the truth, that is, equivalent exchange, knowledge prying destiny. This is why the believers of the Illuminati are busy. Although they believe in the God of Light, they have their own independent thoughts. They know that practice not only requires diligence, but also requires various resources. Otherwise, the speed of practice will not keep up. Those who can join the Illuminati are people with a certain degree of perseverance and willpower, and naturally they will not waste any time for practice. Therefore, for things like practice, they will naturally respond with the greatest enthusiasm. The elixir seeds in the groove of the water tank carry their expectations for practice. The newcomers stood under the rune arch in turn, and then the magic circle above instantly lit up with a brilliant halo. Not long after, a cold voice that only that person could hear sounded, "No spiritual roots, weak body, aging blood, and not much life. You can go to the 8th level space and get a bottle of immortal liquid to restore your own blood and increase your life by 10 years. Get a volume of the basic chapter of Blood and Ki Refining Method, an identity token, a small bag of blood melting grass seeds, and a 5-year use opportunity of a test water tank. You need to use contribution points to redeem it when it expires soon." The person standing under the rune arch was called out. He also had a special J token in his hand, with many runes lingering on it, which was not an ordinary thing at first glance. As for the immortal liquid, it was extracted by Luo Yan through the vitality of the spiritual wood on the island. Although for practitioners, it can only be used to recover from injuries and replenish their own vitality. But the group of people at the moment have not yet come into contact with practice, so they can use these life essences to repair the hidden injuries in their bodies. The life energy that is useful to all monks can be used on these mortals to repair their bodies and naturally prolong their lives. This is a byproduct. Seeing this, the other few people also lined up and stood up, and then received the same treatment. Identity tokens, spiritual medicine seeds, and cultivation techniques. With these things, they are truly qualified to contact cultivation and embark on the path of cultivation. At this time, Luo Yan was constantly observing the fortunes of those believers through the runes engraved on those identity tokens. In his sight, the dozens of people in the true cultivation tower were all ordinary people before, but now they have a bit of overwhelming nobility. Moreover, there is a white aura on the top of these people's heads, indicating that their fortunes and faces have all changed in just 2 months. As long as we continue to track and record the faces of these believers, the chip's large model database will become more and more complete. Next, we just have to wait for time. Perhaps one day, my unintentional actions will allow these believers of the Illuminati to make a name for themselves in this huge true spirit world. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the true cultivation tower, whispered. At first, he had no intention of recruiting mortals. But unfortunately, these mortals all migrated from the islands in the inner sea, and those who carried spiritual roots had been selected in advance. The rest were all waste spiritual roots that were not even as good as the 5 spiritual roots. They had the qualifications to practice, but there was not much difference between them and those who did not. And there were not many such people. Obviously, the people on the islands in the inner sea were not stupid. They knew that people with the qualifications to practice had a different price. Naturally, they could not sell them at a low price. But the practice of the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method cannot be separated from those practitioners. If the number of individual samples tracked and recorded was too small, then the establishment of this true cultivation tower would lose its meaning of existence. Finally, Luo Yan thought about it and directly used the chip to deduce a method that can be practiced without spiritual root qualifications. This blood key body refining method is to strengthen one's own blood and ki, and then achieve the purpose of changing one's own body. It belongs to the category of body refining, but there is still a big difference. Unlike the conventional body cultivation method, the body cultivation method of body cultivation also requires spiritual roots to practice. And this blood key body refining method deduced by the chip simply needs to obtain blood and flesh energy through eating to achieve the purpose of changing oneself. As long as there is enough blood and ki energy to devour, it can break through to the next realm. It is similar to the transformation method of monsters and sea beasts. Of course, for those cultivators with spiritual roots, Luo Yan's first choice is still the spiritual root cultivation method. Because this blood key body refining method is a new creation after all, not only is the realm not perfect, the highest can only be practiced to the golden core realm. And there is no matching martial arts supernatural power. Everything needs to be studied, developed and created by themselves. Luo Yan can only be regarded as a martial arts founder. Although this cultivation method does not require spiritual roots to practice, it actually has another disadvantage. That is, the spiritual medicine resources required are terrifying, often several times more than normal cultivators. Therefore, he will give spiritual medicine seeds and aquarium breeding boxes to every person who joins the sect. In this way, they can achieve self-sufficiency under certain circumstances. Chapter 502, 5 kinds of hexagrams, very auspicious, average, unlucky and very unlucky. The existence of the Tower of True Cultivation has given the people in this mortal city a hope to pursue great power. When their own interests are linked to their beliefs, they will be more devout than true believers. At that time, they are fanatics. Anyone who believes in the God of Light will have the opportunity to accept the test and gain supreme power. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a good thing? When the spiritual power or blood energy in the body of the selected person can reach a certain level, the Tower of True Cultivation will issue some tasks such as catching shrimp spirits, crab monsters, fish monsters, researching spiritual medicines, and blood energy cultivation. In this way, the daily practice needs of the members of the Illuminati can be met. At that time, not only can they hone their fighting instincts, but they can also provide a stable source of spirits for the catering restaurant of the Baybird Island. It can also lay the future direction for this group of blood energy practitioners. In this way, a big cycle is completely formed. A small force is quietly formed. With Luo Yan in control, as long as it is still within the scope of the endless sea, there will be no blind forces and individuals who will come to provoke a disciple of the 5 elements sect for no reason. Even if there is a conflict, it will only be limited to a certain point, and the situation will generally not continue to expand. This is not considered a rebuttal. Luo Yan, the disciple of the immortal sect. There are members of the Illuminati below, who can achieve self-sufficiency by cultivating spiritual medicines, so as to enable this force to develop steadily and firmly. With two-pronged approach, At least the Illuminati will not encounter any problems for a long time. I have been observing these believers for a while, and I may try to get in touch with the power of divination. After the preliminary preparations have been completed, although the information collected in the database is not accurate enough, but it can be used to get in touch with the next stage of divination research. Luo Yan used the hexagram divination method in 6 phases of heavenly secrets, and combined it with a chip, which is a part of the innate cloud pattern that has been studied for a long time. Then slowly gathered the momentum, and finally condensed 4 special round magic coins. There are mottled patterns on the front of the magic coins, which is actually a kind of innate cloud pattern, giving people a hazy feeling like clouds and mist. There is nothing behind it, smooth and reflective. Concentrate. Luo Yan shouted softly, mobilizing his own ki to touch those round coins. Yin, not long after, the round coins that were originally standing upright in the air suddenly moved. They began to rotate on their own for no reason. The 4 coins kept spinning, and their spinning posture even brought a slight tremor. Luo Yan could observe that after his ki touched these coins, they instantly had a posture of mutual fusion. They were mutually generated and integrated with each other. Wow, finally, the 4 round coins stopped spinning and fell in the air. 2 positive and 2 negative. Huh? What does this mean? Luo Yan whispered, a little unsure. Although these 4 round coins were made by him through the innate cloud pattern and combined with the divination method in 6 phases of heavenly secrets, the hexagrams on them made Luo Yan undecided for a while. What exactly does the cloud pattern on the front and the smooth surface on the back represent? What is the meaning of the many hexagrams revealed by stacking 4 round coins together? In order to verify this, Luo Yan directly used an invisibility spell and came to the side of the believers below. He randomly found a person, and then pulled the key on his head to start the verification. Wow! There were 2 positive and 2 negative hexagrams again. Then, Luo Yan repeated the same trick and came to the side of another Illuminati believer, and mobilized the key on his head to touch the 4 coins. Buzz! This time, there were 3 coins facing up and 1 facing down. Luo Yan recorded the face of this person calmly. Then, he tested the dozens of Illuminati believers in the true cultivation tower in the same way. He told the chip to record the hexagrams of all people. The fortune hexagrams that appeared in the end were mostly 2 positive and 2 negative, followed by 3 positive and 1 negative. None of the 4 positive hexagrams appeared, and the 3 negative and 4 negative hexagrams did not appear. Although he had some guesses in his mind, in order to clarify the meaning behind this hexagram, Luo Yan's mind was always on the few believers who had 3 hexagrams facing the front. After tracking and recording for about 7 or 8 hours, Luo Yan finally made a discovery. The believer who first measured the 3 hexagrams facing the front, perhaps because he had stayed in the tower for a long time, felt a little bored. He wanted to go outside to get some fresh air, so he walked around the coastline. In the end, he fell asleep on a large reef without realizing it. But at this moment, Luo Yan suddenly discovered that there was a small spirit turtle in the ocean, being chased by some kind of vicious spirit fish. With a whoosh, a water arrow shot out. It hit the small spirit turtle and knocked it to the shore. With a pop, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the reef. The Illuminati believers who were originally lying on the reef seemed to feel something, opened their eyes instantly, and then subconsciously opened their arms. Soon, a spirit turtle with white spots fell into the arms of this believer. At that time, a pair of small eyes, as big as a turtle, and a pair of pure eyes of astonishment looked at each other, and both of them were stunned. Both of them were stunned. This believer of the Illuminati was not stupid. He felt the majestic spiritual energy of the little thing in his arms, and knew that it was a good thing. He instantly controlled its shell, and then took it away from the shore with a smile on his face. How could he not be happy to pick up a spirit turtle for free? In the next few hours, good things happened to the other 2 believers of the Illuminati, whose fortunes were facing 3 positive directions. The spiritual medicine seeds cultivated by one of them mutated, and then grew a new type of blood spiritual medicine with a higher blood concentration. Such a big breakthrough made all the believers of the Illuminati feel envious. Another believer picked up a broken piece of magic weapon while strolling on the island. The preciousness of the magic weapon is self-evident. Although it is a fragment, it is also extremely precious. I don't know who experienced the war, and then the magic weapon fragments were left here and buried by the sand. Even so, they were picked up by this guy. Luo Yan, who witnessed all these events, suddenly understood. Can it be like this? So, the cloud pattern on the front of the round magic money is actually a kind of good luck. Luo Yan pondered, and the light in his pupils became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have found a trick to spy on fate. However, this method still needs to be tried. So in the following days, Luo Yan did the same thing, using the invisibility technique every day, and then secretly told a fortune for the believers in the true cultivation tower. He is a giant in realm cultivator, and it is naturally impossible for them, who have just come into contact with cultivation, to discover the simple little Taoist technique. Therefore, the act of using fortune to tell fortunes has always been very secretive. No one noticed anything unusual. As time went on, Luo Yan also discovered that the effect of these round magic coins seemed to last only 12 hours. Then they would lose their effectiveness. So, a fortune every day has become his daily routine now. Luo Yan constantly made divinations for the followers of the Illuminati, and recorded their private lives in every move. Then he verified the meaning behind the divination. Even some of the mortals in the city were within his divination range. Finally, after nearly a month of detailed tracking and recording, Luo Yan figured out the front and back of the 4 round coins, as well as the divinations, and what they meant. First of all, the fortune divination can only last for 12 hours. Secondly, the front of the round coin means good things happening. The back of the round coin means the birth of bad things. When guiding the fortune of others, if the divination of 4 coins pointing upward at the same time is produced, it means great luck. In this case, only the mortals in the city who pass the illusion test and then worship the Tower of Light will have such a divination. This kind of change that can affect one's future destiny is great luck. Such divinations are common, but also rare. For those followers who have joined the Illuminati, it is almost impossible to have such divinations. Only those mortals who are determined and capable of passing the illusion test will occasionally have this kind of hexagram. Once this kind of hexagram occurs, Luo Yan will know in advance whether this person can pass the illusion test. After that, there is the hexagram of 3 round coins facing upwards, which means good luck. Once this hexagram appears, good things will happen to a certain extent in the next 12 hours. For example, picking up a spiritual pet, a treasure, the things you have been thinking about come true, and the cultivation method has a breakthrough, etc. The things that happen are uncertain, and the size cannot be guaranteed, but they must be good things. Next is the hexagram of 2 coins facing up and 2 coins facing down, which is flat. This kind of hexagram is the daily life of most people. Basically, there will be no major deviations and it will not affect oneself. However, this kind of hexagram fortune is just a large-scale anchor. It will change according to personal feelings. When Luo Yan was testing the fortunes of mortals in the city, he found that a mortal servant working in a grocery store was slapped twice by the shopkeeper. The hexagram of that servant that day was still flat. He was beaten, which should have been a bad thing, but the hexagram of flat appeared. This really puzzled him. In order to figure out the specific reason for this hexagram, Luo Yan divided his mind and continued to observe this mortal servant for a while. Finally, he found out that he worked in this grocery store, and it was common for him to be beaten and scolded by the shopkeeper. Even he himself did not think that this kind of punishment was a bad thing. So, this is flat. The reason why it is flat is that this fortune hexagram is not anchored by Luo Yan's thoughts, but by the servant himself. The servant did not think it was a bad thing, and the hexagram would show flat. On the contrary, if an unrelated person was beaten for no reason while walking on the street, this is evil. If the person who hurt the other person felt bad, he would compensate the other person with a few taels of silver. The injured person suddenly smiled. Then today's hexagram will not be ominous, but auspicious. In short, the results of the hexagram are almost all manifested according to the original wishes of the person. Even if he was beaten and injured in the middle, as long as the ending is good and the person accepts it, it is auspicious. As for the last hexagram, 4 round coins are facing down at the same time. Such a fortune is almost a dead end. A sign of great misfortune. In the tracking and observation for more than a month, Luo Yan found that when people with such hexagrams appeared, without exception, they all died. There was only one exception, and that was because Luo Yan intervened. Otherwise, that person would also die. There was a believer who joined the Illuminati. Because of his arrogance, he had a heart higher than the sky and insulted others everywhere. In the end, someone couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't stand this rampant behavior, So he joined forces with several other accomplices in the Tower of True Cultivation, and then killed the man together. After all, although the members of the Illuminati have a common belief, their original intentions have not changed much. It was fierce before, and it is still fierce now. What's more, after they mastered the power of blood and energy, their overwhelming fighting spirit instantly overflowed. They would only show their pious and gentle faces in front of the God of Light and in the Tower of True Cultivation, and they would still be fierce and sinister in front of outsiders. Afterwards, these people were frightened for a long time, worried about being punished by the Illuminati. But in the end, there was no movement, so that their mentality also changed greatly. From being gentle and humble, they became violent and fierce, and began to actively oppress others. They even dared to let others help them take care of the spiritual medicine. And then they sat back and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Their words and actions became more and more presumptuous. Luo Yan knew all of this, but he had no idea of managing it. Because as long as you are a person, no matter where you are, you must experience such things. Believe that you should be kind to others and endure hardships to become a superior person. People who think this way are either fools or stupid. Whether in the world of mortals or in the world of practitioners, no matter how much suffering you endure, you will never become a superior person. And it will only become more bitter. There is only one way to become the best: eat people. Only in this way can you become the best. So the atmosphere in the Illuminati changed suddenly. This is inevitable. Being aggressive is human nature. Luo Yan will naturally not go to stop it. In addition, there are the hexagrams of mortals. As long as the hexagram of 4 coins facing down appears, they will all die within 12 hours. Some are catching sea fish in the shallow sea, and then they are stared at by the monsters in the sea, and then dragged down and drowned. Finally, they are swallowed by sea beasts. Some are walking on the street, hit by the oncoming carriage, and then die. In order to verify the certainty of this hexagram, Luo Yan prepared to secretly help those who have a very fierce appearance to survive the death. When he made a move, he suddenly found that his fortune was also surging. But it soon subsided. But this also shows from the side that it is best not to interfere too much in other people's disasters. Otherwise, it will affect yourself. This time, because Luo Yan is a cultivator in the giant realm, it is difficult for ordinary mortals to shake his fortune. But this also made Luo Yan understand a truth: those who understand the secrets of heaven must not reveal the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, his own fortune will inevitably be implicated. If it is an ordinary disaster, it is okay. Immortal sect disciples like Luo Yan can naturally block it lightly and will not be affected at all. But once the water behind this disaster is very deep, it will also implicate the fortune teller. Thus, it becomes the fortune teller's own disaster. This is the fortune teller. While peeking into a corner of fate, it will naturally be restricted by fate. If it is just a simple peek into good and bad fortune, there will be no backlash. But once this result is told to others, others still avoid this disaster because of Luo Yan's actions. Then the cause and effect of this disaster will backfire on Luo Yan. Chapter 503, The Backlash of Fate, The Eternal Curse, The Golden Elixir Dale Conference, The 12 Great Venerables. Of course, if it is just a prediction of the result of a hexagram, this backlash of destiny will not be too deep. Often one's own fortune can also stop it. Although there is a little impact, it is harmless. Just like in the secular world, fortune tellers often say that you have a blood disaster. But what it is, it will not be expressed very thoroughly. Just to remind you that you need to be cautious in the future. For example, this kind of result prediction: I don't know who, what, when, where it happened, everything is vague. Such a hexagram prediction generally does not let the fortune teller get involved in any cause and effect. Because even if the person being predicted knows this, it is difficult to escape the control of fate. After all, you pass by that street every day to go home. How can you give up your old habits because of a prophecy of a blood disaster? Moreover, how can you be sure that the blood disaster happened on the street? Even if you stay at home, who can guarantee that the blood disaster will not come from home? Therefore, those who think that the hexagram is accurate are generally dead. People who think that the hexagram is inaccurate are because they are not affected by the blood disaster and are still alive. Since people are still alive, they will think that the hexagram master who had predicted for him before was a liar. Because he did not predict his hexagram correctly. This is the helplessness of the hexagram master in the mortal world. Of course, most fortune tellers are still liars. But if someone who has peeped into the secrets of heaven tells the specific cause and effect of the disaster to the hexagram seeker, it is equivalent to the fortune teller entering the game. The power of fate in the dark will feel it, and it will bring down a strong backlash and make a judgment. The fortune of a mortal at the first level will naturally not affect Luo Yan himself. But if it is the fortune of a practitioner, it will bring him some trouble. If you change the fate of others too much, your own fate will be deeply trapped in it. In the end, you can't escape death. Those who play with fate will eventually be swallowed by fate. This is the mission that every practitioner who embarks on the method of deduction of heaven's secrets must abide by. Unless you are willing to use your life to illuminate others, it will be difficult to live for a long time. Knowing but not answering irrelevant questions, and talking about other things are essential skills for every person who deduces the secrets of heaven. In simple terms, although those who practice the secrets of heaven can peek into a corner of fate, they will also have many limitations. For example, this result can only be known by you. If you tell others, you will bear part of the cause and effect. But often this part of the cause and effect does not backfire much, it is more like a verbal warning, and the attention of fate will not be placed on those who peek at the secrets of heaven. But once the fate of that person who should have died prematurely is changed, and it is you, the peeper who peeks into the secrets of heaven, who made the move, then, you will be noticed by fate. The cause and effect of that person's death will be counted on you. This is the tyranny of the power of fate. Many practitioners who practice the calculation of the secrets of heaven will eventually become superstitious, and the fundamental reason why a sentence will have several layers of meaning. It's here. Because for ordinary things, they can calculate the cause and effect before and after, but for the sake of their own lives and to avoid the cause and effect, it is not convenient to say it directly. With their strength, they can't deduce things involving major causes and effects. If they force the deduction, they may burn out all their essence and still not be able to get a glimpse of it. In this way, if they force the deduction, the gains will outweigh the losses. Therefore, most of the time, practitioners of destiny are better at keeping themselves safe and will not be contaminated by too many worldly causes and effects. While being high above, they are also alone in the world. Moreover, when these people spy on their fate, they will also be cursed for eternity. There will be no partner to stay together forever, and no offspring will be born. Even if there is, they can't escape the invisible curse and will be backfired to death. The partner will die, and the offspring will be robbed. Everyone who tries to spy on the fate of others will eventually pay for his choice. Alone for life. Cause and effect, fate, curse, and backlash, Luo Yan whispered, and his thoughts kept flashing in his mind. This 6 phases of heavenly secrets deduction method is indeed mysterious. It only takes a very simple divination method to predict what will happen in the next 12 hours in advance. With such a magical secret technique, he would be able to sense it immediately if an outsider had any ill will towards Luo Yan. This is also one of the basic instincts of a person who predicts the fate of the universe. As for the curse of being alone, in Luo Yan's eyes, it was not a problem at all. From the beginning of his practice, he had never thought of finding a partner. I heard that the island owner of the 9 Immortals Island is a great cultivator in the refining void stage. In front of such a person, my divination ability, which has just been introduced, is probably nothing. Luo Yan was silent, calming his agitated heart. He still needs to work hard on the hexagram. With his current ability, he can probably only calculate cultivators of the same level and below. Going beyond that is beyond his calculation range. Because the fate lines of those people are far beyond what Luo Yan can peek into now. In addition, my method of calculating other people's fate may need to be improved. Otherwise, I can't run to someone's site and steal that wisp of energy every time I do divination, right? The way to calculate the secrets of heaven with a circular magic coin requires Luo Yan to go to the person being divined, and then draw the energy from the other person's body to achieve the purpose of calculation. Such actions may be enough to deal with ordinary people. But when Luo Yan thought of the owner of Juxin Island, his heart was tightened. We have to think of a way to calculate the fate of that person, even without going to that person's side. In this way, when facing the same level or even high-level practitioners, we can spy on them quietly. But obviously, this idea is just a premonition of Luo Yan. The current time is not ripe, and for a while, he has not found a better solution. Ling. Just as Luo Yan's spirit puppet body was still immersed in divination, his original body suddenly felt a call. Luo Yan was stunned, and then his consciousness returned to the mustard seed hut in Shuxing Mountain. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his identity token. At this time, he was in a state of Taorim stimulation. A majestic and magnificent momentum filled the entire space. Jinden Dao Hu. Luo Yan murmured. This is a Jinden conference held once every 100 years. As long as you are a disciple of the Five Elements sect, you can participate. The way to discuss Taoism is also very simple and direct. That is to simply compete with the Jinden realm cultivators and the degree of their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. As long as you can win a game, you will get a small amount of Five Elements essence as a reward. If you win enough times, it is not impossible to earn hundreds of thousands of drops of Five Elements essence, gather the spiritual energy particles in a secret method, and refine the essence of heaven and earth. Moreover, this is also a good opportunity to observe the strength of the Five Elements sect disciples. Feeling the traction call from the Identity J token, Luo Yan's mind was instantly attracted. This is a vast and boundless Taoist temple, boundless and endless. The white mist is capped, the Tao rhyme is ethereal, and the Tao sound is curling. Listen carefully, there are low chanting sounds spreading, as if you have come to a place outside. Above the clouds, there are many Taoist figures sitting cross-legged, densely packed, countless. Many Five Elements sect disciples fell into it, then sat cross-legged, waiting for the Taoist meeting to begin. In the center, there are 5 circular platforms, forming a circle. The innermost is a black platform. 6 huge platforms stand in the center. Above the 6 platforms, there are 12 huge Dharma images with immeasurable aura and bodies that match the heaven and earth. They are reflected in the void, as if they are just a few shadows that seem to exist and not exist, and they are backed by all living beings, forming a body wall, guarding the people below. The 12 great Dharma images. Someone exclaimed, and then shouted softly. Luo Yan looked up and looked with all his eyes, but he saw nothing. But when he gathered the Dao Yun, he could sense the 12 huge virtual Dharma images. They stared ahead, their expressions solemn, standing with their hands behind their backs, with endless divine aura lingering around them, as if they were on guard against something. These were the 12 great masters in the Elders' Council of the Five Elements sect. They were all peak cultivators in the upper 3 realms. However, at this moment, they were still far from being peak figures. Brother Luo. With a soft call, a strange and handsome young man came over and sat cross-legged beside him. Luo Yan nodded at Yang Zhao, with a hint of smile in his eyes. I haven't seen you for a while, and you seem to have become a little different. Yang Zhao was stunned, and looked at this brother in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. Luo Yan smiled, but did not explain too much, because from his observation, Yang Zhao's aura was very special. Sometimes it seemed pale and elegant, no different from an ordinary Jinden stage cultivator, and sometimes it was faintly dark red, and filled with a gray aura. It seemed to change at any time. Such a strange aura hexagram naturally made Luo Yan quite curious. Based on his understanding of this guy's past deeds, his fortune must be a lucky sign. However, although his face is weird, his bone structure is very ordinary. He doesn't look like a person with great fortune at all. This made Luo Yan doubt the authenticity of the database collected by the chip. I have recently practiced a secret method. Let me tell you a fortune. Luo Yan became interested and directly used the deduction technique of 6 phases of heaven's secret on Yang Zhao. 4 round magic coins condensed in the void, and then attracted a wisp of Yang Zhao's energy, and then began to calculate. Not long after, the 4 round magic coins began to rotate. Then they kept rotating. They couldn't stop at all. Luo Yan looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. He glanced at the round magic coins, and then glanced at the handsome man next to him, his brows furrowed. Seeing this strange scene, Yang Zhao whispered again, Brother Luo. As if asking him what happened. Luo Yan waved his hand, signaling him not to worry about him, and scattered the 4 round coins. Then he drew Yang Zhao's key again and began to calculate. Not long after, the calculation results came out. The direction of the 4 coins became 4 coins facing up at the same time, and then suddenly turned over and became 4 coins facing down at the same time. Seeing this hexagram, Luo Yan's brows were furrowed even deeper. After the hexagram was determined, it could still change? This was beyond his cognition. Luo Yan was unwilling to give up, and he repeated the operation again and calculated from the beginning. This time, there was another hexagram of evil, with a coin facing up. The third calculation was another different hexagram. Luo Yan scattered the round coins expressionlessly and continued to do it, so it became a hexagram of peace, with 2 coins facing up. Luo Yan kept calculating, and Yang Zhao's fate was constantly changing. But the results of each measurement were different. Whether it is good luck or bad luck, average, good luck or bad luck, all 5 hexagrams are available. In this short time of 1 stick of incense, Luo Yan even began to doubt himself, whether there was something wrong with the 6 phases of heavenly secrets method he practiced. Otherwise, it is impossible that different results appear every time he calculates. At this time, Luo Yan's eyebrows were almost twisted into a ball. Is it because my level of deduction is too low, so I can't calculate it? Luo Yan thought secretly, trying to find out the root cause of this strange hexagram. Logically speaking, with his current attainments in divination, it should be easy to calculate the fortune of a friend who is not on guard against him. But now, such a strange hexagram has appeared. This is simply too strange. Brother Dao, can I tell you a fortune? Just to help you see whether your fortune in the next 12 hours is good or bad. After thinking for a long time, there was no definite answer, so Luo Yan cast his eyes on a fellow disciple not far away. He was dressed in white, glowing all over, calm and composed. Just a glance from a distance gave people a sense of the peerless demeanor of a disciple of a major sect, radiant. Hearing this, the fellow disciple in white was stunned. When he heard that it was the result of the deduction of the hexagram, he agreed immediately. Because now is the time for the opening of the Jinden Dao conference, it may be a good choice to know a result in advance through the hexagram. So he smiled lightly and said, Brother Dao, do you want to intercept my key and use it for the calculation of the heavenly secrets? Don't worry so much, just intercept it yourself. During the conversation, he was very elegant and gentle, and his strong self-confidence was undoubtedly revealed. Hearing such a conversation, the fellow disciples sitting cross-legged nearby cast their eyes over. Because the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, although they practiced various magics and had comprehended various laws of heaven and earth, there were relatively few fellow disciples who were good at the field of heavenly secret deduction. It was precisely because of its rarity that it attracted the curiosity of others. Everyone wanted to see what was so magical about the heavenly secret deduction. Thank you, brother. Luo Yan bowed and first observed the face of the fellow disciple. He was handsome and extraordinary, and his spirit was radiant. He must have come from a wealthy family, otherwise his face would not look so elegant. This kind of face was even more than Ji Hongxi in the lower world. Then, Luo Yan attracted a ray of the other party's aura, and the 6 phases of heavenly secret method was activated. 4 round magic coins jumped out of thin air and spun non-stop. After a while, the hexagram was stable, and the direction of the 3 magic coins was positive, which was auspicious. And Luo Yan's strange operation, in the eyes of others, became a golden Dharma eye, opening and closing in the air, as if observing something. Under the Dharma eye, there was a hazy mist. Mysterious and unpredictable. The reason for this situation is that only Luo Yan can see the round Dharma coin, he concretized. People who don't understand the art of deducing the secrets of heaven cannot see these 4 Dharma coins, let alone understand what he is doing now. Brother, what is the result of the deduction? The fellow disciple in white asked curiously. The method of deducing the secrets of heaven is generally only mastered by those elders above the middle 3 realms. It is almost impossible for others to master this kind of secret art. Because behind the method of deducing the secrets of heaven is actually a kind of power of destiny. This law, which ranks among the top 3,000 great ways, is far more difficult to comprehend than people can imagine. As the 3rd generation of the immortals of the 5 Elements sect, how could he not understand it at all? A good fortune. Go to participate in the discussion. You will meet an enemy and be in danger. However, you have a hidden trick. If you do it secretly, you can get through this difficulty and have the chance to become the champion. Good luck, Luo Yan gave his comments. When the fellow disciples around him heard it, they all fell silent. They all looked at the fellow disciple in white, and then looked at the Xianji calculator not far away. Their eyes kept flashing, as if they were thinking about something. The fellow disciple in white not far away did not care about the eyes cast on him. Instead, he took a deep look at the fellow disciple in green. The fact that he could calculate the trick he had proved that he was not an ordinary person. This so-called Xianji deduction method is probably true. It is not a gimmick deliberately created by some people who recognized his identity to attract his attention. Because this secret method has never been performed in front of others by the young man in white, even his close friends do not know this. Therefore, as soon as this hexagram comment came out, he immediately retracted his contemptuous thoughts. This fellow disciple in blue who is good at deducing the mysteries of heaven might be worth making friends with. Then I would like to thank you for your good words, Brother Deo. The young man in white returned the courtesy. Chapter 504, The Reincarnation of the Immortal, 12 Forces, and 4 Guesses. The 5 Elements Sect's Golden Elixir Deo Conference is not limited to cultivators of a certain realm. Even the newly initiated key refining disciples and the Yuanying cultivators who have been in the sect for many years can come to participate. This is actually a regular internal exchange meeting for geniuses. The purpose of this kind of Taoist meeting is to provide an opportunity for the cultivators in the sect to discuss Taoism with each other. Let them see the excellence of their peers, rather than working behind closed doors. Because there are so many disciples in the 5 Elements sect, it is so densely packed that you can't see the end at all. The rules for discussing Taoism on the Tao stage are also very simple, that is, to use the power of Taoism to attack each other. In simple terms, it is the many Taoist magic skills that come from personal cultivation, such as magic, law, momentum and so on. The only thing to note is that this kind of discussion meeting cannot use any offensive means other than magic skills, such as borrowing the power of magic weapons, the power of talismans, etc. As long as you go on stage to participate in the collision, it must be a collision between laws. Of course, sword cultivators are an exception. But at the same time, there are restrictions. Those who stand on the Tao stage will be suppressed by the rules on the Tao stage. The spiritual power in the body of the person on the stage will be controlled at the same level. For example, the 5 circular avenues on the periphery limit the highest level of cultivation to the great perfection of the golden core realm. If a disciple of the key refining stage comes on the stage, due to the setting of the Dao Te rules, the spirit of the immortal weapon will adjust the strength of this illusory body. Instantly replenish the spiritual energy particles in his body to the great perfection of the golden core realm. Because the power of the law, a rule-level thing, actually needs spiritual power as a fuse to ignite and drive. It has happened before that a super genius of the key refining stage beat a group of old generation disciples of the golden core realm and made them unable to raise their heads. No one dared to claim to be respected. It was just a few years of practice, but he had such strength, which really shocked everyone. Because that young genius comprehended one of the 10 upper laws of space. Wherever he passed, there was no sound. The space on the entire Dao Te rotated with his thoughts. The appearance of such a monster made the disciples of the 5 Elements sect of that year really miserable. They couldn't fight at all. Because the attacks they launched were all transferred by the evildoer through space, and then turned around and hid him. In the end, the evildoer boy, who was only 14 or 15 years old, was accepted as a close disciple by a venerable in the upper 3 realms. It attracted the envy of countless people. Not long after, Luo Yan saw people entering the 5 round platforms one after another. It seemed that he couldn't wait and wanted to fight with others as soon as possible. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect who entered the same round platform would not fight each other and temporarily belonged to the same camp. Their opponents were the fellow disciples on the other 4 Taoist platforms. Winning a game would get 100 drops of heaven and earth essence. In the end, the last person left on each Taoist platform would be qualified to enter the Black Taoist temple in the center, waiting for the start of the next round of duels. At that time, the number of 5 elements essence that can be obtained by defeating a fellow disciple will be 10,000 drops. The final top 100 winners can not only directly upgrade the token authority of one identity level, as well as the cultivation resources of the entire Jinden realm, but also a wisp of purple and clear air used to transform the elixir into an infant. There's even a possibility of being accepted as a disciple by a venerable in the upper 3 realms. This is also the reason why many Yuanying stage cultivators are willing to sacrifice their face and come to participate in this Taoist meeting. With their abilities, even if they cannot gain the favor of the venerable level cultivators, it is not difficult to win a few more games and accumulate a lot of 5 elements essence rewards by relying on their long-term lock practice. This kind of good thing only happens once every 100 years. People like them will naturally not miss it. And for some low-level cultivators in the key refining and foundation building stages, being able to adapt to the majestic power of the first level of the Golden Core realm in advance will also be of great benefit to their future practice. At least it can be clear which direction to go on the next path of practice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, streams of light flew towards the 5 Taoist platforms. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect are all geniuses among geniuses, and each of them has his own pride. Therefore, everyone cherishes this once-in-a-100-year opportunity to discuss the Tao. And most people are eager to try and show their powerful strength. After all, whether it is the essence of heaven and earth, the purple and clear air, the quota of disciples of the upper 3 realms, etc., it is either a rare wonder of heaven and earth that is beneficial to cultivation, or it is a chance to change one's destiny. These rewards are in front of them, which will naturally drive many disciples crazy. While discussing Taoism with fellow disciples, you can also get valuable cultivation resources. Why not do it? The young man in white who asked Luo Yan to tell fortunes before also flew into the Dao platform in the first time. Judging from the situation, he seemed to have been waiting for this fierce battle for a long time. The young man in white was surrounded by blazing talisman light, standing on the stage, as if he was a sacred descendant, looking down on the world. In the distance, there are also many beings with powerful auras. Some are a group of azure air, the whole body is water, not in human form, as if it is a creature beyond the human race. But the people around knew very well that it was nothing more than a means of law, and they were not surprised. Some were composed of a pile of flames, and the flames were transformed by runes, mysterious and sacred. Others were introverted and looked around calmly, with no waves. Looking around, the huge 5-sided circular platform, those who dared to rush to the high platform at the first time, seemed to be no simple characters. This was the first time that Luo Yan saw so many disciples of the 5 Elements sect showing their powerful aura. His eyes fell on those people, and his expression was full of thinking. Because Luo Yan found that with his strength of 30% of the water realm, he could only rank in the middle and lower reaches of this huge sect. This is really unbelievable. After all, it is really too difficult to comprehend the power of the law. Just like the young man who was covered in flames, his figure was a little blurred and deformed by the flames, but the powerful aura revealed by the divine fire still gave the people on the stage a sense of great crisis. He was also the only one who had a human body, but upon closer inspection, he was a powerful being of divine fire. Even though he was separated by the vast void, he could still feel the burning sensation. This kind of person was already beyond the scope of being generally powerful. Faintly, it even gave Luo Yan a palpitation. Luo Yan, who was watching the battle in the Cloud Dojo, was not the only one who felt this way. The participants inside were also deeply impressed. As a result, the position where the young man was located directly became a blank area. Even fellow disciples in the same dojo would subconsciously stay away from this person, which shows how terrifying he was. This was the first guy to receive such treatment. That was a reincarnation of a banished immortal. The person next to him who had not participated in the first round of the melee spoke. Luo Yan's heart moved slightly, and he listened carefully. Look at the aura of the law of fire on that guy. Has it exceeded the limit of what we can comprehend in this realm? The fellow disciple with extraordinary eyesight in the dojo on the cloud continued to speak. All the people in this area looked at the man of fire. Endless divine light fell, and the air of cloud patterns flowed, like a real god, with a solemn aura. This is no longer comparable to the ordinary law of fire. It seems that he has mastered a perfect fire avenue. Such a realm of cultivation is difficult to match, even for the venerables of the upper 3 realms. Although the mysterious fellow only revealed a wisp of such aura, it was not the complete avenue of fire. But it was still very scary. That was the complete law. It was simply terrifying. Because that kind of majestic power was not something that people of their realm could peek at. Moreover, it was not so simple to drive a complete avenue of law. This required extremely high spiritual power to drive it at the bottom. If too many laws were used and one's own spiritual power cultivation realm could not keep up, it was not impossible to be instantly sucked dry by the power of the law. I've heard from my elders that there are also reincarnations of immortals from the earthly immortal realm in our sect. In the previous lives, they were already powerful people at the level of true immortals. Now they are cultivating again. Who can shake such people? Hearing such words, even Luo Yan was shocked. That was a real exiled immortal. The reincarnation of an immortal was actually from the same sect as him. Such a high-ranking person is now by his side. If this rumor is true, it is really amazing. Reincarnation of an exiled immortal. Isn't it better to practice in the earthly immortal realm? Why do you run to our lower world? Someone next to him was puzzled and asked. Because in the minds of most people, a middle thousand world like theirs must be better than the Hengsho world and the practice environment of those small planes. This is certain. Similarly, the practice environment of the earthly immortal realm should also be much higher than that of the true spirit realm. Why would anyone settle for second best? I don't know the specific reasons behind this either. The fellow disciple shook his head and did not continue. But looking at his face, it can be seen that he actually has an answer in his heart, but he just didn't say it in public. This seems to involve some secrets. Luo Yan looked at it carefully, and his curiosity was instantly aroused, but there were not many ways. Because whether to say it or not is the other person's wish, he has no right to interfere. Brother Luo, are you also curious about such gossip? Suddenly, Yang Zhao's question came from the side. In his impression, his brother has always been calm and wise. Few people or things can be kept in mind by him. Luo Yan looked back, then nodded gently, pondered for a moment, and then said, although it is a rumor, it contains a lot of information. It's like, we ascended from the Kangwu realm, and then dispersed our power and started to practice again, all for the sake of future practice. After all, the great laws of this world are perfect, which can allow us to practice to a higher level. This is driven by our own interests. Luo Yan did not hide the doubts of this junior brother from the lower realm, but chose to explain with examples. Because they have a good personal relationship, it has not changed even after they arrived in the true spirit realm. A junior brother who can walk out of the lower realm with him and ascend together, Luo Yan naturally speaks directly. When we treat a person or a thing, we need to look at it from two dimensions. One is human nature, and the other is interest. Everything in the world is like this. Many times, most of the secret rumors are actually closely related to our future practice. The secrets hidden in these rumors need us to discover them with our hearts. At this moment, Luo Yan deliberately lowered his voice to prevent others from hearing. Although he was not a good teacher, it was normal for him to give a few simple pointers to such a close friend. Just like when he was in Kangwu realm, when he had just started practicing. It was as if he had returned to the beginning. Luo Yan instructed, and Yang Zhao listened. In our world, the highest level of cultivation we know of is nothing more than a Mahayana venerable or a remnant immortal. If it is as the fellow disciple said before, a true immortal would give up the immortal world and not turn to practice, but reincarnate into our world. What do you think this means? Hearing this, Yang Zhao's face was full of thought, but more of a loss. In terms of character, compared to Luo Yan, his perspective on things was still too simple. Seeing his silence, Luo Yan continued to explain. I roughly rehearsed it, and there are only a few possibilities. One is that in the earthly immortal world, the exiled immortal has an unparalleled enemy, so he has to avoid that enemy. The second is benefits. In our world, or only through our world, there are things that can attract the attention of those immortals, gods, and saints. They come down to the world just to find these things. Third, in terms of cultivation, the cultivation environment in the upper world may not be as good as we imagined. At least there are certain restrictions for low-level cultivators. The fourth point. Luo Yan hesitated for a moment, and replied uncertainly, maybe it's because of the calamity. If we can know these secrets in advance, maybe we can make arrangements in that direction in advance. Low cultivation is only temporary. If there are really some opportunities, they are things we have to fight for on our way to becoming a god. Knowing earlier and knowing later are two completely different ways of dealing with it. During this time in the Five Elements sect, some of the predecessors' handwriting, ancient secrets, world differences, etc., all did not escape Luo Yan's eyes. Even in the Five Elements sect's treasure house, the books are more and more vast like the sea. But it still allows Luo Yan to understand a lot of things that have never been on the surface. Just like the 12 Dharma images in the sky, they seem to be 12 venerables, but in fact they represent 12 powerful forces in the Five Elements sect. This discussion meeting is also the opportunity for them to select members of the forces. But the only thing that makes people feel strange is that the tentacles of these 12 forces are obviously everywhere in the Five Elements sect. But few low-level disciples know of their existence. A few years ago, when Luo Yan told the whole story of what happened on Jiuxin Island, senior brother Mu Chu once gave him a subtle reminder. There are actually many solutions to the hostility of the elder in the refining void period. One of them is to let Luo Yan find a way to join a force to avoid that cause and effect. Although senior brother Mu Chiu did not explicitly tell him how to join a faction, Luo Yan still remembers his expression at that time. He looked up at the sky. In fact, Luo Yan did not understand what that upward gaze meant at that time. But now the 12 huge statues that appeared in the sky made him suddenly understand. Senior brother Luo, after hearing this, Yang Zhao's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But soon, he held it back and pretended to listen carefully. Chapter 505, Prophecy Before the Great Chaos, Foreign Enemies. Sorry, this update is a little late. When Yang Zhao was about to say something, the fight on the five-sided Taoist platform also broke out. All the Five Elements sect members, as long as they chose an opponent, would be pulled out by strands of runes. Then a special barrier rose up, pulling the two people into another space. This is a completely isolated void array. The battle does not stop, and the barrier does not stop. In the end, only one person can escape the barrier. Come and fight. The young man who looked like a banished immortal took action. His movements were full of Taoist charm, and he pinched his fingers with one hand, and then infinite flames burst out, and the void was burned with cracks. He pointed far away, his mind locked on the front, and his powerful aura was revealed. Opposite the young man was a young man in blue robes. The young man's face was full of indifference, and he didn't take the so-called banished immortal rumor seriously at all. He stood with his hands behind his back, and a light blue water tornado appeared on his body. I'm not afraid of you. The two sides seemed to be old acquaintances, and there was a sense of familiarity in their words. Boom. Suddenly, ripples like clear water appeared, and a translucent spherical cover appeared in the air, sealing the divine fire. Boom. The sound of Taoism was so loud that it spread to the outside even through the barrier. People couldn't help but look over there. This was a shocking duel. The expected one-sidedness did not happen. Instead, the two Taoisms of water and fire were entangled together. Many cultivators watching the battle in the Cloud Dojo were puzzled. What was the origin of the blue-clothed boy who could fight the reincarnation of the exiled immortal? He could actually compete with a reincarnation of the true immortal, and his attainments in the water law were so high. This was simply amazing. It goes without saying that the background of this blue-clothed boy was not much inferior to that of the reincarnation of the true immortal. The duel between the two seemed to foreshadow the absolute combat power of the younger generation of the Five Elements sect. The void space was rippled, and the flowers of Taoism were rumbling. The laws of water and fire were blazing and boundless, confronting, devouring, and canceling each other out. In an instant, the void barrier was submerged by the white mist rising from the water and fire. It was impossible to tell the specific situation. The power of the law used by these two people was so strong that it seemed as if they were elemental creatures born from water and fire. Any attack made by the opponent can achieve pure mana immunity in a short period of time. The power of the law is endless, and they themselves are unharmed. Looking at the scene of the two people constantly bombarding each other, Luo Yan half squinted his eyes, with no expression on his face. Looking at the spirits of these two people, they seemed to be younger than his age, but their realm cultivation was higher than his. And what surprised Luo Yan the most was that these two people seemed to have cultivated a single five-element law to an extremely high level. The power was amazing. At this moment, Luo Yan also believed that the identities of these two people were extraordinary, and perhaps they were really the reincarnations of true immortals. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a high level of law attainment. Is this the most powerful young generation in the Five Elements sect? Sure enough. Luo Yan sighed. He rarely admits defeat to a person of his age, but in this situation, he has to admire him. Because he knows better than anyone how difficult it is to comprehend the power of the law. Since he started practicing, Luo Yan has been practicing for more than 50 years, and he has only comprehended a mere 30% of the state of water. There is no comparison with the attitudes shown by these two people at this time. Of course, you can also learn from others and comfort yourself with the reason that they are the reincarnation of immortals. But strong is strong, weak is weak, and no one can deny this. Through this peak duel, Luo Yan still understands that when a law is perfected, it can be immune to magic power for a short period of time. It has an invincible effect of being immune to all methods. As long as it is an attack at the level of Taoism, it can be resisted. Such a secret magic power is really amazing. You know, even the old monsters of the upper three realms of the venerable level find it difficult to comprehend a complete law. Because this is exclusive to people in the realm of immortals, but now it has appeared on two young juniors. The explosion of water and fire makes people tremble. Dang! In the distance, the young man in white who was previously divined by Luo Yan also met his opponent. The spiritual energy around him rolled and turned into a white cloud, brave and unstoppable, and the surging light of the Tao filled the sky. With a hum sound, ancient divine birds emerged from the white cloud, bursting out with earth-shaking power, humming sounds, and white light. The hurricane roared, the clouds were bright, and the young man in white ended the battle in the shortest time with the most powerful posture. This is also a powerful and desperate Xianjiao. Although he is not as dazzling as the two exiled immortals in front, he is still amazing. His power far exceeds that of ordinary fellow disciples. You must know that the source of the disciples of the Five Elements sect is originally selected from many geniuses in a domain and a small world. Everyone has a unique talent. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely make those small sects break their heads and fight for the inheritance seeds. But now they have become the background of others, which is simply terrifying. In the distance, another powerful enchantment aura erupted, a group of black shadows emitted a deep dim light, and countless runes spread out in circles like ripples. Mysterious and powerful. When the dim light and the enchantment dissipated, a slightly frivolous young man in black walked out of it, with an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't take anyone seriously. This is another powerful figure who is braver than his peers. And from the aura of that special law, he seems to be walking the shadow path. Are all the disciples of my Five Elements sect so powerful? It is almost invisible on weekdays, but as soon as this giant Dale who appeared, it attracted so many powerful figures to appear one after another. How many people who have not yet come on stage to participate in the melee are hidden among those who are more powerful than them? Seeing the fierce fighting scenes on the 5 circular Dale platforms, some people couldn't help but exclaimed. Suddenly, in an instant, the world seemed to have changed. Powerful people of the same generation appeared frequently. It made him feel how insignificant he was. How ridiculous it was that he was once unruly and arrogant. After all, they had been in the Five Elements sect for so long, but they had never seen these people. Naturally, they could not clearly understand the strength division of people of the same age as themselves. With the development of this giant Dale conference, everything revealed its original form. Not long after the war broke out, the two exiled immortals had completely struck out the true fire, smashing the void directly, shining with divine light, and endless runes. This was a very rare duel. Although there were many powerful people on the Dale platform around, Luo Yan's sight always stayed on these two people. Because the use of the power of the Dao by the two of them was like a bright lamp, which could guide him on the road ahead. If these two are the reincarnations of true immortals, then they were born into the Five Elements sect or the true spirit realm for a purpose. While watching the peak duel between the two, Luo Yan also figured out something wrong. The strength of these two people is beyond doubt. But if they were really immortals in their previous lives, such a high-ranking figure would have no shortage of cultivation techniques and resources. How could they appear in such a battle? With their experience and knowledge, they probably wouldn't even pay attention to the battle between a group of little kids. After all, they are great figures who have already achieved Taoism and become immortals. Even if they are just reincarnations, they probably won't take these ordinary things, such as the pleasure of showing off in front of people, cultivation resources, token authority, etc., seriously. Luo Yan was puzzled, and his eyes were full of doubts. So this Taoist meeting should have some other deep meaning, right? Luo Yan's thoughts flew across the sky, and he vaguely guessed something, but with his current information channels, he could only speculate to this extent at most. Even if those people had any conspiracy, it would be difficult for him to interfere. Because compared with many of his fellow disciples on the stage, Luo Yan's current strength was really too ordinary. It was almost impossible for him to make a difference in this giant Dao conference. However, he felt that it was worthwhile to be able to watch such a great battle. Above the cloud Dao field, in those huge Dharma images, there were more than a dozen majestic divine thoughts, constantly talking. Gongsun Yan, your Xianxi Hall issued a warning, saying that a large number of foreign enemies are preparing to invade the territory of our Five Elements sect. Is this true? Have you calculated the specific time when the other party will launch a racial war? One of the old voices asked. As soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed a shocking secret that made people tremble. This is a real racial war. From the Mahayana Venerable to the first-level cultivators of the Giant realm, no one can escape this disaster. Such a big commotion is naturally far from the previous small fights. It is true that there will be a war. I am not sure whether it will be a war of races. You have to judge for yourselves. You don't have much time left. Let the disciples in the sect intensify the practice and prepare for the war. This war may last for a long time. Another ethereal voice came. The voice was majestic and boundless, as if it was the sound of the great way in the world. Indifferent, lifeless, and calm. He heard the little trap in the other party's words, but he didn't care. It still just emphasized that the war was coming, not the war of races. Old ghost, don't waste your energy to test it. If you want to play tricks with the people of the Xianji Palace, you won't have a chance of winning in another 500 years. Brother Gongsun, since you are hindered by the rules of heaven and earth, you can't say many things clearly. But how long will it take before this war breaks out? Or, give us a rough range. You can't let us guess aimlessly, right? Not long after, another old voice sounded. It seemed to be trying to smooth things over. But even if it was only through divine thoughts, one could sense his strong and overbearing emotions. This venerable person was probably a man who kept his word. All living beings are at peace with the world, while the seven kings are fighting and the endless sea is drying up. Taihao has awakened and is ready to fight. After these words came out, the other divine thoughts were all silent. They were all thinking about the meaning of these words. Old man Gongsun, you are making these mysterious riddles again, can't you just speak openly? Another slightly overbearing divine thought conveyed dissatisfaction. People like him hate mysterious practitioners of heaven's secrets the most. Although that group of people can glimpse the secrets of heaven, in order not to be devoured by fate, they always like to make some strange sarcastic remarks when speaking, which makes people confused. Every time, you have to guess to know the answer. It's really annoying. What if you guess wrong? In addition, how can he guess with such a beginningless and endless sentence? Unfortunately, the great divine thought did not speak again. It seemed to have left here. Don't worry, junior brother Duyan. Senior brother Gongsun has already pointed it out very clearly. If you say it directly, with such a big cycle of cause and effect, even with the help of the five elements mountain, I'm afraid senior brother Gongsun will be backfired by fate, which will greatly reduce his lifespan. For something like this that concerns one's own life, it's normal to remind it vaguely. At this time, another divine thought spoke up to help. He and Gongsun Yan were people of the same era, so naturally he knew more about this legendary figure than others. Senior brother Gongsun's prophecy seems complicated, but in fact, we only need to understand a few key words. Just like the words, living beings, abandoned world, seven kings, and Taihao. We can try to break it down word by word. The divine thought continued to add. People who practice the method of deducing the heavenly secrets are like this. In order not to be contaminated by the big cause and effect, they usually choose to warn of the crisis in advance and then give a prophecy. The crisis represents the danger in the dark, and the prophecy is the characterization of this conflict. But what exactly happened still needs to be discussed. After all, with the comments, everyone would not be too confused. First of all, the sentient beings that senior brother Gongsun mentioned should not refer to the creatures of the 10,000 worlds. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe for our entire human race. With such a huge cause and effect, I'm afraid the Earth Immortal Alliance has already issued a warning. So, the sentient beings in the phrase should refer to all kinds of creatures. Add the word, lost world. This divine thought carefully disassembled it. The people present were all old foxes who had lived for thousands of years. It didn't take a moment for them to think of the answer. Another unfamiliar divine thought interrupted and said, "Are you talking about our human race?" Yes, in senior brother Gongsun's motto, the word, sentient beings, should correspond to our human race. And, even if practitioners like us have great power, they are far from representing the human race. And among our human race, the largest number should be mortals. That divine thought spoke, and the divine thoughts beside it were all silent. Being able to analyze the motto of a mysterious person who predicts the future to such an extent. This guy is really powerful. After the word living beings, there is separated from the world and at peace. The corresponding meaning of this word should refer to a stage or process. And what does the stage or process of immortal mean? Perhaps I don't need to explain it any further, right? After he said this, it seemed that a complete timeline was quietly generated. At this time, The remaining bigwigs also reacted. How long can a mortal's life last? 100 years. Is this the specific time when the next war will break out? The people of the Heavenly Secret Hall were personally delivered by the old monster Gongsun himself, which shows that the scale of this war is very large. Racial war. Several majestic divine thoughts were transmitted at the same time. In fact, racial wars have always broken out in other places. But it has nothing to do with their endless sea. Because this place is located on the edge of the human race's territory, and there is still a vast sea outside, so the creatures living here are basically mainly sea people. It goes without saying who the opponent of the next battle will be. As for the words, 7 kings, I just have a guess, I don't know if it's accurate. The old man who is in the same era as Gongsun Yan continued to transmit. I think the 7 kings that senior brother Gongsun mentioned should not refer to 7 people or 7 creatures. Because there is no such saying in our world. After thinking about it, maybe the 7 kings here should refer to the 7 forces including us. Perhaps, this will be a big melee. In the 5 Elements sect, there are 12 huge Dharma images, representing the 12 forces that rule the sect. Among them, the people in the Heavenly Secret Hall are the most mysterious. Their duty is to deduce the secrets of heaven and then give warning prophecies. The remaining 11 forces constitute the basis of all this, and they are in charge of the 11 regions of the vast territory of the 5 Elements sect. One divided into 11, independent of each other, and coexisting with each other. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Sect Structure, Shadow of Time, 7 Treasures Magic, Incomplete. The territory of the 5 Elements sect is too vast, and the great masters of the upper 3 realms are unwilling to put in the effort to manage the sect's mundane affairs. Therefore, the location of the sect is directly divided into 11 areas. The great masters of the upper 3 realms in the sect can choose one place by themselves and be responsible for suppressing the stability and peace of that area. However, these great masters are all old monsters who have lived for thousands of years, so how can they be in the mood to deal with these trivial matters? So they have their own forces, responsible for that area of Dao. On top of this, there is also a very special department, the Xianji Hall, which will warn and patrol against dangers from inside and outside. It is equivalent to an inspector. Because of this department and the existence of the semi-immortal artifact Wuxing Mountain, even those elders with strong selfishness cannot cover the sky with one hand. At most, they can only be regarded as local tyrants. In the 5 Elements sect, all information channels, as well as natural treasures, magic pills and wonderful books, etc., are all controlled by the immortal artifact Wuxi Mountain. Which island is rich in spiritual mines, which sea area is rich in spiritual objects of heaven and earth, etc. The 5 Elements sect is the biggest shareholder. Even if there are rats stealing, they are nominally the sect's. Therefore, in a sense, these 11 internal forces are like armies that maintain regional stability, and are used to suppress chaos within the territory by force. They will not be used easily. The many island owners are responsible for managing the lower level monks and the mortal rulers. At the top, there is the Xianji Hall to calculate the future of the heavenly secrets. In the middle, there are powerful monks headed by the 11 or more 3-level venerables guarding. At the bottom, there are forces organized by the island owners to develop and build. Coupled with the many tasks in the General Affairs Hall, there are disciples of the 5 Elements sect going out for inspections to suppress evil and eliminate evil. Prevent 2 dirty things from happening, so as not to affect the creatures in the territory. Just like what happened on the Jiuxin Island, the Xianji Hall has long known the truth of the matter, but it will only issue tasks and let the giant and stage monks under the sect solve it. Because the disappearance of the monks on the island is far from reaching a particularly serious level. Therefore, the people in the Xianji Hall will not make a fuss. Only one task will be registered, and the corresponding 5 elements will be rewarded according to the degree of danger. In this way, the most basic organizational structure of the 5 Elements sect was formed. But the problem is that the large forces in our endless sea, even if we count the Feeling Clan, the Great Zhaoshan Stargate, the 9 Infants Dragon Clan, and ourselves, are only 4 major forces. If the 7 kings in the proverb refer to 7 major forces, then what about the other 3? Where should they come from? A great master sent out such divine thoughts, with a sense of confusion, wanting to get a definite explanation. But the people present had never practiced the Xianji algorithm, and it was good to be able to disassemble part of the mystery. Naturally, they could not solve his confusion. If all the mysteries were so simple to figure out, the old monster in the Xianji hall would probably have suffered the backlash of fate and died countless times. But now, that guy is getting more and more energetic. In addition, what does the Taiheo mentioned by the old sly guy refer to? No one could give a specific answer to these two questions, and even felt confused and had no idea at all. Because they couldn't think of anything useful at all. After a moment of silence, a majestic divine thought finally interrupted the cold atmosphere. Don't worry about it for now. Since senior brother Gongsun has already given a warning, we have to prepare in advance. After all, if it is really a race war involving all aspects, even the second incarnations of us will probably die a lot. As for how many forces will eventually participate in the war, although it is not yet known for the time being, it will eventually be exposed. During this period of time, fellow Taoists should be more careful and don't be trapped by alien races. A big man gave a warning. Although at their level, most of the time, they use incarnations instead of their original bodies to walk outside. It seems safe, but in fact there will be certain responsibilities. Because every sect cultivator, after the stage of transformation, when they feel the laws of heaven and earth, will be required to swear a great oath under the witness of the five-finger mountain. Never judge the sect, and maintain the stability of the sect within the scope of ability. Otherwise, his cultivation will never improve, and all those who are related to him will be cursed by fate. With this kind of oath to maintain the great way, even the big figures who stand at the top of the true spirit world can't sit back and watch too many cultivators in their jurisdiction die or get injured. Otherwise, under the cycle of cause and effect, how can they prove their way to become immortals? Of course, this is also because the scale of the war warned by the prophecy this time is very large, and no one can stay out of it. Only the venerable level figures like them will gather together to discuss. Most of the time, this group of people is still very relaxed and unrestrained. Since all the Taoist brothers have a clear idea in their hearts, let's adjourn now. The preparations for the next war will be left to those under our command. An old divine voice sounded. Seriously speaking, it is almost difficult to kill cultivators at their level. Because their true bodies all live on the five-finger mountain, hiding inside this semi-immortal weapon. Some spiritual bodies or second incarnations are blown up, and they will condense another one next time. It's harmless at all. But because of the existence of the Great Dao Oath, while they enjoy the convenience and sense of security brought by the sect, they must also fight for the sect. This is also a means of restraining them. There is no way. Most practitioners need to go into seclusion in their own caves for dozens or hundreds of years. People like this, even if they are not naturally cold-hearted, will have their feelings diluted by time. If they are not restricted, they will probably be the first to run away every time a war comes. After all, the mortality rate of such a large-scale war is really too high. If you are not careful, you will get yourself involved. Seeking benefits and avoiding danger is a necessary skill for every practitioner. But with the sect's central dispatch, the possibility of such a situation of escaping without fighting will be greatly reduced. In the Cloud Dojo, Luo Yan sat cross-legged, with countless black and white air floating in his eyes, covering his body. He was using the gas phase method in the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method to watch the battle of those fellow disciples. Because the key revealed by those fellow geniuses made him realize that this was a great opportunity to record their key. In the past, it would be impossible for so many fellow cultivators to appear at the same time. Such an opportunity was rare, and he naturally did not want to miss it. Although I can only observe part of their key, it is not a big problem to use it as a reference for a data model. Luo Yan also took the time to go on stage and fight with others for a few rounds. After winning hundreds of drops of the essence of the 5 elements, he did not continue to fight. Because the remaining fellow disciples were getting stronger and stronger, and they were not easy to deal with at all. Rather than waiting until the discussion failed, it is better to give up first. Knowing when to stop is the way of a smart person. Bang! The white-clothed young man was full of Dao light, and his fighting spirit reached the peak. He used all his strength and launched a peak attack to defeat the last powerful enemy. Then he stepped onto the black Dao platform and waited for the next battle to begin. This just fulfilled Luo Yan's previous hexagram. Although it was a thrilling victory, it was also an auspicious Hexagram. On the contrary, the two exiled immortals fought for a long time in the barrier, but in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. So the two of them tacitly stopped fighting at the same time, voluntarily gave up, and no longer had a peak showdown. In fact, for people like them, few external things can move their minds, so naturally, they will not have too many thoughts about the final winning spot. The previous battle was nothing more than them wanting to weigh the strength of the other party and then prepare for the subsequent plan. In addition to these two exiled immortals, there was another boy who was short-lived but made Luo Yan feel very strange. The boy simply raised his hand and instantly controlled the opponent, and then continued to attack, with the same ending every time. One move to defeat the enemy. It was as if in an instant, he caught the opponent in an instant when he was not able to react in time. When such a scene happened, even the opponents in the field felt that the boy had mastered some kind of extreme speed law. Only Luo Yan always felt something was wrong. The timing of the attack was more like the interference of some great power. He had a guess in his mind, but he was not sure. Unfortunately, just when Luo Yan was about to observe more, the young man also chose to give up and did not fight again. This also made him lose the opportunity to continue observing. Is it the law of speed? But why do I feel like it's time? Luo Yan thought to himself, and the scene of the young man's attack kept appearing in his mind. It was almost at the peak. If it was really the law of time, it would probably shock everyone. Even the great masters of the upper three realms would be crazy about it and want to accept him as a disciple. Because the law of time is really too difficult. A little bit of understanding is enough to move the old monsters in the sect. Forget it, leave him alone. In the next few days, Luo Yan sat cross-legged in the Cloud Dojo, watching the battles of the Xianjiao in the sect, while using the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method to depict their ki. Before each battle, he would deduce the recorded ki with 4 round magic coins. Then predict the result of this battle. Is it a win or a loss, or both out, etc.? Through this learning and performing method, Luo Yan constantly improved the accuracy of the deduction of the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets. At this time, he was like a gambler who liked to look through the card game. It's just that Luo Yan was using this method to verify the accuracy of the results obtained from the hexagram. With so much material to observe, Luo Yan can make a big step forward in the deduction. Because the chip needs these data to build a model of the underlying framework of big data. Yang Zhao also sat aside, and after watching carefully for a while, he chose to leave. As the number of deductions of the circular magic coin increased, there were still chips on the side to check for omissions and collect basic data. Therefore, Luo Yan could feel his progress in the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets. In the dark, he could even see those invisible cause and effect lines. This shows that he has already had a certain understanding of fate. For several consecutive days, there were constant disputes in the dojo, and many unfamiliar fellow disciples fought. When geniuses meet, no one is convinced by anyone, and they are still in the posture of incarnation. Whenever they face each other, they will inevitably fight to the end. The battle was so intense that it was hard to take it all in. Huh? Luo Yan was surprised. He saw another fellow disciple who had mastered the law of fire, and he shot out more blue flame that directly burned the void barrier to collapse. The opponent was also burned by this flame, but he didn't last long before he turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Then, this fellow disciple used several other flames of different colors and continued to fight with others. In the end, the 7 kinds of flames gathered together and formed a cattail leaf fan like colorful glass. Then the fan was gently fanned, and the opponent was instantly blown up. At this time, the opponents who were still standing on the black platform to fight were all the strongest among their peers. Even so, they still couldn't stop the power of this colorful cattail leaf fan. It was as if the majestic flames that were fanned out were a kind of divine fire in the earthly immortal world, with infinite power to suppress all enemies. What kind of magic skill is this? The 7 colored flames that gathered together are so powerful. Someone exclaimed, with amazement on his face. The Jinan Dao Conference, which is held once every 100 years, not only discusses martial arts in the central Dao Cheng, but also brings together many people to exchange their cultivation experiences. It is much more useful to verify each other's cultivation and listen and watch more than to work behind closed doors. I have never seen 7 colored flames before. But this method of sweeping everything reminds me of the magical power of our sect, the 5-colored divine light. Someone said not far away. If you want to practice the magical power of the sect, You must master the 5 basic laws at the same time, and the progress of each other cannot be too far apart. If you have a deep understanding of the law of gold and the other 4 laws are too shallow, the 5-colored divine light will not be able to exert its great power. Only by mastering a balance and resonating between them can you achieve the effect of 5 divine lights flying out and sweeping away everything. This is why many disciples of the 5 Elements sect did not intend to practice the 5-colored divine light in the early stage. Because compared with the magical power of the sect, the progress of a single law is obviously faster and more powerful. It is not too late to practice the magic of the 5-color divine light after you have a high level of cultivation. After all, it takes a lot of time to comprehend the 5 basic laws at the same time, even inside the 5-finger mountain. The 7-colored flames used by that guy should not have much connection with our magical power of the sect, right? Someone wondered. The characteristics of the magical power of the sect are understood by the disciples of the sect. Generally, only when they reach the nascent soul stage, their lifespan increases greatly, and they have a long time, will the disciples of the 5-element sect begin to come into contact with the supreme magic. After all, the threshold for practice is not low. In fact, above our magical power of the sect, there is another taboo technique similar to it. The man continued. Ah, is there really such a magic? The people on the side were all shocked. They had never heard of it at all, let alone learn it. If there is such a powerful technique, they must go and see it. Well, the name of this magic is the 7 treasures magic. It was originally stolen from an ancient Buddhist temple. But because it is so incomplete, it is little known. Perhaps, that guy's 7-colored glazed fire evolved from this 7 treasures magic. The man explained. The 5-element sect has been established in the true spirit realm for such a long time. There will always be some amazing talents who are unwilling to be lonely and run to the human race to mingle. Then, if they are not careful, they will cover up their aura, and then ask the sect's major repairs to help conceal the secrets, and then cause a big disaster, destroy a certain sect, a certain faction, and finally bring back these scriptures. There are so many examples like this that they can't be counted. Such behavior is naturally dishonorable, so those incomplete scriptures are shelved and few people know about them. Chapter 507, The Taoist Meeting ends. Inside the Thunder Emperor Temple, precious medicine is planted, Shenmue Secta. The 7 treasures magic technique was actually stolen. Doesn't that mean? The eyes of the people next to him flashed, and their thoughts flew to the horizon. Such a powerful magic, but its source is so simple, which inevitably makes people have reverie. I fantasize that one day I can show my holiness in front of others and snatch all the scriptures and treasures I want. Don't dream, the owners of that kind of supreme magic are basically large forces that have been passed down for countless years. If you want to obtain someone's magic to suppress the sect, there is basically only one way, that is to destroy their sect and then snatch it away. But there are too many causal relationships involved in destroying other forces. How can we, the juniors who don't even understand cultivation, covet it? When someone has thoughts that shouldn't be there, there will naturally be people who don't understand the situation and forcibly interrupt this reverie. It seems very satisfying to rob other sects of their things, but the reality is not that simple. Which of the sect's magic treasures, the old monsters of the venerable level, etc., is vegetarian? Let alone robbing. I'm afraid that ordinary people can't even touch the mountain gate of the other party's sect. In addition, although our 5-element sect does not get along with many major forces, we still need to maintain harmony on the surface. We are not allowed to start a civil war for no reason. After all, we are all human beings. There is the Earth Immortal Alliance watching us. If you act rashly, you will only lose your life. It seems simple to rob the inheritance of other sects, but it actually involves all aspects of the game. First of all, you have to have the power to suppress everything and be able to slaughter the old monster of that force in a very short time. Secondly, you need someone to help you block that space and block all incoming and outgoing information. Finally, there is someone who is good at calculating the secrets of the heavenly secrets to help you block the secrets of that land, so as not to be deduced by others. If any of the above 3 points is not met, it is absolutely impossible to destroy a major force. Just like the upcoming racial war, the alien race has just made a little move, and it was deduced by the old monster in the heavenly secret hall of their own sect. Even several forces joined the war, and it was clear. The enemy had just begun to prepare for action, and our sect had a warning. Fighting against a powerful force with such a legacy, it is almost impossible for you to rely on your personal strength to launch a sneak attack. The power of the Xianji deducer and the magnificent power of the semi-immortal weapon are far beyond the imagination of the world. Even the Mahayana Venerable cannot do this. If you want to destroy a powerful sect, you can only exchange them with each other, and then constantly compress its territory, and finally eat it up bit by bit. This is also the reason why the thousands of races in the true spirit realm are constantly expanding their territory and fighting all the time. You are stronger, and I am weaker. Over a long period of time, it will accumulate amazing momentum, from quantitative change to qualitative change, and finally destroyed. Therefore, every racial war is actually a process of mutual consumption, to see who can't hold on first. Once the people below can't hold on, then the outer territories will be coveted by the surrounding races. Even if they are all human, if the Great Zhaoshan Stargate shows signs of weakening, as long as there is no invasion by foreign races, I am afraid that the Five-Element sect will be the first force to invade the Great Zhaoshan Stargate. This is the law of the true spirit realm, the strong prey on the weak. 7 Treasure of Magic? Is this very strong? It's nothing more than a group of bald donkeys who follow the path of faith, using the power of incense to fool the world. How dare you compare it with the magic of the sect that I teach, saying that there is nothing in the world that cannot be brushed? You are still my disciples of the Five Elements sect, don't you think this is ridiculous? The magic of the sect that I teach, how can it be compared with any cat or dog? You guys are really sitting in a well and looking at the sky, with a narrow vision, and you don't understand the power of my sect's unparalleled magic. Suddenly, a domineering voice resounded in everyone's ears. This is a Taoist with a very young face, his body is glowing, rippling with circles of 5-colored ripples, and his breath is deep and powerful. As soon as he appeared, he shouted at everyone in a condescending tone. That posture was like a supreme eagle soaring in the sky. Such words naturally made many people unhappy and frowned. After all, everyone was just discussing and communicating with each other. As soon as you came up, you started to mock them. You didn't take any of them seriously. Some fellow disciples looked him up and down, with fierce eyes, wanting to teach him a lesson. This is really too arrogant. Hearing such an arrogant tone, Luo Yan subconsciously looked over there, only to see that the other party's aura gave him a very familiar feeling. In a daze, it was like a 5-colored divine phoenix descending to the world. 5-colored divine light. Many people were familiar with this momentum, and some couldn't help shouting out. They were disciples of the Five Elements sect, and naturally understood what it meant to be able to successfully practice the Xinjiao treasure at this age. This is a manifestation of strength, powerful and domineering. After hearing these 4 words, the pupils of those fellow disciples who were indignant shrank instantly, and the murderous aura on their bodies slowly subsided. They looked calm and composed. Seeing this, the young Taoist had a sneer on his face, as if he thought it should be so. He was a supreme hero who had mastered the magical power of Xinjiao. How could he be compared with ordinary disciples of the Five Elements sect? However, the people present were all fellow disciples, so he didn't care too much, and his eyes were still arrogant and domineering. Even the fellow disciple who had said that the Xinjiao magic was not as good as the 7 treasures magic chose to keep silent when he saw the young Taoist appear. He didn't continue to argue with him. Because the power of these 2 supreme secret arts was what he had seen from the ancient books of his predecessors, and he had never practiced any of them. Now that the real master was next to him, he naturally wouldn't speak nonsense to avoid attracting the hostility of the other party. Then he would say, since you know so much, why not go on stage and fight him? Then, it would be fun. It's okay to brag in front of fellow disciples, but if you really let yourself go to fight, it would be beyond your ability. He still has this self-knowledge. Not long after, the Golden Elixir discussion meeting on the Taoist platform ended. In the end, there were only 100 very powerful geniuses left. Next, the spirit bodies of the elders appeared one by one, some tyrannical, some kind-hearted, and some hunched. The 100 strong men in the field basically received the olive branches thrown by these elders. Some were accepted as direct disciples, and some were invited to join their forces. In short, all the top 100 geniuses, if they fell, would become members of the Elders' Council. After the martial arts meeting in the central Taoist temple ended, many fellow disciples in the sky did not leave immediately. Instead, he chose to stay and discuss the Dao with many fellow disciples. Everyone was exchanging their own cultivation experiences, the insights of practicing magical skills, and the state of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. The atmosphere of seeking the Dao was very strong. It was very lively with people coming and going. At this time, Luo Yan finally stopped deducing the secrets of heaven, because all the battles were over. He continued to deduce, but he could not collect much useful information. There was not much meaning in staying here and listening to people chatting and communicating. Luo Yan glanced at the many fellow disciples in the Cloud Dojo and felt a peaceful and warm atmosphere. He left quietly. This Taoist meeting allowed Luo Yan to see the strengths of many fellow monks and understand the differences between himself and them. Fortunately, he himself finally comprehended the secret method of 6 phases of heavenly secrets and was able to use it on most monks. Soon after, Luo Yan's consciousness returned to the mustard seed space hut. The discussion meeting was just a means to bring together the monks of the sect, and it was a small episode. For Luo Yan now, it was still too early to want to be the center of attention and suppress his peers. He still had many shortcomings that needed to be made up bit by bit. In addition, after Luo Yan practiced the 6 phases of heavenly secrets method, he could vaguely see the cause and effect lines wrapped around most people. He was more interested in fortune-telling. Fighting with people, and practicing magical powers were not something he was very interested in. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, concentrated his mind, and a looming ancient Taoist temple appeared deep in his brows. His mind sank into it and turned into human form. The moment Luo Yan came in, he saw green branches rushing towards him quickly. Luo Yan did not dodge, watching these branches stop in front of his eyes, and then waved up and down, as if they were jumping for joy. Looking at the concentration of spiritual energy in your body, you should be about to transform successfully, right? I believe that in a short time, you will be no different from the precious medicines in the true spirit realm. Without too much perception, Luo Yan could feel the blazing spiritual energy contained in the peony in front of him. This has changed dramatically compared to when it was in the lower world. Obviously, it has been in a state of constant transformation for more than 10 years. Little guy, transform quickly. After you transform, I will take you out and let you see the outside world. Luo Yan reached out and touched this green branch, and a trace of tenderness appeared on his face. There are many spiritual medicines planted in the courtyard of the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple, such as the 4th level Golden Thunder Bamboo, 9 Spirit Ginseng, 1000-year-old Peony, etc. They take root in the void, absorb spiritual energy, and thus strengthen themselves. As for the 3rd level spiritual medicines such as Purple Gold Lotus and Heavenly Demon Vine, they are also rooted in a corner of the courtyard. Compared with these precious medicines, they seem inconspicuous. In addition, there are many 4th level precious medicines, such as 5-color Ruianzi, Lingyuan Bao Tree, Bodhi Seeds, Phoenix Bloodwood and other 4th level precious medicines, which have all begun to take root and sprout. From a distance, the entire front yard of the Thunder Emperor Temple is full of green. Unfortunately, although this Taoist temple belongs to a space magic weapon, it is still a long way from becoming a real inner world. Therefore, there are not many spiritual medicines that can be planted, and there are many restrictions. After all, this Emperor's temple has no soil and no water vapor, which cannot meet the growth conditions of low-level spiritual medicines. Only the blazing spiritual energy is filled in it. Therefore, ordinary low-level spiritual medicines cannot survive in it at all. Luo Yan can plant it in it through hydroponics, but it is not of much practical significance. Because low-level spiritual medicines are almost useless to him at present. It is a waste to plant them, and you have to spend your mind to cultivate them. Except for a few spiritual medicines such as 9 spiritual ginseng and golden thunder bamboo, the other precious medicine seeds were exchanged by Luo Yan in the treasure house of the 5 Elements sect after he came to this world. 5-color Ruianzi can be used to refine the 4th level elixir swallowed by Yuanying period cultivators, mainly to increase the spiritual power in the body. The spiritual Yuan treasure tree is very special. The fruit it bears is a treasure that can increase lifespan. However, the growth period is very long, and it often takes thousands of years before it blooms and bears fruit. One fruit can even increase the lifespan of a cultivator in the spirit transformation realm by 100 years. It can be said to be extremely precious. After the Bodhi tree grows up, it is a supreme treasure tree that can be used to calm the mind, drive away the inner demons, understand the laws of heaven and earth, and improve a little bit of understanding. Although such a treasure tree has an extremely long growth period, it can make Luo Yan's future path smoother. As for the Phoenix Bloodwood, It is itself a very hard 4th-level treasure material. If Luo Yan can find the blood of a dragon or the blood of a high-level demon bird of the phoenix genus, it can be irrigated. Then, the grade of this phoenix bloodwood can continue to rise. This is the spiritual material that Luo Yan planted in advance for the future spiritual puppet body. Because the higher the level of the spiritual object, the more expensive its exchange price is. Planting it earlier, the precious medicine that can be used in the future can also save a lot of 5 elements essence. Because the growth cycle of these treasures is too long, the price of these spiritual seeds is not particularly expensive. Spend a few dozen points of 5 elements essence to exchange them all. If it is a finished product, if you want to exchange these precious medicines, you need to use a large amount of 5 elements essence to exchange them. Not far from these precious medicines, there are several spiritual spring treasure trees that are gushing out spiritual energy. The blazing spiritual energy is about to turn into substance, and the entire ground area is piled up into white flocks. This is caused by the excessive concentration of spiritual energy. With the existence of these spiritual objects of heaven and earth, Luo Yan's future practice will be guaranteed. It's just that the growth cycle of these precious medicines is very long and they will not mature in a short time. I heard that in the far inland, there is a sect called Shenmu sect, and the sect is best at growing precious medicine. There is even a supreme secret method of time inside, which is simply mouth-watering. Luo Yan whispered, thinking of some secrets in ancient books. The growth cycle of spiritual medicine is not unchangeable, and its growth can be accelerated through some amazing means. The Five Fingers Mountain where Luo Yan is currently located has this great power. It can accelerate the passage of time and achieve the purpose of 100 years in an instant. This is only part of the power of the immortal weapon. Chapter 508, Reincarnation. All living things have karma, awakening by the breeze and the moon. The power of the immortal weapon is very strong, even the heaven-defying act of time acceleration can be achieved. But the threshold for driving this magnificent power is very high. Without the upper 3 realms of the venerable level of cultivation, it is impossible to be qualified to touch it. This is undoubtedly a pity for people like Luo Yan who are full of curiosity. Maybe when there is a chance in the future, I can go to the inland and find a way to get in touch with its secret method of time. The supreme power of time is a mysterious power that any cultivator wants to peek at. It is very amazing. Just like the incomplete inheritance of the 7 treasures magic technique, it involves a lot of perception and application of the power of laws. So there are predecessors who can't stand this temptation and run to the territory of other forces to make trouble, just to obtain that inheritance. After all, the magic secret technique is a simple application of the power of laws and belongs to the pre-cultivation method. If you can master this kind of rare treasure technique, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the laws. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for many great cultivators. Because if you want to comprehend a law of heaven and earth directly, it is like asking a mortal to jump 3 feet high from the ground and jump to the roof to peek at the scenery outside. The role of the magic secret technique is to build a ladder with handrails between the two. In this way, it is much easier to go to the roof and see the beautiful scenery outside. For ordinary cultivators, the magic treasure technique involves the use of the power of the law, and it is very difficult to comprehend. But for many great cultivators, this is already the closest and most direct way to the law of heaven and earth. This is a shortcut to peek at the law of the great way. Now, Luo Yan also has such an idea in his mind. Because of the secret technique of time, he has many thoughts in his mind. In the Thunder Emperor Temple, there is also a ghost flag, which Luo Yan just brought in. The yin energy in the ghost flag is lingering, terrifying and gloomy, and the cold air is coming out. Luo Yan walked closer and picked up the soul flag. His mind instantly saw 2 figures immersed in it. A pure white spiritual crane and a gray rat. Master. 2 surprised voices rang out one after another, and then rushed over directly. The spirit of the ghost was majestic, and the surrounding yin qi also caused a turbulence. Luo Yan smiled and said, "You have been staying here for so long, haven't you been bored for a long time?" The soul-eating rat in front of him stood up his front legs, bowed and shouted, "Master, are you here to let us out?" The spiritual crane next to him also stretched out his neck and probed towards Luo Yan, with a very intimate expression. "It's not impossible to repair your body now and then cast the soul-calming spell. But Master, I have a big enemy in the outside world. If I let you out, you may encounter some dangers. Do you want to go out too?" The spiritual crane was still intimate, And the gray soul-eating rat squeaked twice and nodded repeatedly. Because staying in this ghost banner is too boring, it has been so long that it can no longer stand this boredom. After all, rat monsters are not quiet. The interior of this soul flag is indeed a bit gloomy. If you stay in it for too long, it will affect your soul. In that case, I will let you out. Luo Yan thought about it and decided to restore the two little guys to their original state. If the body and soul are separated for too long, there may be a big mess in the future. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yan took out two sealed monster corpses. A white crane and a gray rat the size of an adult. 5 elements seal, release. Luo Yan pinched the seal. The surging spiritual light flowed, rippling with brilliant luster. Suddenly, the runes on the two monster corpses flickered, and the bodies began to glow. The many runes originally engraved on the surface of the corpses instantly showed signs of dissipating. Luo Yan's fingers gently moved forward again, and the monster souls in the Yin banner were directly pulled out. Soul returns to the original body, pardon. A low and gentle voice sounded, as if an unknown existence was chanting and singing, bursting with infinite mysterious light. With a puff sound, the two soul shadows flashed and were hid into their original demon bodies at the fastest speed. Tap. Tap. Time passed like this for a long time. Even though King Fang Mingayu's soul was hid into the original body, the two demon bodies showed no signs of waking up. Sure enough, this method doesn't work. Luo Yan waited on the side, observed for a moment, and then murmured softly. Under his gaze, although the spirits of the two little guys had returned to their original bodies, they could not wake up. It was as if they fell into an eternal sleep. Because they could not mobilize their own bodies at all, as if they had lost some kind of connection. The spirit escaped into the body and could only be trapped inside. It could not be awakened, nor could it be sensed, as if it was completely trapped in the two demon bodies. Squeak. Squeak. Mingai was very anxious, and King Fang's spirit also looked at Luo Yan, but was calmed down by Luo Yan's eyes. He signaled them not to worry. Luo Yan looked at them for a moment, and sensed the state of King Fang and Mingai at this time, and then got an answer. That is because the bodies and souls of these two little guys have been out of their bodies for too long, and have been sealed for too long, and now they have basically lost their basic activity. In simple terms, this is no different from two dead bodies. In addition, if King Fang and Mingai's souls are exposed to the outside world for too long, they cannot be reunited with their bodies in time, and cannot be nourished by flesh and blood. These two little guys may become ghosts. They can never return to their bodies. It seems that there is an invisible big hand in the dark, interfering with all this. Like water overflowing when it is full, it is a rule and order, and also a law of the Great Way. In fact, it is normal that King Fang and Mingai cannot be revived so easily. After all, according to normal thinking, the separation of the body and the soul means death. If it was so simple, I'm afraid that many lower world cultivators would have evil thoughts when they ascended. Fortunately, the current result was actually within Luo Yan's expectations. There is also a solution. As early as when he was in the Kangwu realm, he had come into contact with some magic skills. What kind of soul refining technique, the spell of devouring blood and essence, etc., each one is more bloody and more terrifying and cruel than the other. The cultivators of this practice system like to play with the flesh and soul of living beings. Because of this, it also gave Luo Yan a way to solve the loss of vitality of King Fang Mingayu's body. The art of borrowing corpses to revive the soul. This secret method seems mysterious, but in fact, as long as there is a corresponding inheritance to lead the way, it is just a very special Taoist method. The solution is also very simple and direct, that is, to find some monsters that belong to the same origin as King Fang Mingayu. Such as birds of the spirit crane class and rat monsters. Detain the souls of those monsters and put them into these two monster bodies that have lost their physical vitality. Borrowing the souls of other monsters to continuously nourish the bodies of King Fang and Mingayu. Thus, they can regain their vitality. In the end, they can achieve the purpose of borrowing corpses to revive the soul. However, this method also has a great disadvantage, that is, even if they are revived, the physical body and the soul will fall into an uncoordinated conflict for a long time. And it takes a lot of energy to regulate, otherwise they will fall into a state of weakness in the soul for the rest of their lives. You should stay in the ghost flag for the next few days. Wait for the master to deal with the solution, and then arrange for you to come out. Luo Yan whispered, and with a wave of his hand, he collected the souls of King Fang and Mingayu into the soul flag. Their realm is still very low, and the ghosts are not stable. If they stay outside for a long time, they will slowly consume the original soul power. Once the original soul power is consumed too much, it will be a real danger. Thinking of this, Luo Yan separated the spirit puppet body, put the bodies of King Feng and Mingyu, as well as the ghost flag, into the storage bag, and then took them out of the sect together. The space in the five-element sect is narrow, with only this mustard seed space, and it is under the nose of the five-finger mountain. Some things should be hidden if they can be hidden. After all, playing with the soul and the body in front of the spirit of the immortal weapon is always a bad move. At the same time, Luo Yan also sent a message to the old shopkeeper Liu on the Baybird Island, asking him to find some newly born cranes and rat monsters in advance. When Luo Yan's spirit puppet body returned to the Baybird Island again, the old shopkeeper had already been waiting by the teleportation array. Luo Yan took the spirit beast bag handed by the old shopkeeper Liu, and then flew straight to the top floor of the true cultivation tower. On the top floor of the light tower, in a spacious secret room, there were two demon bodies, one big and one small, one white and one gray, lying on the white stone platform, exuding a cold breath. Luo Yan knew that this was because with the release of the sealing array, the bodies of King Feng and Mingyu began to be affected by the outside world and slowly underwent unknown changes, commonly known as the precursor of corpse transformation. Even when he left the Five Elements sect, he used the same trick again and condensed those evil sealing runes again. But this change is still progressing slowly. Once the original evil sealing magic circle is unveiled, it is difficult to return to its original appearance. After all, borrowing a corpse to revive the soul belongs to the taboo area. This is not only blaspheming the soul, but also manipulating the dead body. In the dark, there is a mysterious power that interferes with everything invisibly. If the soul and body cannot be combined for a long time, the two demon bodies will soon be scrapped. At that time, King Feng and Mingyu will be truly dead. So Luo Yan must hurry up and activate their physical bodies. With a hum, a panicked gray crane flew out of the spirit beast bag, flapping its wings and trying to escape. Luo Yan glanced at it and shot out a rune that stimulated the spiritual light, which calmed its mind and stopped flying. Suppress. He shouted softly, like the power of thunder with supreme power, and in an instant, the soul of the gray crane was detained. Then countless runes burst out from Luo Yan's hand again, pulling this soul into King Feng's demon body. The runes that were originally lingering around were also constantly rippling with spiritual light, emitting an invisible great power. Under the blessing of this living soul and many special runes, King Feng's body, which should have lost its vitality, instantly moved. Because this was the gray crane, using its own soul origin to awaken the vitality of King Feng's body. This kind of awakened physical activity was very weak, and the original soul power of the gray crane was still disappearing. Obviously, the soul origin power of a gray crane is not enough at all. Crack! In a trance, Luo Yan seemed to hear a series of tragic screams. It was the gray crane, shouting hysterically. But if you listen carefully, this movement disappears quietly. It seems that using the original soul power to stimulate the vitality of King Feng's demon body is a very painful thing. Somehow, hearing this tragic roar, at this moment, Luo Yan actually has a desire to stop. Deep runes danced in his eyes, and then turned into a round magic coin. At a glance, you can see a lot of invisible gray air gathering towards Luo Yan's body. However, these gray air are very weak and invisible to the naked eye. What is this? It unexpectedly surged towards me without knowing it. Luo Yan frowned and stopped the action in his hand. He directly made a hexagram for himself, and then a third eye appeared between his eyebrows. This is the eye of hexagram, just a form, not a magical eye. If Luo Yan wants, this vertical eye can appear in any form and anywhere on his body. For example, an extra hand, an extra mouth, etc. Under the gaze of the eye of hexagram, Luo Yan found that the gray key did not seem to have independent consciousness, and it was very much like a negative energy. But it could not be directly expelled. Luo Yan glanced at himself again and found that there was not too much gray key lingering around, more like a blank. Although he didn't know what that gray key was, it didn't prevent Luo Yan from making a choice. He hesitated for a while, but still detained the soul of the gray crane. Then he took another demon crane and repeated the previous action. This time, there was still a small part of the gray key entangled with Luo Yan. He sensed it for a long time, constantly divining for himself, and finally said uncertainly, Karma? Bad luck? Ominous air. In order to verify what he thought in his heart, Luo Yan simply let the runes devour the soul of this demon crane, and then completely transformed it into the physical activity of King Fin. This time, he harvested more than several times the gray key as before. However, this gray air appeared insignificant on Luo Yan's body, and the moment it approached, it automatically merged into his body. It was as if it had never appeared. If Luo Yan's current state was not very special, it would be basically impossible to find the source of this gray air. What on earth is this? Luo Yan was puzzled, with doubts in his eyes. Chapter 509, The Existence in the Dark, the soul calming and mind concentrating spell. The mind of Luo Yan, the old man from the Blood River sect, moved, and the entire tower of true cultivation became like an invisible object, and was seen by his hexagram eye. 100 turns in an instant. A light glance was like the divine light of heaven and earth, penetrating from top to bottom. All the members of the Illuminati who stayed in the Tower of True Cultivation were seen through at a glance. Under the sweep of this divine light, Luo Yan found that these believers seemed to have a small amount of gray air condensed on their bodies. It was just not easily noticed. Could it be that every living being carries this gray mist, but it is not known to ordinary people? The only thing I dare to be sure of now is that these gray airs are not good things, Luo Yan said to himself. The guess in his heart became clearer and clearer. Before he came into contact with cultivation, he always heard the elders of the older generation say that the way of heaven is cyclical, cause and effect, and what kind of cause you sow will result in what kind of result. When Luo Yan embarked on the road of cultivation, he would only treat it as a joke. He would not believe it at all. After all, practitioners are going against the will of heaven, and whose hands will not be stained with some killing? Therefore, Luo Yan did not believe in the term of heaven's retribution. But the current situation, is this the causal line deduced from the heavenly secret deduction method? Luo Yan thought to himself. The higher his cultivation level, the more secret methods and magical powers he mastered, and his temperament became more cautious. Because the real world seems to be far from that simple. Through this heavenly secret deduction method, what he saw made Luo Yan begin to reflect on himself. Obviously, although the effect of these gray gases is unknown, once the opponent is killed, these gray gases will be transferred to his body. For this result, it would be fine if he didn't know it. Now that he has seen it with his own eyes, Luo Yan will naturally not act rashly again. These monsters with spiritual intelligence may not be killed directly and let them lose their lives. Seeing the gray gas in front of him, Luo Yan had to think more. Before he came into contact with the 6 phases of heavenly secret method, he didn't believe in fate very much. But after practicing this magnificent and mysterious secret method, Luo Yan's original firm belief has the idea of subverting. Destiny has always been a matter of belief. Now that Luo Yan has embarked on such a path, he can no longer be as reckless as before. Otherwise, one day, the backlash of fate will find him. Thinking of this, Luo Yan began to show mercy to those monsters, although he still repeated the previous actions and used their original soul power to awaken the physical activity of King Fang and Mingyu. But at least he would not kill those monsters directly. Instead, he would choose to spare their lives. This seems to confirm the law of the operation of heaven and earth. There is always a ray of hope. The consumption of original soul power is actually equivalent to permanent soul trauma. Generally, it is difficult to have a chance to heal. But for these gray birds and rat monsters that have given birth to spiritual intelligence, being able to save a life is already a blessing in disguise. Under Luo Yan's deliberate operation, these monster birds and rat monsters were all beaten into the bodies of King Fang and Mingyu in batches. The originally cold, stiff, and lifeless monster body was awakened again under the nourishment of a large amount of original soul power. Soul calming spell, pardon. Finally, after several hours of continuous chanting, Luo Yan made hand gestures and shouted softly. Instantly, the Yinhan banner burst out with boundless yin qi, and the souls of King Fang and Mingyu also escaped. In the air, there were many complex and mysterious symbols, lingering around their bodies, flowing with a magical power. Under Luo Yan's drive, these symbols suddenly glowed, as if the innate divine fire was burning fiercely. With a hum, these blazing nothingness flames constructed a path of light with spiritual light, pulling the souls of King Fang and Mingyu into their respective bodies. Through the awakened special activity, they once again merged with their former bodies. It didn't take long before there was movement. Perhaps it was because Mingyu's realm cultivation was at the 2nd level, which was higher than King Feng's. Therefore, Mingyu woke up first. He stood up unsteadily, and his figure seemed a little unstable. But after getting used to it for a long time, he finally stood up, and a shocking joy surged in his heart. This meant that he was alive again. Not long after, King Feng also woke up slowly, and uttered a cheerful cry, "Li!" Although she didn't say it clearly, she was also suppressed by the gloomy environment in the Yunnan banner. Fortunately, everything is now free. At the same time, with a pop, 2 storage bags flew towards King Feng and Mingyu. "This is your previous mustard bag, and now it has returned to its original owner." Luo Yan looked at the happy faces of the 2 little guys, and there was a trace of smile in his eyebrows. At this time, he was like a head of the family, very kind and friendly. King Feng and Mingyu did not hesitate, each used their magic power to open the storage bag, and then took out the transformation pill and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, 2 handsome children with short dreadlocks appeared. "Thank you, Master." King Feng and Mingyu came over respectfully and shouted happily. "Your souls and bodies have been separated for more than 10 years, and their coordination is far worse than before. So, you 2 need to practice hard in the future, so that you can gradually neutralize this sense of disharmony." Luo Yan stared at the 2 beautiful girls in front of him, looked at them carefully, and then gave them instructions. In his perception, the spirits of the 2 little guys still seemed a little weak. The bodies even revealed a serious sense of disharmony. If you are not careful, it is easy to be entangled by unclean things. "Come forward." After thinking for a moment, Luo Yan said, "Yes, Master." King Feng and Mingyu looked at each other, and then slowly walked up to them. This is a scripture called Soul Calming Mantra, which should help you speed up the fusion of your soul and demon body. You need to recite it once in the morning and evening, and don't neglect it. If you can persist for a long time, it will be of great benefit to you to improve your current state of body and soul. Don't neglect your practice. Luo Yan closed his eyes, and the 2 scriptures were condensed in the form of runes. Then this large piece of scripture motto gathered together to form 2 groups of innate cloud patterns. The cloud patterns were gray and misty, with a special Taoist charm, and they went directly into the eyebrows of King Feng and Mingyu. Mingyu rubbed his swollen forehead, and his expression seemed a little confused, because these scriptures were too obscure for him. He couldn't understand them at all. Fortunately, Luo Yan didn't need them to understand, they just needed to recite along with the Taoist sound. This scripture of soul calming mantra is related to your future, so you must not be lazy. Seeing Mingyu's distracted look, Luo Yan's face suddenly darkened, and then he said seriously. He knew this little guy's character very well. If he didn't emphasize it, he might not be able to endure the hardship of cultivation over time and become less active. "King Feng, you are the elder sister, so keep an eye on your younger brother in the future." "Yes, Master." King Feng nodded obediently. "In addition, these monsters and birds paid a great price to awaken your flesh. How to deal with them is entirely up to you." Luo Yan pointed to the gray cranes and rat monsters lying on the ground not far away. They had lost most of their souls and had fallen into deep coma, just like a demon corpse. But they still had a breath left. King Feng and Mingyu were silent. They also had some guesses about what their master had done to help them reshape their bodies. Because their bodies were still filled with many chaotic auras. They were all of their kind, so how could King Feng and Mingyu not sense them? After all, monsters are very sensitive to auras. There are very powerful sea spirits outside this island. You'd better stay on the island on weekdays. Otherwise, if you cause any big trouble, even I, the master, may not be able to solve it. When saying this, Luo Yan deliberately glanced at Mingyu, making her subconsciously lower her head. In fact, the reason why Luo Yan released King Feng and Mingyu after such a long time was because he had not thought about how to arrange these 2 little guys before. First of all, it is not allowed to foster any spirit beasts within the 5 Elements sect. As for the outside world, Luo Yan had just come to the true spirit realm and his foundation was unstable, so he could not find a place for them to stay. So, this matter was delayed. And it was delayed for more than 10 years. Now, with the stability of the Baybird Island and the establishment of the true cultivation tower, it gave Luo Yan the opportunity to release them. Otherwise, this opportunity may continue to be delayed. Thinking of the faith of the members of the Illuminati, Luo Yan also engraved a sun seal condensed with the power of faith in the middle of King Feng and Mingyu's eyebrows. With this seal, As long as they are within the scope of the Baybird Island, any threat to the two little guys will be sensed by him at the first time. Although it will continue to consume the power of faith, what Luo Yan lacks the least at this time is the power of faith. After explaining this, Luo Yan closed his eyes and continued to improve the basic data of 6 phases of heavenly secrets. Seeing this, King Feng and Mingayu carefully moved their fellow tribesmen away from the Tower of True Cultivation. Finally, after some discussion, the two little guys settled this group of rat monsters and crane-like birds directly at one end of the Baybird Island. Although they are also monsters, they are naturally gentle and don't like killing. So, this is the best way they can think of to rescue these fellow tribesmen. King Feng and Mingayu had been with Luo Yan since a long time ago, so they naturally knew how to repay those who had done them a favor. Therefore, they were very attentive when taking care of these people. After all, from the root, they were able to be awakened by this group of people. In the border of the human race, the Blood River sect. In an underground blood peak, a burly man appeared. "Old ghost, how are you?" Opposite him was an old man wearing a black robe, with wrinkles all over his face, and a short and skinny figure. "Oh, fellow Taoist Yan from the 5 Elements sect, I wonder why you called me." A hoarse and unpleasant voice appeared. The burly man opposite heard it and directly stated his purpose. "Old ghost, I came to you this time to ask you to help me curse a few people." The skinny old man opposite heard it, his eyes instantly condensed, and a light rose in his turbid eyes. Hearing that there was a business coming, his tone was mixed with some liveliness. "You can curse people, but if I want you to do it, you naturally know the price." The burly man's face did not change, and he said in a buzzing voice, "It should be so. This is their image, the junior with breath record, there is only this one. The other 3, I need you to help me find them." In the air, an illusory image appeared. 4 young disciples of the 5 Elements sect appeared on an island. Outside was all blue and deep sea, and the waves were surging. Judging from its appearance, it was the 9 Immortals Island. The skinny old man raised his eyes, and countless blood-colored cloud patterns burst out in his eyes. In a trance, he saw countless wisps of air, and following these air, he had some vague senses. "Are these people the juniors of your 5 Elements sect?" "Fellow Taoist Yan, as a senior elder, you are not afraid of the punishment of your righteous sect rules for doing such a thing." It only took a moment for the skinny old man to deduce the cause and effect behind this matter. So he laughed and joked. But his laughter was very creepy, like the roar of an old ghost, very scary. The two of them met during an expedition to the outer space, and naturally understood each other's identities. "Punish? Humph. I didn't do it myself because of the face of the sect. But those little ghosts dared to break into my island and kill my bloodline. I can't rest until I avenge them." The burly man's face was ugly. His expression was very angry, and he looked like a blood feud. In a short moment, there were sadness, anger, hatred and many other emotions. At this moment, the elder of the 5 Elements sect seemed very crazy. "Okay, fellow Taoist Yan, you and I have known each other for many years, who doesn't know each other? There is no need to act in front of me." The skinny old man directly exposed the other party's performance. Facing a group of juniors, there is still a monstrous hatred, and he is fooling ghosts here? If you don't tell the truth, then ask someone else for help. I don't want to get involved in your own internal affairs of the 5 Elements sect. The skinny old man sneered, his eyes gloomy and cold, and mercilessly exposed the burly man's poor performance. As the old man's momentum changed, the underground blood river also changed abruptly. Countless lonely ghosts roared out, poked their heads out of the blood river, and looked towards the mountain. At this moment, the color of the underground space changed instantly, as if the stars had moved. There were souls everywhere, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and the shrill and miserable roars continued. At this moment, it seemed as if I had come to the legendary 9-Nether Purgatory. Chapter 510, The 1,000-year-old tortoise shell is broken, and crisis is imminent. Dixu watches the sudden change in the surrounding scenery, with many ghosts and a very terrifying appearance, but the burly man seems to be unconcerned. He didn't take these lonely ghosts to heart at all. As for the old ghost opposite, he just made a simple deduction and exposed his words. The burly man was not surprised by this. After all, he was a person who followed the path of heavenly calculation and could see the root of everything from those complicated cause and effect lines. This is not surprising. After a moment of silence, the burly man still answered truthfully, "It is true that there is a big hatred between this seat and those juniors. My only offspring has not been favored by the seat since he was a child because he has no qualifications for cultivation. Originally, I wanted him to live his life in peace, but I never thought that he would step into the devil's way by mistake and devour the essence of living beings, so he was targeted by those juniors and then killed. But no matter what, it is my offspring who suffered this catastrophe. As his father, it is only natural for me to avenge him. The burly man opened his mouth and told about the hatred. He knew very well that the old man on the other side was not just listening to the story. He wanted to trace the cause and effect and then offer a suitable price. After all, there was a big difference between dealing with an ordinary disciple of the Five Elements sect and a disciple with a strong background. The rewards were naturally not to be confused. A few years ago, this seat secretly cursed one of the juniors, but until now, he is still alive and kicking. As for the other juniors, they all seem to be quite capable. Not only are they protected by the elders in the sect, but they also carry treasures that can shield the secrets of heaven. With my weak practice in divination, I can't forcefully deduce their inspiration. In addition, due to the restrictions of the sect rules, this seat can't openly deal with them personally. So, I came to you, the burly man explained, his voice a little buzzing, and the anger on his face faded. There was not much change in his emotions. It seemed that this moment was his most real psychological reflection. There was no such thing as sadness or anger, those were all superficial. They are all old foxes who have experienced the vicissitudes of life. It would be ridiculous if they were controlled by these basic emotions. Old ghost, I have only one condition. That is to let them all die to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. The burly man's eyes were cold, like the vertical pupils of a snake, without any emotion. The skinny old man opposite raised his eyebrows and did not choose to answer. Instead, he pointed at the void from a distance, and hundreds of black souls appeared on the blood river. Their faces were dull and their expressions were blank, but their aura was very powerful. They seemed to be ghost kings. At this moment, they were all arranged in a row in the formation of these Haitian stars, and burst out with fierce dark light. These black ghosts flew up and down in a specific order, stacked layer by layer, and formed a formation while a mysterious power permeated them. Not long after, a huge and majestic phantom appeared in the star formation above the blood river. The phantom was indescribable, exuding the aura of the Tao. He could see through the world at a glance. The eyes of the skinny old man overlapped into a phantom, turned into a bit of true knowledge, fell on the phantom, crossed the layers of space, and saw the cause and effect line behind the four young men. Countless complicated lines intertwined together, and finally stretched into the distance. You so-called righteous sects are all a bunch of hypocrites who want to save face. It was obviously your offspring who slaughtered the monks first, but because of your tyranny, no one dared to resist. I never thought that I would meet a few stupid guys who didn't give you, the elder, face at all. Hearing this, the burly man's face instantly sank. Why didn't he realize before that this old guy's mouth was so broken? As if he had sensed the dissatisfaction of this acquaintance, and thinking of the reward that was about to be received, the skinny old man continued, even if there is a sect to endorse it, it is not a reason for those little guys to dare to ignore you. You can't do it yourself because of the sect's rules to kill your relatives, but you have to trouble me, an old man. I'm sure you must be very angry, right? At this moment, the skinny old man's words seemed a bit mercenary. After all, the burly man was the employer, and he was a professional in this kind of curse-killing business. When he could get enough rewards, it would be stupid to offend the employer too much. It was nothing more than cursing a few young people, so what was the difficulty? If it were in my Blood River demon sect, those brats would have been thrown into the oil pan and fried to death if they dared to offend their elders. The skinny old man smiled coldly and shook his head slightly. This was why he looked down on those righteous sects that were just helping the weak to uphold justice under the pretext of high-sounding names. It was too hypocritical. People in the righteous sects can control the life and death of others at will, attack the monks from the outside world at will, and regard them as the source of sin and evil. But outsiders dare not retaliate. Even if they are from the same sect, they cannot kill them on the spot after forming a life and death feud. What is the meaning of such sect rules? Just like now, although the burly man did not take action himself, he still asked me for help to curse and kill the four juniors. Ignore the sect rules. This shows that the sect rules of loving each other are all lies. Anyone with a quick mind can basically deduce the whole story after finding out that his disciples have died for no reason. It would be a huge joke if fellow disciples killed each other. If it were in their demon sect, there wouldn't be so many twists and turns. If you want to kill someone, just kill him directly as long as you can beat him. Why do you need to borrow someone else's hand and use the power of curse to kill? If there is a grudge, there is a grudge. There is no overnight grudge at all. Where does all the nonsense come from? A group of little guys who have just entered the sect not long ago dared to ignore the senior elders. This is simply tired of living. If it were him, those little guys dared to provoke him, and I'm afraid there would be no blood and flesh left at this moment, and skinning and cramping would be the least of it. Old ghost, stop talking nonsense. It's not your turn to say anything about my 5 Elements sect. Your Blood River Demon sect is so good, why was it driven to the border of the human race? Did you have anyone you can trust along the way? The burly man sneered. Although he was looking for someone to do something, he didn't show any mercy to the other party. Because he was going to pay him, and it was not a personal favor, so he naturally wouldn't tolerate the other party's nonsense. After all, the burly man had lived in the 5 Elements sect for more than 1,000 years and had long regarded the sect as his home. Although his home was shabby, it was still his home, and he didn't allow outsiders to interfere. Moreover, with the way the Blood River Demon sect was doing things, thousands of miles of desolation, tens of thousands of miles of uninhabited, and the territory was full of ghosts, without a single living creature. They also had to guard against attacks from their teachers, fellow disciples, and outsiders who defended the Dao. There was no one to confide in, no one to discuss the Dao with. For such a practice, it would be better to become a monk in a temple and then believe in Buddha. Staying in such a sect, not going astray, is considered strong-willed. Over time, the mind will inevitably be distorted. HMPH. The skinny old man glanced at the burly man indifferently, and did not argue with him. Instead, he prepared to attack. He recited an unknown scripture, and the huge phantom jumped out of the sea of blood and roamed in the long river of time. It seemed that there was a mysterious existence, using these strands of causal lines to follow all the way, and finally locked his sight on the 4 young faces. Following the causal lines, he escaped into nothingness and found the true bodies of those young monks. Those eyes, like the eyes of heavenly punishment, were without any emotion, strange, powerful, terrifying, indifferent, and contemptuous of everything. Even though there were countless layers of space between them, they could not resist the gaze of the other party. Instantly, a repressive aura stood above the heaven and earth. With a clang, the huge phantom's eyes burst out with invisible gray light, following the causal line, passing through multiple spaces, and then photographed through the air. At the same time, the Taoist in green who was meditating and practicing in the 5 Elements sect suddenly opened his eyes. Luo Yan's mind felt a palpitation, as if there was some unknown existence, secretly spying on him. But after a careful examination, he found nothing. Luo Yan frowned, and he chose to believe in his telepathy. There must be something bad about to happen, so he would have a sense. Otherwise, his mind would never have such a warning. It seems that trouble is coming, Luo Yan whispered, his eyes narrowed slightly. If there is really danger, it is not difficult to guess. Since coming to the upper realm, he has basically never had any grudges with anyone, and the 9 Immortal Island mission was the only one. Luo Yan directly took out a tortoise shell from his storage bag. It was covered with old marks and faintly exuded a majestic pressure. This was a 1,000-year-old spirit tortoise shell, with a grade as high as the peak of the 4th level. It was the most suitable for divination. It was not that Luo Yan could not get a higher quality spirit tortoise shell, but it would be useless even if he got it. Because with Luo Yan's current realm, his fortune, his hexagram, and the 4th level tortoise shell, he could already fully carry it. 6-phase divination, evolution of the secrets of heaven, open. Luo Yan shouted softly, mobilizing all his fortunes. His face was very serious. Suddenly, the back of this 1,000-year-old spirit tortoise shell burst into colorful light. There were sparks on it, forming a series of vicissitudes of life runes. The runes glowed, the colors were overflowing, and a picture of an endless sea of blood was slowly condensing. Humph! Don't overestimate your own abilities. Just as Luo Yan was exerting all his strength and preparing to pursue the source of the peeping, a sudden explosion came from the void. With a sound of snap, the 1,000-year-old tortoise shell instantly cracked and shattered all over the ground. At the same time, a wisp of gray air spread along the void, mixed with mysterious power, invisible and intangible, extremely strange. Buzz! As if it had detected the curse energy brought by this wisp of gray light, The Thunder Emperor Ancient View, which was originally dormant in Luo Yan's brow, instantly shone brightly, and the aura of the mysterious way gushed out, protecting him. The curse power in the void was strong, and suddenly bursts of blood and tears fell, causing the sky to cry, which was very evil. Even facing those gray light curses, blood and tears invasion, the tall and majestic phantom stared, and the Thunder Emperor Ancient View still firmly protected Luo Yan. Get rid of all evil. With a majesty of blood and tears, there were even strands of innate thunder that manifested, turning into a thunder curtain wall to prevent the spread of that filth. Huh? The tall and majestic figure standing in the endless galaxy raised his eyes, with a terrifying breath, trying to see through the thunder sky curtain. Find out the root cause of his curse being blocked. Unfortunately, that kind of peeping was blocked by the thunder power in the sky. The thunder domain is boundless, bursting across the world, very gorgeous. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple was surrounded by divine power and shone brilliantly. The spiritual treasure of the town. A whisper sounded. The huge phantom stood in the blood sea and river, looking for a long time. In the end, he still retracted his sight. Green lamp, golden armor, ancient temple. If I forcefully break these 3 spiritual treasures, I'm afraid I will consume a lot of destiny power. The price I set before is still too low. This deal is a loss, not worth it. No, I still have to ask that guy for a new price. Then the tall figure disappeared. Puff. The gray light dissipated, and the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple was restrained, but Luo Yan himself instantly spit out a mouthful of blood in the silent confrontation. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and his face became very ugly. Even though the opponent was separated by countless layers of space and had the Thunder Emperor Taoist Temple to protect him, he was slightly injured by just a wisp of curse power. This was the first time that Luo Yan was traumatized without seeing the real master. This way of injury is simply unbelievable. If it weren't for the protection of the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple, he would have been in real danger. The supreme power mastered by the senior cultivator is simply terrifying. All along, Luo Yan has never had an intuitive understanding of high-level cultivators. But through this simple contact, he deeply understood a truth, that a great cultivator cannot be insulted. If the quality of the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple was a little lower and could not automatically protect the master, even Luo Yan himself would probably find it hard to imagine what kind of tragedy would happen just now. Being cursed to death by someone across layers of space, he could only surrender without any ability to fight back. Although the power of the curse will have a period of fermentation and will not die immediately, there is still a possibility of salvation. But Luo Yan doesn't want to try the taste of being cursed. Magic Dao Master. Luo Yan bit his lips tightly, his face uncertain. For a moment, he actually had a strong sense of crisis. Even with the help of the 1,000-year-old tortoise shell, I still can't deduce my own destiny. It seems that this time, there is really a big trouble. Luo Yan clenched his fists and thought about a solution. Chapter 511, Price Increase, Power Does Not Come Out of Nothing, Starcore. Suddenly, an unknown and powerful existence attacked him, and it was through the means of curse. This made Luo Yan think of the previous events. Obviously, this was the person that the island owner of Juxin Island asked to attack. The person who attacked just now must have been at least above the refining void realm, otherwise he would not have attracted so many strange phenomena in the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple. This was an amazing scene that had never appeared before. The gap between Luo Yan and the other party was too big, and he couldn't even see the man's face clearly. Fortunately, this ancient temple has a great origin and boundless power, which blocked this curse. Although he escaped this attack, Luo Yan knew very well that if such a curse came twice more, even the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple would probably find it difficult to protect him. Because the Taoist temple at this time was just an empty shell, without the control of the spirit, it could only passively protect itself. The act of protecting the master was just a subconscious action. Once the power of its origin is consumed too much, the Thunder Emperor Ancient Temple is likely to be completely silent. Fall into dormant state until the charging is completed. At that time, Luo Yan might be in real danger. No, I have to find a way to get rid of it. Luo Yan's face was ugly, and his thoughts were flying in his mind, thinking about various solutions. This crisis must be solved safely, otherwise he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Because the other party is obviously coming for his life. This is ready to take his life. I never thought that the owner of Juxin Island would not move, but would use the most fierce killing move right away. Luo Yan believed that at this time, the other 3 fellow disciples might have encountered the same experience. I really miscalculated this time. He was secretly angry, and a little blamed himself for not being careful enough. In order to covet the essence of the 5 elements, he deliberately forgot the risks involved. Obviously, he thought of the possible consequences of carrying out his task. But because he trusted the sect's rules too much, this crisis occurred. Do you want to go to the sect for help? There are not many ways to solve this crisis safely in front of Luo Yan. Thinking about it carefully, there are only a few that are acceptable. Either he sold himself to a certain elder. Then, with the support of the elder, when facing this kind of curse, someone would naturally help him deal with it. Or he would spend a huge price to ask the elders who are good at this to help him lift the curse. But the price of asking that kind of elder to help would be too high for Luo Yan to bear. He couldn't afford it at all. Moreover, Luo Yan was still a little unwilling in his heart. He wanted to be a member of the Xianji Palace, not a pawn under a certain elder. Therefore, he had to find a way to get through this level by himself. Otherwise, once he joined the army of a certain elder, Luo Yan would never have the possibility of joining the Xianji Palace again. At first, he chose to carry out the mission of Jiuxin Island, not to join the Xianji Palace and become one of the people in power. At that time, Luo Yan didn't know anything about the Xianji Palace. He just wanted to get more essence of the 5 elements and refine it in his body. Later, when Luo Yan learned from senior brother Mu Qiu about the special nature of the special mission, it was too late for him to regret it even if he wanted to. Because the mission had been submitted and completed, he and the island owner of Jiuxin Island had formed an irreconcilable hatred. Since he had already offended him, he might as well go all the way. As long as the elder could not attack him openly due to the rules of the sect, Luo Yan wanted to try and rely on his own strength to survive this disaster safely. Of course, he was not a pedantic person. If he was really invincible, had no solution, and was entangled by a terrifying curse, he would naturally find a way to ask the elders in the sect for help. After all, Luo Yan's body had always stayed in the sect, and he was protected by the Thunder Emperor Ancient View. It would be far from easy for the island owner of Jiuxin Island to deal with him. Among the 12 forces in the 5 Elements sect, the Xianji Palace was the most mysterious and unpredictable, and it was necessary to test the character, cultivation realm, background strength, position, overall view, mind, etc. of each member. Therefore, this also leads to an unusually small number of people in this hall. This is why those special tasks exist. By performing these tasks, the top leaders of the sect can see clearly how each disciple will respond when encountering those who violate the sect rules. Those who fish in troubled waters and do not want to offend others will never pass. This clear expression of position is also a reference for the selection of members of the Xianji Hall. Among the 12 forces of the 5 Elements view, the Xianji Hall is the only department that strongly abides by the sect rules. When encountering difficulties, you basically need to carry it and get through it by yourself. Only in this way can you be independent. Once you choose this kind of special task, it means that you want to become a member of the Xianji Hall. Pressure from the internal elders will be commonplace. After all, it is normal for members of the Xianji Hall to offend people. Otherwise, members of the Xianji Hall would not have such great power in the 5 Elements sect, without having to guard a region, nor go to the outside world to fight, and can also command other fellows. Even for cultivation resources, they have absolute priority supply. Less trouble, but also unlimited scenery. It is precisely because of this harsh selection method that the number of members of the Xianji Hall in the 5 Elements sect is extremely rare. But fortunately, each of them, taken out alone, is a powerful existence that can stand on its own. Whether it is conspiracy, calculation, or human nature, human heart, they are all well versed in this. For example, this time, if the great monk of the refining void realm has a crisis, if he has a deep background, he can naturally get through it easily. If he is strong, he can also end the 9 Immortal Island mission in another way, that is, to forcibly leave the human face Naga. From this line of thought, the current situation is entirely caused by Luo Yan and his own choices. What kind of cause they planted and what kind of path they chose will produce what kind of result. This is fate. Now that the crisis has come, Luo Yan is alone again, so he can only rely on himself. On the other side, when the skinny old man's consciousness returned to the Blood Peak, the many ghosts on the Blood River gradually became silent. Fellow Taoist Yan, The identities of your juniors all seem extraordinary. 3 of them have spiritual treasures to protect them. If that's the case, the price I just gave may not be appropriate. The skinny old man smiled coldly, and the sea of blood behind him was full of hostility, looking like a raging purgatory. The power of spiritual treasures is very strong, but also very rare. Even many great cultivators in the refining void realm cannot guarantee that they own a spiritual treasure. This is mainly because the refining of spiritual treasures requires the application of the laws of the great Tao and the birth of the self-consciousness of the spirit of the instrument. The former is not difficult. A cultivator in the God transformation stage can inject his own power of law into those rare refining materials. Through continuous nourishment, those spiritual materials can carry their own power of law. For example, a piece of iron wood, under the blessing of the power of law, will become an iron wood that releases flames. This is a qualitative change. But it is extremely difficult for the spirit of the instrument to give birth to its own spiritual consciousness. This is like the birth of another kind of life, making the magic weapon a living being that can practice. How can such a stunning creation be seen often? If the spirit of the magic weapon can also refine it by injecting the soul of a spirit into it in this way, then the spirit weapon is completely different. This is something on another level. The spirit of the weapon needs to comprehend the power of the law and become an independent individual. At this time, the spirit weapon even has its own thoughts and can do what it likes based on its preferences. It is like in the Kangwu world, the ancient mirror of the 5 elements temple has already produced a spiritual wisdom that is not completely inferior to that of humans, and its preferences are entirely based on itself. With self-awareness, a very hard shell, and the power of the law, such an existence is no different from a great monk. It is all right to say that he is another person. So, it seems that it is just a curse to kill a few juniors, but when they have a protective spirit treasure, it completely changes its nature. Fortunately, among the 4 juniors, a young man in white clothes failed to withstand his curse. I believe that it will not take long to make him fall. This also gave the skinny old man the confidence to negotiate the price. Fellow Taoist Yan, people of our realm understand the true power of a spiritual treasure. If the price is still the same as before, it is really not a good deal for me to use my own curse power to forcibly suppress the 3 juniors who have spiritual treasures to protect them. The withered and sallow face of the skinny old man was now full of shrewdness. If it were an ordinary junior, he would have cursed them to death with the power of curse. Just like the boy in white, who was entangled by his blood resentment power, he would be lost in 7 days at most. But these juniors are different. They have spiritual weapons to protect them. If they want to curse them, they must first break the power of the laws of the spiritual treasure. This is no less than fighting 3 great monks in the God transformation stage or the ruins realm at the same time. 3 spiritual treasures. The burly man heard the old ghost opposite him answer, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. No wonder those juniors from the sect were so bold and dared to challenge his authority. It turned out that they had treasures to protect them. But they were just 3 artifacts. How could they be turned over by people like them? Name your price. Although the power of the spiritual treasure is still strong, the spiritual treasures of different qualities have different powers of laws. As long as it is not a spiritual treasure that has mastered those special laws, I think the old ghost should still have a way, right? The burly man was silent for a long time, and after a long time, he slowly spoke. No wonder before, he, a dignified cultivator in the void refining stage, couldn't even capture the aura of several juniors. He could only deduce the aura of one person. I thought it was the elders and their family who took action and deliberately obscured the secrets of heaven, but I never thought that the root cause was here. Since fellow Taoist Yan is a wise man, then I will be more straightforward. A star core. The skinny old man showed his yellow teeth and laughed. As soon as the price was mentioned, the burly man opposite frowned and looked very ugly. Old ghost, are you too greedy? You just cursed a few juniors in the giant realm, but you want to take a star core from me. Do you think I'm a sucker? Star cores belong to the category of rare objects in the world. If calculated by the degree of preciousness, they are at least 3 levels higher than the essence of the 5 elements. They are very precious and rare, and few people can possess them. Only those life planets that have given birth to living beings can have treasures such as star cores. But planets with living beings are almost all complete small worlds, and basically they will be regarded as the back garden of their own forces. They are used to comprehend the origin laws, cultivate disciples, or plant spiritual plants, etc., Few people will do things that kill the chicken to get the eggs. Therefore, most of the star cores come from those life planets that have been destroyed or half destroyed. Therefore, the number of such rare objects in the world is extremely rare. The value is amazing. Fellow Taoist Yan, what do you think of my blood river? Facing the burly man's ridicule, the skinny old man did not get angry, and suddenly spoke. The blood sea behind him gurgled and flowed, as if it came from the underworld and flowed into the nine netherworld. The blood was so majestic that it almost distorted the void. The blood is surging, and the power of the foul evil is majestic. Although our cultivation systems are different, I have to say that your blood sea is by no means ordinary. If you practice the secret art of the blood path, it is indeed a holy place. The burly man glanced at the blood evil energy underground, looked at it carefully, and then answered truthfully. People who can practice to their level naturally have extraordinary knowledge and can see through the essence of the world at a glance. Fellow Taoist Yan really has a good eye. The skinny old man laughed, and his withered and sallow face also revealed a hint of ferocious tenderness. Although it was terrifying, it revealed a sense of peace and tranquility. It was very strange. You said, if I find the 5 elements of origin and add a star core to my sea of blood, what will it look like in the end? Speaking of this, the skinny old man's eyes were burning and his voice was hoarse. His body trembled slightly, obviously very excited. Because that was his lifelong wish. Your Excellency is really ambitious, and you actually want to evolve a small world. Your surging sea of blood, combined with the innate 5 elements as the foundation, and finally the star core to master the laws of the avenue in this way, it is really possible to create a bloody world. At that time, should I call you the ancestor of the sea of blood? The burly man only thought about it slightly, and then figured out the reason in between, and then showed a sneer. That's the star core. It's nothing more than helping to curse and kill a few juniors in the Jinden period, and this old thing dares to ask such a high price. Is he treating him as a sucker? Let alone cursing and killing a few juniors in the Jinden realm, even if he kills a great cultivator of the same realm, he will not give such a reward. Because he also needs to use this star core. Chapter 512 Death, Fear, Discussion Ahem, fellow Taoist Yan misunderstood. There is a reason why I dare to ask for such a high price. Those little brats have a spiritual treasure that can protect the religion. What exactly does this treasure mean? I think fellow Taoist Yan should know it better than me, right? The skinny old man explained that the Taoist temple he saw not only had the majestic power of thunder, but also the phantoms of many predecessors. Those phantoms seemed to contain some kind of pious belief. It was very special. It took years of tempering, countless people's offerings and trust to cast those phantoms. This is the spiritual treasure that can protect the religion. Therefore, the power of this spiritual treasure is still above that of the green lamp and the black gold armor, and it is the most powerful of the 3. If you want to break the protection of the spiritual treasure that can protect the religion, the curse power you need to consume is probably several times that of the other 2 spiritual treasures. It is not simple. The power of curse is a special power, equal to the power of destiny. It does not come out of thin air, but needs to be cultivated. Under normal circumstances, this kind of power cannot be obtained through conventional forms. For example, spiritual power can be obtained through the monk's meditation and breathing, but the power of curse is different. This requires cursing other creatures, and then collecting a trace of curse power depending on the degree of the curse on the other party. But this continuous process will be extremely uncertain. It may be a moment, or it may be a day, a year, or 10 years. Those who are good at heavenly secrets can also obtain a small amount of destiny power when changing the fate of others. This is similar to the practice of curse power, and the total amount of mysterious power that can be obtained is extremely small. After all, the price paid for cursing a mortal and cursing a monk of the same level is naturally not comparable. Moreover, the power of curse is not invincible. When it is used in the real world, there will be many variables, such as the protection of treasures, the obstruction of great monks, and the backlash of heaven and earth. In short, the art of curse is a strange and powerful art, but it also has great limitations. This is a very normal thing. After all, there is no perfect art in the world. People who practice the power of destiny can only live alone for their whole lives, and they cannot reveal the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, they will be backfired by fate. The same is true for practitioners who practice the power of curse. Although their power is infinite, they are still very limited. Therefore, the skinny old man asked for such a high price. because it is not easy to obtain the power of curse. Forcibly cursing 3 people with spiritual treasures, the power of curse he has accumulated over the years will probably be completely consumed. By then, it is estimated that it will take hundreds of years to accumulate it. Based on this situation, the price will naturally be higher. The star core is too expensive. I have been wandering in the star sea for more than 300 years, and it was by chance that I found such a core. I can't trade it. Old ghost, I'm sorry that I can't agree to your request. Change it to another one. The burly man refused on the spot. The star core was a rare thing in the world that he had finally found, and it would be very useful if he kept it. How could he be willing to waste it on a few juniors in the Jinden stage? Isn't this the typical loss-making business? The burly man naturally couldn't agree to this request. In addition, he suspected that the old ghost did it on purpose, perhaps through some secret means, and then detected that he had a star core, so he came specifically for it. Fellow Taoist Yan, are you really not going to consider it again? The skinny old man advised. Old ghost, if it was another treasure, I could still grit my teeth and trade it with you. But the star core is not okay, it is related to my future practice, and I can't afford to lose it. The burly man shook his head, his tone was very decisive. Between a few junior cultivators and the future path, he undoubtedly chose the latter. Although the former made him feel disgusted, as long as he was willing to spend time and effort, there would always be a chance to avenge his son's murder in the future. But the star core was different. The number of this kind of wonder in the world was extremely rare, and he only found one by chance. Naturally, he was unwilling to take it out for trading. Okay then. Seeing this, the skinny old man stopped forcing it. Then, he quoted a few more prices, but the burly man was not satisfied. Because that guy was sure that the other party was just a few young cultivators at the Jinden level, the transaction price would naturally not be too high. The psychological expectation of the price has never been very high. And the skinny old man, because of the protective magic treasure, treated several Jinden stage cultivators as great cultivators in the Liangsu realm. He directly increased the originally agreed price by dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. It was difficult for the two to reach a consensus. In the end, the deal was still unpleasant and was not reached. Although I feel sorry for this transaction, I still captured the aura of the 3 juniors. I'll leave these to fellow Taoist Yan first, I hope it will be helpful for your next move. The skinny old man probed the void and caught 3 strands of aura, like 3 strands of divine fire burning and jumping. This was as a sincerity for the previous transaction. Originally, he was going to curse 4 people, but now he had only completed a quarter of it, and the other party had paid in advance. Naturally, he had to give something in return. But that was all. Although he had only cursed one of them, the skinny old man would not return the things he had taken. The aura of the other 3 was his response. The skinny old man was naturally very aware of the preciousness of the star core, and knew that the other party would not agree. But the power of the curse was hard to come by, and it was used to deal with 3 spiritual treasures, that is, 3 practitioners who were not much different from them. The cost of consumption was too high, and this was undoubtedly a losing deal. Therefore, this result was just right at the moment. One of the juniors was cursed, and his soul would be completely lost in the next few days, and he would die peacefully. The aura of the other 3 kids was also captured by the skinny old man, and the rest would be left to him to solve. Their aura. The burly man hummed softly, which was considered to be an approval of the deal. Although he only cursed 1 person, with the life of others, this trip would not be in vain. Because the burly man himself realized that if what the old ghost said was true, the 3 juniors might really be very extraordinary. Everything in the world has its reason for existence. If you want to curse someone out of thin air, it is not as simple as opening your mouth and letting them die. Although he is not very good at deducing the secrets of heaven, he still understands a little bit of the operating principle of the way of deducing the secrets of heaven. Knowing anything requires a certain price to get a satisfactory result. Those who spire on fate cannot reveal their fate to others, otherwise they will be backfired by fate. Similarly, the power of curse may be the same. Want to use the power of curse as a trick to curse them out of thin air. The price is not ordinary, and he is unwilling to pay such a price. It is really not worth it. The burly man reached out and touched the 3 misty auras. Instantly, the appearance of a fat man and 2 young people appeared in his mind. It's good to have the energy of those youngsters, so I can find them. Since it's impossible to complete it secretly, then find a way to kill them directly. I believe that as long as they walk out of the Five-Finger Mountain, they will definitely not escape my surveillance. Finally, the burly man reluctantly accepted the deal. Knowing the energy of those youngsters, his trip would not be in vain. Since it is difficult to kill out of thin air, he will use his own method. As long as those guys are not inside the sect, he will always find opportunities for them. Fellow Taoist Yan is really straightforward. For the sake of this deal, I will remind you again. The ancient temple carried by the young man in green among the three is not only a spiritual treasure for the sect, but also contains the phantoms of the beliefs of many predecessors. As far as I know, it is probably difficult to do this in the current Kangwu world. Only in those small worlds will the habit of retaining the phantoms of the beliefs of predecessors be preserved. So, the young man in green of fellow Taoist Yan is most likely from a lower world, carrying part of the luck of that small world. If you set up a trap to deal with him, you still need to use all your strength to fight a rabbit. The skinny old man reminded. As someone who often deals with mysterious forces, he is naturally familiar with luck. This kind of person is born with great luck. When encountering a crisis, he can often turn danger into safety. He is very difficult to deal with. So it is difficult to kill this kind of person easily. Hearing this news, the burly man subconsciously took a look at the young man in blue, and then nodded his head slightly. He naturally knew the power of luck. People who are favored by this mysterious power can often escape danger when they are chased. When they go to the outside world to explore, they can always be very lucky and gain many treasures that ordinary people rarely see. Born to be favored by heaven and earth, he can be called a bastard. A young man favored by luck. Humph. The burly man's eyes were gloomy and his face was indifferent. Since the curse method is not advisable, then try my method. No matter who you are, since you dare to disrespect your teacher and kill my bloodline, you have to bear my wrath. The burly man's incarnation dissipated, and in the blink of an eye he left this sea of blood. Inside the Five Elements sect. Yin. There was a sound from Luo Yan's personal token, and someone was sending a message. His spiritual consciousness sank into it, and then came to the virtual space constructed by the Five Elements mountain token. As soon as he entered here, he found a familiar slightly fat figure. Brother Luo, are you okay? Su Ming asked, with a trace of concern in his eyes. After all, they were from the same sect and had carried out the mission together, so naturally he didn't want the other party to be in trouble. Luo Yan shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He just glanced at it briefly and guessed the intention of Su Ming's message to him. So he stood aside quietly. Not long after, the virtual space rippled, and another young man in black and gold armor came. The three looked at each other, and there was a trace of tacit understanding flowing in their hearts, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. This means that they have all survived the disaster just now. But time passed slowly, and the figure of the last person never appeared. Their faces also became heavy. It seems that guy can't come. The slightly fat young man Su Ming said. The young man surnamed Wu and Luo Yan on the side understood what he meant, and their faces became a little gloomy. As long as the identity token is not lost, with a thought, he can enter this space and join them. Now that the person has not come yet, it means that the other party is very likely to have met with an accident. Either he has died quietly, or he is seriously injured and dying. Otherwise, this situation will never happen. Luo Yan and others have spiritual treasures on their bodies, so they can escape this curse. But the other companion had already encountered a crisis last time, and the power of the curse this time was even stronger, and even they almost couldn't stop it. So the fate of that companion is probably really bad. Damn it! How dare he? This is harming the lives of fellow disciples. The young man surnamed Wu, wearing black gold armor, shouted, his words full of anger. A great cultivator in the refining void realm actually used the power of the curse, such a despicable means to curse and kill them. This is simply disregarding the rules of the sect. Sect rules? Ha! Su Ming sneered, and a dangerous aura was overflowing on his slightly fat cheeks. The strange behavior of the green lamp just now, and the movement when it protected itself, even attracted the questioning of the elders in the family. After asking about the cause and effect, Su Ming was confined by the elders and asked not to leave the sect for 100 years. Confined for 100 years. From birth to now, Su Ming is only in his early 40s, and now he has to be bound in this ghost place for 100 years. How could he not be shocked and angry? But the elder in the family sternly warned him that if he wanted to die, he could just go out. It was just a spiritual treasure. If it was really a great cultivator in the refining period, It was not completely impossible to break it. That's why Su Ming was confined by the elders in the family. Once he left the sect, he would definitely be robbed. Because they and the owner of Jiuxin Island had a grudge of killing his son. Such hatred has almost no room for resolution. The only thing to do is to rely on their own strength so that the other party can't find a flaw in the attack. This is also a backlash against the consequences of Su Ming and his team's mission on Jiuxin Island. All the tasks in the General Affairs Hall were issued by the people in the Heavenly Secret Hall after they had deduced the secrets of heaven. Now that we are in big trouble, won't they come out to take care of it? We are disciples of the Five Elements sect after all. Is the sect just going to watch us get into trouble? Su Ming was indignant. In his opinion, this task was to help the sect maintain order within the territory, which could be said to be fair and just. But now he was cursed by the elders of the sect, so what was the meaning of this task? Su Ming didn't understand and couldn't figure out the reason. He even felt a little aggrieved and complained. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 The Meaning of the Mission, Confrontation, and Determination. This Jiuxin Island mission was originally issued by the General Affairs Hall. After they accepted and completed the mission, they encountered life threats, but the sect just ignored it. Moreover, the one who troubled them was a senior elder in the sect. The strength of both sides was not at the same level at all, which was a typical case of the big bullying the small. Otherwise, Su Ming would not be so angry. What else do you want? This task is hanging there, and we are not forced to accept it. Since you accept it, you have to bear the cause and effect involved. Isn't it fair? At this time, the young man surnamed Wu had a different point of view. Perhaps because of his personality, he didn't like to complain about the world. Since things have been done, what is there to regret? After all, when they were carrying out the mission of Jiuxin Island, they had discovered this problem. The young man with snake-patterned black spots who practiced magic and devoured the blood of other cultivators had an elder in the refining void stage standing behind him. Before that, they had discussed their opinions many times whether to give up. At that time, they had a chance to get out of it. Now that they are being retaliated by others, they think about regretting it. There is no such beautiful thing in the world. Su Ming was extremely angry, his eyes wide open, looking at the opposite side in great anger. He knew that what the young man surnamed Wu said was true, but what he didn't expect was that the elder in the refining void realm really dared to kill him. He didn't care about the friendship of fellow disciples at all. Besides, they killed that man in accordance with a task issued by the General Affairs Hall, and they could only be regarded as a group of accomplices at most. There was no need to fight to the death, right? Why would an elder in the refining void realm fight with them here, with an attitude of not giving up? This was beyond the limit of what they could handle. Brother Su, Brother Wu is actually right. After all, this mission is our own fault. We killed the only son of that elder, and it is reasonable for him to choose to retaliate. Perhaps because the pressure brought by an elder in the refining void realm was too great, so that the mentality of the two of them was a little unstable, Luo Yan had to speak to it. As early as when he was in the lower realm, Luo Yan was a member of the law enforcement hall and understood this truth. The higher the level of cultivation, the less willing they are to be bound by rules. They are used to doing whatever they want. The sect rules are dead and there, how many people can really abide by them? This special task is a screening mechanism, through which the mind and ability of the disciples can be tested. The capable ones come to the fore, while the mediocre ones cannot recognize themselves, dare to offend the elders in the sect, cannot put themselves in the right position, and claim to be the righteous party. Such a stubborn person would not feel sorry to die. After all, what the Five Elements sect lacks the least is disciples. At the same time, they can also give an explanation to the natives of Jiuxin Island. After all, the disciples of the immortal sect have indeed come here many times, which is an indisputable fact. When someone disappeared for no reason, the disciples of the immortal sect sent people to investigate many times, and even blocked the city to find the murderer behind the scenes. Regardless of whether the problem is solved or not, at least the attitude is there. Therefore, internally, the sect has a zero-tolerance attitude towards those who regard the sect rules as nothing. The purpose of issuing the task in the General Affairs Hall was to solve this problem with the help of the disciples. After all, this was someone openly violating the sect rules, and the sect would naturally not turn a blind eye to the outside world, so many five-element sect disciples were sent out, and anyone on the Jiuxin Island would remember this incident. Although the so-called immortal sect of the five-element sect was high above, it was also very concerned about them. Both internally and externally, no matter which aspect, there was an explanation. This is the style of the sect's handling of things. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes and let out a faint sigh. At this moment, Luo Yan finally reacted. Everything that happened during this period was like two sides of a chessboard playing against each other. The disciples who carried out the task successfully completed the task, expelled the evil demons, maintained the sect rules and order, and restored peace to the cultivators on the island. This is a matter of right and wrong. If the snake pattern black spot who relied on devouring other people's essence and blood and then practicing magic was safe, even the immortal sect disciples would not be able to do anything to him. There are deep-seated reasons involved, which are nothing more than the concern for the majesty of the island master of Jiuxin Island. The sect can use him to identify the character of the disciples. Will they be afraid of power? This kind of disciple who is not afraid of things and can solve problems will naturally be useful to him as long as he grows up. If the disciples have an average background, average strength, and average character, this incident can also teach them a truth. When the strength is not strong enough, don't force yourself to stand out, and don't be the first bird to stand out, otherwise you will get yourself involved. It will play a role in sharpening your character. But no matter which outcome, it is a good thing for the sect. It has both sides of things. It can establish a clear banner of the immortal sect to be powerful and suppress evil, and it can urge the disciples to recognize the reality, break their arrogance, and transform as soon as possible. It seems to be a very simple task, but it actually contains deep meaning. After all, although the five-element sect is a righteous sect, all the practice still depends on the cultivators themselves. The choices made by the disciples themselves and the consequences they produce should be borne by themselves. This is the way the five-element sect cultivates its disciples. Only when the arrogance in your heart is broken and bloodied by a stronger person or a crisis encountered in the real world, will you understand the value of respecting the strong. With a sect, you can practice with peace of mind. Without the support of the sect, all the things you are proud of are false. To Taoist brothers, if there is nothing serious, don't leave the sect in the near future. My elders once said that in the eyes of the owner of the Nine Immortals Island, we are not even an ant. If the other party insists on taking revenge on us, I'm afraid it will be a very easy thing. After a long silence, when the depressed emotions had almost dissipated, Su Ming whispered. Being hated by an elder in the refining void realm, he really couldn't sleep or eat. At least, this is the attitude he currently shows. After all, in the last meeting, the gentle young man had mentioned to them that they should choose one of the elders to join. Then, they would borrow the elder's hands to block this disaster. If this is true, and the gentle young man himself is still cursed to death, it would be really terrible. This means that if an ordinary person comes forward, the island owner of Jiuxin Island may not really buy it. Moreover, for a junior in the Jinden stage, he will confront an elder in the Liangsu realm. I am afraid that everyone knows how to choose such a problem. This time, Luo Yan and others are really in big trouble. After a short meeting, the vigilance of the three of them has reached the peak. This is a struggle that will kill them if they are not careful, and they cannot be careless. Even Su Ming himself has made preparations to stay under the eyes of the elders for a long time. A few days later, a message flew into Luo Yan's identity token. His mind sank, and after hearing the news, his mind sank suddenly. Is that guy really dead? Luo Yan whispered, with murderous intent. A few days ago, after the three of them had a meeting, Luo Yan told the young man who looked gentle but actually had a face full of arrogance. The final hexagram was that there was no feedback, and there was no such person. At that time, he had this guess in his mind. Now, the news has confirmed this. One of the companions who had carried out the mission of Jiuxin Island with them died just like that. It's simply horrifying. This is killing a fellow disciple. When the hexagram was confirmed, at this moment, Luo Yan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It seems that this is a fight to the death, and there is no room for easing. In the past few days, Luo Yan had thought deeply many times, thinking that if he had stayed in the sect all the time and kept going out with his spirit puppet body, Maybe he could keep himself out of the matter, so that he would be like a person who had nothing to do, and would not be affected by such cause and effect. But now it seems that the revenge of the owner of Juxin Island is much more fierce than imagined. They were directly aiming for their lives. Facing such an existence, it was basically impossible to ease the relationship between them. After all, he was a senior elder in the void refining realm, who used his power to suppress others and his strength to subdue them. Luo Yan really had no way to deal with him. 0. Deduce. In my current state, if I can find enough essence of the 5 elements, I can ensure that my transformation is correct. How long will it take me to cultivate to the void refining realm? Luo Yan gently recalled in his mind, waiting for the chip's response. Establishing the task. Simulating and deducing. According to the conventional road calculation of the subject, it is necessary to master the 3 categories of Daozang, Lingzang and Shenzang while mastering the 5 secret methods. Start calculating based on the current state of the subject. To break through to the realm of refining the void, the 5 elements essence required for 1 secret method will exceed 100 million drops. The 5 elements essence smelted by practicing 5 secret methods together will exceed 500 million drops. Based on the subject's current transformation speed, the maximum limit simulation calculation is carried out. Under ideal conditions, it is estimated that it will take 251,733 days to break through to the refining void. Not long after, the simulation calculation results of the chip were released. From the Jinan stage to the refining void realm, under the premise of meeting the huge amount of 5 elements essence, even Luo Yan's main body will not stop for a moment, and no abnormal situation will occur during the period. But to break through to the refining void stage, at least it will take nearly 700 years. That is to say, if I want to confront the master of Juxin Island head-on, even if his cultivation level stagnates, I will need at least 700 years to be on the same level with him. 700 years. Luo Yan murmured, with a hint of determination in his eyes. In other words, even if he stays the same from now on, his body will not leave the 5 elements sect. He will need to be a turtle for at least 700 years. Moreover, this is not taking into account the cultivation level of the master of Juxin Island, who will not make any breakthroughs. If the master's cultivation level breaks through again, I am afraid that this time will be extended again. Judging from the cruelty shown by the master, there is no way he can give me 700 years to let me grow steadily. So, he will definitely come to me one day. You can hide for a while, but you can never hide forever. Luo Yan knew very well that if there was no great cultivator to protect him, just hiding in the sect would be fine for a short time. But over time, the master of Juxin Island would definitely find a flaw, thus forcing him to step out of the sect. It's a very simple point: invite someone who is good at calculating the secrets of heaven, and then deduce everything related to him. Even if Luo Yan goes out with a spirit puppet, he will be found by the cause and effect line in the dark. At that time, all his spirit puppets will be directly destroyed, which is equivalent to cutting off Luo Yan's arms. In less than 10 years, when the income is not enough to cover the expenditure, in order to cultivate resources, Luo Yan has to find another way. Become a trapped beast. Of course, unless Luo Yan finds a powerful backer and surrenders to him. But practicing is different from ordinary mortals. Borrowing the power of others to prevent disasters will only put oneself in prison. Because mortals are ignorant and can violate their promises at will without being affected by anything. But practitioners can't. The cause and effect line in the dark is a ruler that binds everyone's head. The more you borrow now, the more favors you will need to repay in the future. At that time, it is equivalent to completely trapping yourself in it and never being able to break free. After all, judging from the current situation, a senior elder in the refining void realm dared to curse and kill the disciples in the sect directly. This shows that in the other party's mind, the importance of the sect rules is lower than that of their own. At the same time, it also secretly shows that there are probably undercurrents in the 5 elements sect, and it is far from being as peaceful as imagined. That's right, practitioners are all human beings, not a group of innate sacred beings. Before abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the most common thing they do is internal fighting. So what if I am a cultivator in the refining void realm? I came here to achieve immortality. Things in this world can never be solved by force alone. Su Ming and the others are afraid of you, can't afford to provoke you, and avoid you. I'm not afraid. The cause and effect I have created should be resolved by me personally. Little do you know that although the power of ants is small, They can also move mountains and jump over the sea, achieving a feat that only Kunpeng can do. Luo Yan slowly stood up, walked out of the space mustard hut, came to the outside of the water walk peak, saw the blue sea and the red sky in the distance, and clenched his palms lightly. It was as if he was holding the sun in his palm. The setting sun was radiating with infinite divine light, just like a banished immortal bathing in the holy light, both detached from the world and out of touch with the world. Some things have to be faced after all. Avoiding them won't solve the problem, right? Luo Yan whispered, his eyes fleeting. Thanks to Dao Yi drunk for the monthly ticket, thanks for your likes, and I encourage you with this. Chapter 514, Immortal Spirit, Origin of the Elders Council. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the Five Elements sect is a holy place for cultivation, as high as in the clouds. In fact, the people here also have many thoughts of the human world. They also have 7 emotions and 6 desires, joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, happiness, anger, sorrow and joy. They are human beings, not innately sacred. Since they are all human beings, there are ways to deal with them. And to deal with people, in addition to suppressing them with absolute strength, you can also use their strength to fight against their strength. I have the protection of the Thunder Emperor Temple, and I have mastered the art of deducing the heavenly secrets. I can avoid general crises in advance. So, I still have time. So what if I am a senior monk? Do you know? There are many ways to kill people, and directly suppressing them with force is just the worst option. Luo Yan whispered, with calm and steady fluctuations in his eyes. When the crisis came, the first thought of the young man surnamed Wu and Su Ming was to make peace. After all, the elbow cannot twist the thigh. What's more, they are not arms, at most a weed on the side of the road. Just stomp your feet and they will be crushed to death. So Su Ming and others, after knowing the tough attitude of the owner of Juxin Island, their first reaction was to make peace. Hide in a corner, so that the other party can't find you. Maybe as time goes by, the other party will forget this grudge. Even the elders in their clan gave the same advice. Because in the eyes of those elders, it was the young people who made the mistake in handling this matter. In order to complete the mission of the sect, they slaughtered the other party's offspring regardless of the consequences. No one would be able to bear this. Fighting to the death is the most normal reaction. Since it was the trouble caused by the young people, the best way for the elders to protect them is to let them stay under their noses. Don't go out easily. Not giving the island master of Juxin Island a chance to take action is the most appropriate way to deal with it at present. After this period of time has passed, come to the door to make amends, apologize, and slow down your attitude. Basically, this grudge can be settled. After all, the island master of Juxin Island has also reached the last step of the middle 3 realms, and is only 1 step away from the venerable realm of the upper 3 realms. Naturally, no one of the elders from the same sect would want to fight to the death for such a small matter. But Luo Yan was different. His idea was very simple. If he escaped this calamity, what should he do if he encountered the same thing again in the future? Performing a special task, even if it was divided equally among 4 people, in less than 3 months, he could obtain several thousand drops of the essence of the 5 elements. If it was an ordinary first-level task, it would take more than half a year, and the task reward would only be a few hundred drops of the essence of the 5 elements. The difference between the two is 100 times. In the long run, it will become a world of difference. I want to obtain cultivation resources, but I dare not go out to look for opportunities, and I don't want to bear the karma after performing the task. If there is such a good thing, even if the 5 element sect is several times stronger, it will be difficult to support so many disciples. So when Luo Yan understood this, he made a decision in an instant. Mediocrity is not desirable. Those tedious tasks are a prerequisite for selecting disciples. With his current cultivation strength, without the luck of Yang Zhao, it would be a big joke to go out to look for opportunities. Even if there are more spirit puppets, they cannot withstand the loss. Going to the alien territory is no different from sending oneself to death. The probability of finding spiritual objects in heaven and earth is extremely low. Without sufficient cultivation resources, you cannot refine the essence of the 5 elements into your body, and you cannot enhance your strength. If you cannot have extraordinary strength, you cannot go out to look for opportunities. This forms a cycle. Have you ever seen the Jinden disciples of the 5 element sect fight against those Yuanying cultivators who have practiced for 200 or 300 years in the outside world? It is common to cross the level. It is really simple. From this, it can be seen that for the people of the Five Elements sect, refining the essence of the five elements is a very important thing when practicing the secret method. Therefore, there is only one way left for Luo Yan. That is to go all the way. In the inner sea of the Endless Sea, Kixing Island, a slightly fat young man was half-bowed respectfully at this time. Above him, a middle-aged man in black gorgeous clothes with a triangular eyebrow was sitting cross-legged. The middle-aged man's face was solemn, and the Dao rhythm of heaven and earth in front of him was like endless waves, which made people feel a chill. Minger, I heard from your parents that you got into trouble. Want to come to me to avoid the limelight? The triangular-eyed man smiled and said. It seemed like a joke, but there was a bit of intimacy in his words. Ancestor. Su Ming raised his head quickly. Facing this direct ancestor, he always couldn't help but get nervous. Because the gap between the two sides was too big, the essence of life had changed. The venerable level great cultivator of the upper three realms had almost completely shed his mortal body and embarked on the road to becoming an immortal. There was a sense of oppression from the soul and the essence of life. Minger dare not, there are some troubles, but I can still bear it. Su Ming answered truthfully. He didn't need to complain too much to this ancestor. With the character of the ancestor, he must have known the truth of the matter. There was no need to complain in front of blood relatives. Because they were relatives, they would lend a helping hand without saying anything. I already know the truth of the matter. He is just a junior in the middle third realm. I only need to pass on a word and he will not dare to target you again. The black-robed man spoke indifferently, his eyes as deep as the cold ice of the 9 netherworlds. He looked so casual, as if he did not take the master of Kixing Island seriously at all. Because he was a great cultivator in the upper third realm, he naturally would not take a fellow disciple in the refining period seriously. The gap between the upper third realm cultivators and the middle third realm cultivators was very large. It was like the master of Kixing Island putting pressure on Su Ming and others. In the eyes of the black-robed man, as long as he wanted, he could also deal with the junior in the middle third realm in this way. Once he showed up, the situation would be reversed in an instant. Thank you for your kindness, ancestor. Your grandson dare not use your name to do evil. After all, killing the cultivator who practiced magic and handing over the task was a decision made by your grandson after careful consideration. Su Ming lowered his head, his eyes were clear. At this moment, he was no longer as panicked as when he was talking with Luo Yan and others. He looked calm, as if he had become a completely different person. In terms of the root cause, they were the ones who took action first, so it was normal for them to retaliate. However, what Su Ming did not expect was that among the 4 of them, there would be such a simple person who dared to take on that special mission without the protection of spiritual treasures or the support of great monks. It is true that the bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Oh, Minger doesn't want to borrow the power of us old guys, so you want to join that force. The man in black robe stood up from the futon and walked over, with a scrutiny in his eyes. My grandson is not talented, but I want to give it a try. Su Ming's slightly chubby face was serious at this time. There was a great monk in the family who suppressed the family's destiny, which made Su Ming understand very early on what the difference was between the 12 forces in this ancient sect. To be precise, it was the difference between the Xianxi Hall and the other 11 forces. Just like the ancestor of the Su family in front of him, he belongs to the line of the Raven Great Venerable. While being responsible for several low-level planes, he also commands a large area of the Black Sea. The Black Sea is located in the north of the Endless Sea. It is one of the 7 marginal seas and guards the 4 inland seas. There is actually no distinction between the 7 marginal seas and the 4 inland seas. Both sides are equal. The Black Sea is also famous for its black ocean currents. In this area of water, there is a magical force field that makes the simple sea water feel heavy, like entering a quagmire. The sea creatures living in the sea area are rarer than those in other sea areas, but their strength is much stronger. Especially in terms of the law of water, the spirits in this sea area are far superior to the creatures in other sea areas. The power distribution within the 5 element sect is very even and fixed. Each Mahayana Venerable will guard a sea area and will also be assigned to several low-level planes. Whether to use the cultivators in these territories to launch foreign wars or to stay in place, it is up to the Mahayana Venerable and his forces to decide. The Black Sea area that the Raven Venerable is responsible for is adjacent to the outer sea and borders with foreign races in the sea. There are frequent fights and endless fighting. As long as the cultivators join this lineage, they must be prepared to fight with the Sea clan for a long time. Either kill more Sea clans in exchange for cultivation resources, or nail them to this sea area and cannot leave without reason. Because the Raven Venerable will subdivide the territory in the sea area, and divide it according to the strength of personal realm cultivation, and fix you in a certain sea area for you to guard. No one will care about how to develop and guard the sea area you are responsible for. You can even do it. People don't have to stay in that sea area. But once the area is occupied by the Sea clan, the sect will hold you accountable. The way to hold you accountable is very simple, that is, to give you some time to let you find a way to take back the lost territory. If you can't take it back, you must be prepared to devote your whole life to the sect. This is the mission of every disciple of the Five Elements sect. The comfortable life in the early stage of cultivation is just to protect these talented monks from too much external interference. Just like the Baybird Island, becoming an island owner is actually a good choice, but it is in the open sea. Once there is an invasion of the sea, that island will be the first line of invasion. At that time, the destruction of the Baybird Island will also be in an instant. Most of the sect disciples, as long as their cultivation realm reaches the nascent soul stage, cannot escape such a responsibility. This is like a rivet, nailing you there, and it will not be easily changed until you reach the upper three realms of cultivation. Although it is incredible, this is the reality. Su Ming doesn't want his future life to be dealing with the sea, birds, insects and fish all day long. He wants to take a different path. This kind of practice is challenging. Because of his high status, several elders in his family are from the Five Elements sect. If Su Ming follows the normal path, there will be no bottleneck in his life, at least before the spiritualization stage. But such a path is too boring, and he doesn't like it. The lineage of the Heavenly Secret Palace? It is indeed a good destination. But the assessment of that lineage is very difficult, and there is always a life and death crisis. Are you sure? The black-robed man's eyes gradually turned cold, and he reminded. As a senior member of the sect, he knows the power structure of the sect best. There is a reason why the Five Elements sect is divided into 12 forces. The 7 marginal seas are responsible for resisting the surrounding alien races. If the territory can be expanded on this basis, it is also a skill, but this area is the basic plate. There can be no concessions. The 4 inland seas are always ready to support the outer seas. The division of the sea area is not just a regional division, as simple as resisting foreign races. It also involves a deeper division of interests. The most important of these is the spirit of immortals. Wuxi Mountain is a semi-immortal weapon. One of the functions of an immortal weapon is to open a void channel, absorb immortal spirit energy from the earthly immortal world, and condense it into immortal crystal. Immortal crystal is a peak figure in the realm of Mahayana venerables. It is one of the prerequisites for transforming a mortal body into an immortal body before passing the thunder tribulation of the Tao. If it is an ordinary mortal body, it will almost turn into ashes in an instant under the 9-day thunder tribulation. Only the immortal body can barely resist it. Therefore, the immortal spirit energy has become the top priority. However, the immortal spirit energy swallowed and exhaled by Wuxi Mountain is limited, far from enough for so many Mahayana venerables in the sect to distribute. So there is a regional division of governance, and the 12 great venerables share half of the immortal spirit energy. The remaining share is assessed according to a series of methods, such as the area of the territory and the battle against foreign strongmen. Finally, it is distributed according to the degree of their respective merits. If there is no war, when foreign races invade, Wuxi Mountain will store the immortal spirit energy and release the exchange restrictions. For example, spiritual treasures, corpses of demon beasts containing the laws of the Great Dao, etc., can all be used to exchange for immortal crystals. The reason for this exchange rule is entirely because the immortal artifact Wuxian can be slowly upgraded by devouring practitioners of the upper 3 realms, as well as spiritual treasures and immortal treasures of the same quality. Those spiritual treasures and corpses of demon beasts often contain a certain type or several types of the Great Dao laws, which has a very clear guiding role in the immortal artifact's perfection of that law. If Wuxian can be transformed into a complete immortal artifact, then it will not only absorb enough immortal spirit energy from the earthly immortal world to supply the transformation of the Mahayana masters in the sect. At that time, this Wuxi Mountain can even take the entire sect's people away from the true spirit realm and go to the outer space to wander in the 10,000 realms. And use this to rob the heavens and the 10,000 realms, thereby strengthening itself. At that time, the Five Elements sect will embark on a road to conquer the 10,000 realms. Nourish a sect with the sentient beings of the 10,000 realms. It is conceivable that by that time, the Five Elements sect will be transformed into a very powerful appearance. Chapter 515 teaches that the gift from the elders is in the universe. In addition to the middle thousand planes like the true spirit realm, there are also many super powerful groups wandering around. Those sects have become a force in their own right, satisfying themselves by constantly plundering resources. This kind of force has a very typical characteristic, that is, they have mastered the art of sumaru mustard seeds, and can lead such a large sect to wander in the vast galaxy together. From a sect that practices steadily, it has transformed into a predator. In this way, it is not impossible to promote the Five Elements sect to become a truly great sect of immortals. This is why there are so many great masters who are unwilling to be ordinary and go to the outside world to make trouble. Because they are restless in their bones. In addition, a series of contribution point systems are involved. The spiritual treasures that have been robbed and the powerful creatures in the upper three realms that have been killed can all become nutrients for this immortal weapon. It can also be exchanged for immortal crystals at a certain ratio for one's own practice and transformation of the mortal body. This is also one of the most common ways for those super sects in the true spirit realm to obtain immortal spirits. My grandson has the Green Lantern to protect him. If he still cannot pass the test of the Heavenly Secret Hall, then it is my fate. Su Ming responded respectfully. He had already made up his mind and did not want to follow the path that his elders had taken before. The first step to jump out of this cage is to break away from the control of his elders and become a member of the Heavenly Secret Hall. This is the only feasible way. Su Ming's eyes were tenacious, and he seemed very calm at this moment, without any sign of retreat. The man in black robe stood in front of this junior, looked at him for a long time, and finally smiled. It is great that you have such ambition, but the assessment tasks in the Life and Death Hall are far beyond your imagination. I can't give you much advice, but there is one thing you need to remember: this is the most talented practitioner in his direct bloodline, even higher than his biological parents. He has been placed high hopes by many relatives since he was a child, and even entrusted to this ancestor. The man in black robe is naturally curious about the emergence of such a good seedling among the descendants. After he simply looked at this junior, he found that he was indeed a talented person. So the black-robed man took time out to train and guide the slightly fat young man in front of him. If this little guy can practice to the upper three realms, he may become a great help to him in the future. Because in the Five Elements sect, in order to compete for the spirit of immortals, those real big figures have long been impatient. If it weren't for this time, the Xianxi Hall gave a warning, and a racial war would break out soon. I'm afraid that many great masters would take the initiative to start external wars. The more dead creatures, the more spiritual treasures and corpses they can collect. Even if the external war fails, it is only one of the 11 forces, which will not affect the foundation of the Five Elements sect at all. So war is inevitable anyway. If there is no foreign enemy invasion, the top leaders of the Five Elements sect will also find a way to fight it out by themselves. Because when there are so many high-level practitioners in the sect, those people will naturally promote the war in order to reach a higher realm. After all, the vested interests in the Five Elements sect have long been occupied by those senior practitioners. If the latecomers want to stand out and practice to a higher realm, there are only 3 ways to go. One is to fight from the hands of the old generation of strong men in the sect, the second is to start a war to rob, and the third is to go to the outer space to find opportunities. The first situation is unrealistic most of the time, because the sect will not allow the monks in the sect to kill each other for the sake of stability. Don't look at Luo Yan and his group, who were cursed by the elder this time. But if it were another situation, there would be no causal relationship between the two groups. At the moment when the owner of the 9 Immortals Island cast the spell, he would be discovered by the immortal spirits of the Five Elements Mountain and given a serious warning. This is an immortal weapon, and its power is beyond everyone's imagination. As long as the disciples who stay in the Five Elements Mountain are harmed by external damage, the immortal spirits can trace it back to the source. Trace it back to the source. And freely decide whether to expel it. This is why many great cultivators in the upper 3 realms will not leave the 5 mountains even though they know that the 5 Fingers Mountain will monitor their every move. Because compared with the advantages of the 5 Finger Mountain, this little bit of personal privacy is nothing. After all, The spirit of the immortal weapon is more like a rule, a constraint, rather than a real living being. It is based on this situation that the disciples in the Five Elements sect, although they have frictions, will not break out into large-scale conflicts even if there is a life and death battle. As for wandering outside, going to the outer space and alien territories to look for opportunities, it has a very strong instability. It may take hundreds of years in the outside world, and still nothing will be gained. Not only is time wasted, but also practice is delayed. Therefore, in the true spirit realm, every once in a while, there will be a tragic war between races and struggles within the race. Because resources are limited, but there are more and more living beings that can practice. War is the best way to consume these living beings. Please warn the ancestor. Su Ming bowed his head again. The Heavenly Secret Hall is the absolute leader of our Five Elements sect, no one else. If you want to join this department, it won't work if you just use force. When you encounter something, use your brain more and learn to use force to defeat force. If we talk about personal strength, the people here may not be the strongest. But when it comes to conspiracy, deducing the secrets of heaven, and playing with people's hearts, they are definitely unique. The status of the Heavenly Secret Hall is transcendent, and it was not like this at the beginning, but this group of people established their absolute leadership through internal struggles. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were only 9 Mahayana masters in the Five Elements sect, and the territory was divided into 9 parts. At that time, there was a freak who was good at scheming and believed that slaughtering foreign races and robbing other people's treasures was far less fast than internal slaughter. In addition, some old guys like to take advantage of their age. Not only are they greedy for life and afraid of death, but they also like to suppress the younger generation in the sect. So that guy designed a series of fuses, fanning the flames, framing, and secretly slaughtering. In short, a series of dirty tricks were used, and dozens of monks in the upper 3 realms were killed or injured. As a result, the Five Elements sect was seriously injured for a while. And that freak, in this melee, made a fortune from the war, stole treasures from fellow disciples, robbed the corpses of fellow disciples, and used all the shameful means to harvest countless resources. In the end, he himself became the 10th Mahayana Venerable. Later, someone followed suit and made the territory of the Five Elements sect a mess, guarding against each other, fighting, and robbing. In that era, the Five Elements sect was no different from the demon sect. They all put self-interest first. Later, a Mahayana Venerable couldn't stand it anymore, thinking that this move would definitely affect the future of the Five Elements sect, so he proposed restrictions on internal wars, and a series of reform measures to try to make the new Venerable get the treatment they deserve. But there needs to be a department to monitor everyone, otherwise there will be many unfair things. That was the predecessor of the establishment of the Shyangji Hall. I already know your performance in that mission. If you evaluate it according to the standards of the Shyangji Hall, you may not even reach the passing line. This shows that with your current temperament, you are actually not suitable for that path. The man in black robe gave an explanation and pointed out. Although the current Shyangji Hall has turned its spearhead to the outside world, those who can join that department are all well versed in planning. The reason why this department is strong is not because of themselves, but the way that group of people handle things. It is easy to make some people who have no scheming feel chilled, and those who have a little scheming will sigh that they are not as good as them. So the man in black robe would hit this junior without hesitation. In his eyes, with the temperament of this junior, it is still far from enough. Grandson knows that he is dull, but he still wants to give it a try. Although being scrutinized by the ancestor, Su Ming still did not get discouraged, and there was a trace of honest persistence in his face. He wanted to join this department mainly because the people of Shyangji Hall were the only department with more freedom and not too many restrictions. Even if he had a woman traveled in the galaxy for 1,000 years, the sect would not interfere too much. Compared with other people from the Five Elements sect, he had less fixed responsibilities and more freedom. Under the same strength realm, he could even order his fellow disciples to help him do things. And this is the life that all practitioners yearn for. While enjoying the admiration of countless people, he was not too restricted, had no shortage of cultivation resources, and had a high status. Even if you have to pay your life for this, are you willing? The black-robed man stared at him, and the majestic diorama on his body overflowed, which brought great pressure to Su Ming. The reason why Shyangji Hall is called Shyangji Hall is because the test of this department, in addition to the mind, also requires a deduction to get started. because only in this way can they make many arrangements to anticipate the enemy and prevent it before it happens. This is a necessary secret skill. If you can't learn the Xianji deduction method, it is almost impossible to pass the final test. The basic hexagram calculation is not difficult, but how to observe the fortune and identify the cause and effect line is difficult. This is already considered to be stepping into the category of the law of destiny. So just this point alone is difficult for 99% of people. This kind of mysterious thing, in the eyes of those who know it, is like knowing autumn by looking at fallen leaves, and determining the fate of the world at a glance. If you don't understand, it's just a rotten leaf, which doesn't represent anything. But most people in this world can only see the pile of fallen leaves, not the arrival of autumn. Grandson will die. Su Ming gritted his teeth and still stood there stubbornly. Only by entering the Xianji Palace can he be free from any constraints and do what he wants to do. He has a long-cherished wish, that is, he hopes that one day he can launch a foreign war organized by himself, recruit a group of fellow strongmen, and then go to the hinterland of the alien race to rob and rob. Although the risk is high, the harvest must be gratifying. Only such things are in line with his noble status. Su Ming has long been tired of such a life just doing tasks and practicing in the territory of the Five Elements sect. But before that, he still needs to join the Heavenly Secret Hall. Without this identity, how could he organize dozens or even hundreds of strong men to follow him to the heartland of the alien race to make a fortune? Since you insist on doing so, then I will fulfill your wish. This is my personal token. You can use it to find the immortals and then transfer all the tasks that have occurred in the sea area in the past 100 years. Watching those task processes and report results, and understanding the true meaning in between, may allow you to take your mind to a higher level. Remember, all task reference standards are based on the completion of the task. The people in the Heavenly Secret Hall, to some extent, are a group of crazy people who do not care about any means to achieve their goals. The black-robed man threw a token to Su Ming, which exuded a dazzling gilded color. This is the highest authority token for the Five Elements sect, except for the Heavenly Secret Hall, which can have many conveniences. For example, in the sea area he is responsible for, as long as someone has come to perform a task, he has the right to view the image of the photo stone handed in when completing the task. With the help of the images of others completing the task, the man in black robe can reflect and summarize, and then improve his character. The character of the mind seems mysterious, such as being smart and calculating, and so on. In fact, by observing a large number of cases, one can ensure the bottom line of one's mind. For example, if one is used to the intrigues and deceptions among the monks, when encountering familiar pictures and scenes, one will naturally be more vigilant. After all, people's hearts are separated by their stomachs, and the most difficult thing in the world is the complex human heart that is difficult to guess. Grandson, thank you, ancestor. Su Ming was grateful. It's good to be under house arrest. During this time, you can stay here with me to practice and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. The war is about to start. The more strength you have, the greater the guarantee for your future. The man in black robe saw his junior accept the token, and then pointed out something. Judging from the current situation, this 100-year house arrest order is still necessary. It just so happens that he has some free time during this period, so he can teach this talented junior more. It is rare that all the 11 forces in the sect have begun to prepare for war. This means that the next enemy will be stronger than expected. At that time, even the Mahayana Venerable will be at risk of falling, not to mention other cultivators. By then, it will be another long-lasting and bloody fight. The more strength you have, the safer the future will be. Yes, grandson, obey the law. Hearing the news that the war was about to break out, Su Ming's pupils shrank, and then he quickly lowered his head. No wonder his parents asked him to be confined for 100 years, it turned out to be for this reason. Compared with this, the threat from the owner of the 9 Immortals Island is second. This is the advantage of the second generation of Immortals. He knew a lot of inside information as early as the first time. He even began to prepare for it. Chapter 516, Beat the Younger and Come the Older, Xian Bank, Longsu Island. During this period of time, you should stay here and practice well. If you have any doubts about your practice, you can come to Guanhei Pavilion to find me. The black-robed man glanced at the younger generation in front of him. This little guy has amazing talent for cultivation and is very smart. He has been loved by the elders in the clan since he was a child. But this little guy has not experienced much, so he often seems too simple in terms of human relationships. Although such a character can make him an outstanding genius, if there is no elder in the clan to protect him, he is likely to suffer a great loss in the future. Not to mention joining the Xianji Palace, it is a place where monsters gather, and ordinary people can't stay there for a long time. As an elder, the black-robed man can only guide this younger generation carefully for a period of time. Huh? A little cultivator in the refining void realm dares to curse my bloodline. Since you ignore the rules of the sect and openly bully the weak, then I will do it too. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in between. If it was just a fight between the younger generation, he would not say anything. But an elder in the refining void realm naturally ended up and cast a curse to deal with the younger generation with his bloodline. This is a typical case of not even caring about one's face. The black-robed man naturally couldn't remain indifferent and watch his junior being bullied. Since the other party was the first to disregard the sect's rules, don't blame him for being cruel. At most, they can just argue with each other. Why Yano? Master, the old slave is here. A light shout, accompanied by a low response. In the void outside, a human face slowly condensed. The human face has a shape but no appearance. The face cannot be seen clearly, and there is no body shape, only a face. But it has a special Taoist charm. Pass my decree to that guy and let him restrain himself. This matter will stop here. In addition, doesn't he like to play with curses? He only uses some insidious means that are not worthy of being on the table. Use your own blood body to perform the art of sacrifice and give that junior a blood curse of metatarsal bones. Let him also taste the taste of being entangled by the blood soul. The black-robed man snorted coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. The atmosphere in the void also solidified. In fact, at their level of cultivation, it is basically difficult to use the power of curse to kill a high-level cultivator out of thin air. Because the secret arts of curses are insidious and treacherous, and it is easy for people to defend themselves. But since it is transformed by energy, there must be a corresponding solution. Therefore, although the power of curse is difficult to deal with, it rarely kills people directly. In most cases, it is still reflected in negative states. For example, when practicing, being entangled by the outer demons, it is impossible to enter a state of meditation for a long time. Another example is that within a certain period of time, the fortune falls to the bottom, bad luck is entangled, nothing can be done well, and the cave is destroyed for no reason. This is the conventional use of the power of curse. If it is used to curse others, it is naturally difficult for low-level disciples who are very different from the realm of the person who casts the spell to resist. But that's all. As long as the cultivation of those little guys reaches the state of transformation, most of the curse techniques will not be able to kill them. Yes, Master. The illusory face echoed softly, and then disappeared in an instant. In fact, in the Five Elements sect, it is not allowed for high-level cultivators to fight and kill each other. Especially for the upper three realms like the black-robed man, it is even more so. It is even strictly forbidden to manifest magical powers and Taoism within the territory. After all, the cultivators of the upper three realms have already touched the edge of the Tao. With a thought, they can turn the rivers and seas upside down. This is a piece of cake. If this great power is not restricted, I am afraid that the creatures in the entire endless sea will fall into a situation where everyone is in danger. Therefore, the black-robed man only sent a servant to warn the island owner this time. It's like saying, I'll teach you a lesson this time. If you dare to break the rules again and shamelessly go down in person, then I won't care about bullying the weak. You are not afraid of the sect's punishment, and I am not afraid either. The worst case is that we will hurt each other. This is the importance of family inheritance. The grievances between the younger generations should be resolved by the younger generations. But since the other party was the first to be shameless, then the black-robed man, as Su Ming's elder, naturally had to come forward to get back the place. At that time, even if the sect held him accountable, he would have reasons to deal with it. This is why the black-robed man protects his calf. He can accept the mediocrity of his descendants in the next generation, or even sacrifice his life. But the premise is that this is a competition among peers. There is nothing to complain about if you are not as good as others. In addition, the black-robed man's cultivation has reached this level, and the family affection in his heart has long been diluted a lot. On weekdays, he also looks like he doesn't care about any family affairs. But if there is a shameless old guy who comes down in person, then he will come out to ask for an explanation. Shuxing Mountain, in the Mustard Space Hut. When his former companions were cursed to death, there was only one way left for Luo Yan. Revenge. Since the hatred cannot be eliminated, the person who caused the hatred will be eliminated. This is Luo Yan's most intuitive idea. Escape is never a long-term solution. But before that, Luo Yan needs to accumulate 500 regular tasks and upgrade his token level to the 7-color purple jade level. At this level, he is eligible to accept the assessment of the Xianji Hall and become one of them. Only by becoming a member of the Xianji Hall can Luo Yan obtain more internal information and have the opportunity to use the power of others. Otherwise, with the information channels he has now, he can't implement his ideas at all. Revenge is out of the question. Luo Yan's mind wandered in the space of the General Affairs Hall, constantly browsing the tasks on it. His eyes still passed over the rows of numerous but relatively stable regular tasks, such as hunting monsters, exorcising evil spirits, suppressing ghosts, finding spiritual objects, etc. For most disciples of the Five Elements sect, although this level of tasks will be accompanied by certain dangers, in general, it is still within a controllable range. Even if the task fails, as long as you are not stubborn and know how to escape, there will basically be no safety problems. But such a task is not Luo Yan's choice. Compared with regular tasks, the number of special tasks is much less. Of course, the degree of danger also rises sharply. After a careful screening, Luo Yan finally found a few tasks that suited his taste. Black Sea, Xian Coast. This is a continuous island rich in yuan-si ore crystals, with a total of 17 Xian Islands. The Xian Islands will supply ore crystals to the sect once every 10 years, but in the past 100 years, the amount of yuan-si ore supplied to the sect has been decreasing year by year. After many inspections, the total reserves of the yuan-si ore veins have not changed, and there are no signs of sea creatures on all sides. It is suspected that someone is stealing from the guards. Task requirements: please find out the reason and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Note, if necessary, you can apply to wake up the law enforcement guards on the island for cooperation. Task reward: 14,000 drops of 5 elements essence, the cumulative number of 10 regular tasks. The law enforcement guards are both real people and puppets. They are usually stationed on the left and right of the teleportation array. On weekdays, they appear in the form of a statue. Standing on both sides of the teleportation array, they look like weathered stone statues. Their duty is to guard the teleportation array to prevent it from being damaged. As long as it is in the Endless Sea, there are basically law enforcement guards on the islands where the 5 Element sect members serve as the island owners. There are also law enforcement guards on the Baybird Island where Luo Yan himself is. But in most cases, the law enforcement guards will not leave the range of the teleportation array. The law enforcement guards have 2 forms. One is the puppet mode, which will screen everyone who approaches the teleportation array. This is also the posture in most cases. They almost don't care about anything that happens on the island. Even if there is an invasion by foreign enemies, as long as they don't attack the teleportation array, they will not take action. The strength of the law enforcement guards is generally around the 5th level, which is not a big problem to suppress ordinary intrusions. The second form of the law enforcement guards is the consciousness of high-level cultivators. This is very similar to Luo Yan's spirit puppet body mode. In the body of the law enforcement guard, a very special innate cloud pattern is drawn. Through these cloud patterns, the high-level cultivators in the sect can descend on the body of this puppet. At that time, the strength of the law enforcement guards will undergo earth-shaking changes. But it is difficult for high-level cultivators to descend. Even if many islands are invaded by the Sea Tribe and destroyed, no high-level cultivators will descend. The reason is because of the geographical location of the island, the output value, and whether the island owner can afford it. The reward for the high-level cultivators. After all, the time of high-level cultivators is very precious. It is natural to charge a fee. So for ordinary islands, there will naturally be no high-level cultivators. But this time is an exception. Just from the 17 islands connected to the Xian coast, it is enough to see the importance of the yuan-si ore vein. This is a 4th-level refining spiritual material. Even many spiritual treasures will use it as an auxiliary material at the beginning of refining. Because this yuan-si ore crystal can release a magical power, thereby offsetting a certain single attribute of the 5 elements. For example, Magic weapons such as flames, after adding this yuanzi or crystal, can have the power to restrain the fire attribute magic secrets. Of course, the specific power is still determined by the magic prohibition and core spiritual materials of the treasure. The yuanzi or crystal is more like a kind of incidental effect of restraining the power of the law. Although it has its limits in restraining the laws of the avenue, it is also a rare and precious spiritual ore. However, this spiritual ore has some problems now. The law enforcement guards that can be applied for this task are only the first form of puppet mode. This is mainly considered to be a little supplement given by the cultivation strength of the recipient. After all, there are 17 island masters in the Zion Islands, that is, more than a dozen disciples of the Five Elements sect. The huge group of cultivators derived from this is simply as numerous as cattle hair. Even some cultivators in the god transformation stage are mixed in it. So this task is very special and suitable for those disciples with careful minds to accept it. Otherwise, it is normal to be unable to move forward when surrounded by so many fellow disciples. Longsu Island, border of the Wongsing Sea. Because it is adjacent to the open sea, the sea creatures here appear frequently. 3 years ago, a large-scale riot broke out among the sea creatures in this area, which lasted for a day and a night. It is rumored that the mermaids, one of the upper true spirits, are besieging and killing some terrifying creatures. Their voices are like a long abyss, and their hisses are like crying. Task requirements: find out the truth about the mermaids hunting and hand it over to the owner of Longsu Island. Task reward: 46,000 drops of the essence of the five elements, the cumulative number of 30 regular tasks. Note, there is no limit to the number of people who can accept it, and a single person can also investigate. Luo Yan looked at this task for a long time, as if he was weighing something. In the end, he still focused on the words that appeared at the end of the task instructions. Its voice is like a long abyss, and its hisses are like crying. If Luo Yan remembered correctly, this description sound seemed to be the roar of the 9 infant dragon clan. And it was used to describe the young dragon. If it is an adult 9 infants, a slight shout would probably roll up waves of dozens of feet, and the sound would spread thousands of miles across the sea. If the instructions are true, then this task is very interesting. The Mermaid Clan, the 9 Infants Dragon Clan. It is no wonder that the reward for this task is not only very generous, but also has no restrictions on who can accept it. It turns out that it is related to the internal strife of the Sea Clan. In this sea area, the Sea Monster Clan is headed by the 9 Infants Dragon Clan. It is the strongest of the 9 upper true spirits. But the strongest here refers to the strongest overall comprehensive strength, not a single individual. It is a similar situation in all major races. Race is race, and the strong is the strong. The two cannot be confused. The rest of the upper true spirits, such as a 4th-level human-faced Naga, dared to run to the territory of the 5-element sect to spread faith and accumulate the power of faith. And the Mermaid Clan, as one of the 9 upper true spirits, its strength is naturally not to be underestimated. This is like within the entire human race. The Earth Immortal Alliance is the boss on the surface, but in the territory of the Boundless Sea, even if the people of the Earth Immortal Alliance commit crimes, the 5-element sect dares to challenge directly. This is the same reason. The Earth Immortal Alliance is respected by the human race, and most of the time it is reflected in its status, not in a one-man show. In most places in the human territory, it is the base of the major forces. In this area, only by understanding the power of the regional overlord can you understand who is the real local emperor. It was recorded in the True Spirit Builder records that the upper true spirits in the Sea Clan have the habit of devouring each other's blood. Because if their kind of sea beasts want to improve their qualifications and break through to a higher realm, devouring other high-level bloodlines has become a very important fact. For example, the body of the 9 Infants Dragon Clan has the blood of the real dragon flowing in it, which is no less than the most wonderful poison in the world for other upper true spirits. But on the other hand, the 9 Infants Dragon Clan can also achieve the effect of purifying the law of water by refining the water bloom in the body of the mermaid. Chapter 517 Task Sharing, Scholar Shen Liang. The demon beasts have a very direct worldview. They will obey the orders of the strongest. Therefore, the 9 upper-level true spirits in the Sea Clan are in a state of mutual vigilance, mutual attacks, and mutual allies. To be honest, the moment Luo Yan saw this task, his heart was also moved. After all, the task of this Dragon Cave Island will eventually get more than 40,000 drops of the 5 elements essence. If such a task can be completed perfectly, It may be worth several years of hard work. But Luo Yan changed his mind and realized that the execution location of this task was too far away. It was almost out of the Huangsing Sea and came to the junction of another sea area. You must know that the location of the Baybird Island is already at the junction of the inner and outer seas of the Huangsing Sea. Luo Yan saw with his own eyes that there were more than a dozen fourth-level unicorn sharks killed by senior brother Muchu. How many high-level sea beasts and monsters hidden in the dark would that be? A terrifying range. It just so happened that this Dragon Cave Island could be built in such a dangerous place. Luo Yan suspected that it was a fake body of a certain upper third realm venerable in the sect, stationed there. Otherwise, ordinary island owners would not dare to build an island in such a remote place. Forget it, that kind of place is too dangerous. Even if there are great monks in the sect, it is still too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will encounter a sea monster in the middle third realm. Although I am in the state of a spirit puppet body and have no soul and energy, in the perception of those high-level creatures, the conspicuousness of my spirit body is no different from the moonlight at night. By then, let alone carrying out a mission, I guess I won't be able to hide my body in the sea. By then, my spirit puppet body will inevitably face the most violent attack. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yan decided to give up this mission because the risk was too great, and the target was unknown, and there were too many uncertain factors. The probability of failure is very high. Special tasks are not like regular tasks. Once such tasks fail, not only will they lose contribution points, but there will also be a long cooling off period. During this period, all special tasks will no longer be open to him. So Luo Yan turned his attention to the task of the disappearance of the Yuanxi ore vein, for no reason. Analyze the possibility of completing this task. Under this task, there are also notes of many comments left by predecessors after failure. When you stepped into that island, you were targeted by those guys, and people followed you wherever you went. I can't beat them. I can't beat them at all. Behind that group of people stood more than a dozen fellow brothers, and the lowest among them was also in the nascent soul realm. I really don't understand these brothers. They are obviously disciples of the Five Elements sect, but they are willing to degenerate and do some things to occupy the resources of the sect. It's really a shame for my disciples of the immortal sect. Luo Yan browsed the many information above and saw that there were many people who accepted this task, but many of them looked full of resentment. Obviously, it is very difficult to carry out this task. The island is full of monitoring arrays, and it is almost impossible to sneak in. Don't doubt the strength of the fellow brothers. They are also disciples of the Five Elements sect, and it is no less than easy to deal with some small cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Although they were restricted by the sect rules and could not directly attack the disciples who had accepted the task, it was not a big problem to do something to interfere with the progress of the task. That's why so many people left messages under this task, complaining. It's not okay to sneak in, and it's not okay to go in openly, it's simply maddening. Although there are many people who are pessimistic about this task, Luo Yan is still constantly calculating the possibility of completing this task. As for the other special tasks, Luo Yan looked up and down for a few times and stopped paying attention. For the time being, he decided to stick to this one. It's not that the rewards for those tasks are very low, but every time Luo Yan reviews the task, he will subconsciously use the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method to make a simple deduction. Having mastered such a trick, he will naturally not miss every opportunity to deduce the secrets of heaven. Of course, Luo Yan is not deducing the detailed progress of these tasks. With his current deduction ability, he can't do this. Luo Yan deduced his own fortune and the correlation with those tasks. In simple terms, it is to exclude the tasks of killing monsters and garrisoning. Then he would select the tasks that best match his current fortune from the 2 categories of killing evil and patrol. Moreover, there are often many key information hidden in those densely packed task instructions. With these information tips, coupled with the deduction of the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method, and finally with Luo Yan's own fortune veins, the 3 combined, he could select the tasks that are suitable for him to perform at the moment. The disappearance of the Yuanxi ore veins in Ziyunan and the Mermaid clan in Longsu Island were the 2 tasks that came from this. In the end, Luo Yan made up his mind and accepted the first task. After accepting the task, he began to prepare. Because this time the task is an investigation task, the first trouble that needs to be solved is how to get to the island without alerting others, and then collect evidence. Otherwise, once you get to the island, you will be followed by people there. How can you investigate? So you must solve this primary problem before you can get on the island. Obviously, the mastermind behind this Yuanzi or crystal task should be the island owners. That is to say, when Luo Yan is carrying out a mission, there is a high probability that he will still face his fellow disciples. And this mission is different from the last Jiuxin Island mission, because there are a total of 17 islands surrounding Xiaonan. That is to say, there are at least 17 fellow disciples here. It is also rare that there are so many islands clustered together. In the final analysis, it is because of the words that have been prompted in the mission instructions. This time the problem is with the sect's own people. Interesting, do you want me to pull out the termites? Luo Yan's face was full of amusement. The five-element sect is still too big, and there are too few members of the Heavenly Secret Hall, which will inevitably lead to the decentralization of local power and resources. If it is ordinary spiritual resources, it is okay. The disciples of the five-element sect don't look down on it at all. But things like Yuanzi mineral crystal are high-level spiritual ores that can be used as the main material of magic weapons and auxiliary materials of spiritual treasures. How could the cultivators stationed here not have evil thoughts? Haven't you seen the geese plucking feathers when they pass by, the meat leaving oil when they pass by, and peeling layers of skin? Guarding such a large spiritual mine, it would be strange if those guys didn't think about it. After all, human nature is the most vulnerable thing. Why would they go out to perform tasks when they can get a lot of resources with just a stretch of their hands? The water here is very deep, and I'm afraid it will involve a lot of interest chains. Luo Yan knew very well that it was far more than just one or two fellow disciples who could come up with such a corruption plot. It was absolutely impossible for the island owners of these 17 islands to say that they knew nothing about it. It is very likely that all of them were involved. 17 fellow disciples. In other words, Luo Yan, an outsider, had to go to the island and do this and that on other people's territory. He also had to look for evidence of stealing the Yuanzi or crystal under their noses, which was like holding a lantern to look for someone in the dark. The person didn't arrive, but the sound was already startled. No, if I rely on this mission alone, I'm afraid I really can't complete it. Luo Yan simply deduced it in his mind and then gave a conclusion. It doesn't take much thought to know that as long as he goes to those dozen islands through the teleportation array, the people on those islands will definitely receive the news in the first time. And, most importantly, there are definitely a lot of warning restrictions near that piece of Yuanzi or vein. This also puts an end to Luo Yan's thoughts of sneaking close. If he is the island owner of Xiaonan Islands, he will definitely guard these vested interests strictly and will not give any investigators a chance. Although these Yuanzi or veins, from the perspective of actual value, cannot be exchanged for a lot of five elements essence, there is not much direct benefit to the disciples of the five elements sect. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of these Yuanying realm and Huishan realm fellows to garrison. But it can't stop the large amount of these Yuanzi or veins, and the stable output is long-lasting. In the long run, there will always be a lot of benefits in hand. This is why there are so many islands connected together on this Xiaonan coast. Everyone is very tacit and surrounded this sea area. Zero, help me get the floor plan of Xiaonan Islands. Luo Yan called softly in his heart. Retrieving and displaying. The chip responded instantly. Not long after, a 3D map of the sea surface emerged in Luo Yan's mind. The surrounding islands were in the form of a concave shape, enclosing the entire sea area in the middle. 1, 24, 15. Huh? Suddenly, Luo Yan seemed to see two different islands. The two islands were not connected to the concave line, but were left alone. Is it a breakthrough? Luo Yan subconsciously thought that the two islands were deliberately excluded because of a dispute with others over the spoils. It might be a breakthrough. But he thought again, things might not be that simple. After all, the reward for this task is as much as 14,000 drops of the essence of the five elements. This is definitely the most rewarding one among the tasks that can be performed by giant and stage cultivators. 3 months of the task period can be exchanged for so many essences of the five elements, which is a blood profit no matter how you look at it. But this level of task, if the system of the lower world is used to rank, is definitely above the heavenly level task. Therefore, the disappearance of the Yuanzi mineral crystal in Xiaonan is far from as simple as imagined. Xianling, help me change this Xiaonan task to shared mode. Luo Yan hesitated for a while, and finally found that it would be difficult to complete this task if he relied on his own strength alone. So he had to find a helper in advance. Are you sure you want to enable the shared mode? Once the task is completed by you, the other party will directly obtain 30% of your income. The spirit of the fairy weapon reminded him. Luo Yan nodded to confirm this. The so-called shared mode of the task actually means that it is difficult to complete the task with one's own strength. So he reserved one qualification to join and let other people participate. This is equivalent to a single-person task that ended up being carried out by two people. With one more person, it will naturally be much easier to carry out the task. However, although Luo Yan seemed to have taken a great advantage, in fact, very few disciples of the five-element sect chose this mode. Because this sharing mode has a disadvantage, that is, the latecomers have all the advantages. It would be fine if the task was not completed. Once the task is completed, and it is completed by Luo Yan himself, even if the latecomer does not contribute at all and stands aside to watch the fun, the other party can still share 30% of the task reward. If the latecomer completes the task alone, then Luo Yan himself will not get a drop of the essence of the five elements. It is precisely based on this system of interest distribution that leads to the sharing model, which few people will choose. Otherwise, it will become working for others. Therefore, people who choose this model are generally friends who know each other and can reach a consensus on the distribution of benefits. Unfamiliar fellows will not use this method to perform tasks. After all, in this way, the fellow who accepts the task later will be bound to himself. Even if the latecomer does nothing, he can get part of the benefits for free. It's so comfortable. But this way of performing tasks is not very friendly to the former, and therefore, naturally few people will use this model. Time passed slowly, and after almost half a day, someone finally accepted the task again. Luo Yan, whose mind was immersed in the identity jade card, instantly noticed this, and then communicated with a man through the spirit of the immortal weapon. Not long after, the other party's illusory image solidified in the space. Brother Taoist, Shen Liang is here to greet you. A young Taoist in a white shirt and a scholarly aura suddenly appeared in the jade card space. As soon as he came up, he performed a fellow disciple salute. Luo Yan also returned the courtesy. Luo Yan greets fellow Taoist. Liang is not talented, but after accepting the task, I found that Brother Taoist actually used this task-sharing mode. I think Brother Luo should have been prepared for this task. Please ask Brother Taoist. The white-shirted scholar smiled on his face and saluted from a distance. The two stood in the air. He also considered for a long time before deciding to accept this task. He never thought that before that, someone was deliberately waiting for him. Obviously, that person also found the strangeness of this task. So for the smart person's call, Shen Liang decided to meet him and see what the other party thought. Anyway, he was a latecomer, and no matter what, as long as the task was completed, he would get a share. I don't deserve your advice, but I just hope Brother Shen can do me a small favor. Luo Yan said with a calm face. Brother, please tell me, as long as it is within the scope of the task, Liang will do it. Shen Liang smiled gently, with a strong scholar's smell, which easily gave people a good impression. That harmless smile was as warm as the sunshine in winter. Chapter 518, Light and Dark Lines, Faith and Fate as Horizontal and Vertical. White Jade. I think after Brother Shen goes to Xian Coast, he can meet with the island owners one by one as a fellow disciple. It's up to you to decide what to discuss, but the main thing is to make an appointment. It's best if you don't miss anyone. Luo Yan flicked his finger, and the illusion of the 17 islands appeared in the void. He pointed to the last 2 islands. It seemed to be a metaphor for something, but he didn't say it clearly. Please rest assured, Brother Luo, this is easy. Shen Liang's eyes also fell on the 2 islands. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he nodded lightly and responded seriously. Judging from the image alone, the 2 islands seem to be separated and isolated. But the specific situation still needs to be confirmed by our on-site observation. In this case, I'll leave it to you, brother. Luo Yan saluted. The two met for a short time, but they soon reached an agreement. Because they were born allies. Shen Liang appeared in an open identity to visit the owners of the major islands and let them relax their vigilance. After all, this kind of mission is usually carried out by one person. Naturally, all the attention will be transferred to Shen Liang. Luo Yan sneaked in as a hidden line and was responsible for collecting evidence of the disappearance of the Yuanxi mineral crystals. The two lines proceeding at the same time may be the best way to solve this task. In the end, the two of them reached an agreement that no matter who found out the details of the disappearance of the Yuan-Si mineral crystal, they would share the benefits equally with the other party. With the witness of the immortal spirit, both of them were relieved. Only by completely tying the interests of the two together, in the next action, their directions will be consistent, instead of dragging each other down. Otherwise, this shared mode task will be meaningless. Luo Yan understood this, and Xin Lang, who looked like a scholar, naturally understood it. Those who can become disciples of the Five Elements sect and dare to take on such a special task are naturally not stupid. At least, they are also the best among their peers. Therefore, the two of them quickly reached an agreement and decided to join forces. Because the opponents to be faced in this task are more than a dozen fellow brothers, it may be difficult to complete it with personal strength alone. Zillion Islands, Central Island. Buzz! A burst of teleportation light lit up, and then a young Taoist walked out of the magic circle. He was dressed in a white shirt, seemingly plain, but in fact, the silk thread used to make this shirt was collected from the remains of the sky sea coral. Shen Liang always had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were gentle and tranquil, giving people a unique bookish atmosphere of a scholar. Welcome to the Immortal Sect Saint Envoy. The moment he walked out of the teleportation array, Shen Liang was surrounded by the monks waiting here, and then they congratulated him in unison. He looked at the figures gathered around him, and the smile in his eyes became even stronger, and he nodded gently. At this time, Shen Liang finally understood why Brother Luo wanted to share this task. Perhaps from the beginning, they fell into the eyes of some people with ulterior motives. As long as they accepted the task, the other party would know. So from the moment they went to the island, Shen Liang was entangled by someone. With so many people following him, even if he wanted to investigate the disappearance of the Yuan-Si or vein, what could he find out? What you can see and what you can't see are all arranged by others in advance. Even if you really find out something, do you still want to leave easily on someone else's territory? If Shen Liang can control his temper, he may even kill these annoying flies in order to shoo them away. And this will fall into the trap of those island owners. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner when beating a dog. Once Shen Liang takes action, those island owners will have the power to expel him. After all, this Zion coast is someone else's territory. In addition, the strength of those island owners is basically above the nascent soul realm, which is the level of fellow brothers. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. In this way, how can we investigate the disappearance of this Yuan-Si or vein? It can't be investigated at all. This is also the reason why so many fellow disciples felt very difficult about this task before. If you investigate openly, someone will follow you, and they will show you what you want to investigate. But the problem is, as an outsider, how can you know whether it is true or false? Even if there are smart people who plan to sneak in and investigate secretly. But the island owners on the island are all fellow brothers, and their methods are mysterious. It is very easy to catch a junior brother in the Jinden period. So in most cases, these two ways are blocked. Shen Liang looked around, and then, surrounded by the crowd, he walked to the only restaurant on the island. A welcoming banquet had been prepared there. It was just right that he could meet the owner of this island. On the other side, Luo Yan also came to a shallow water area on the north side of the Zion coast through continuous escape. He looked up at the shore from the bottom of the water and looked at the surrounding environment. What surprised him was that this island seemed rather desolate, with almost no people, and it looked there everywhere. Yellow sand connected to the coast, and pebbles covered the island. It seems that because of the Yuan magnetic ore vein, the vegetation on the island was affected and it was difficult to grow. Only a few places have a touch of emerald green. In the distance, there were many warning bands that flashed with gurgling spiritual light, and it seemed that there was no concealment at all. Luo Yan looked up and down, and did not rashly approach the island, but lurked and waited under the water. As for the other side of the island, the side close to the Yuan-Si ore vein, he did not approach it. The spiritual light band there was even stronger, and it was almost impossible to sneak in secretly. For this mission, Luo Yan did not dare to be careless at all. After all, the opponents were more than a dozen fellow brothers, and their cultivation was at least in the nascent soul realm, and some had even reached a god transformation realm. The slightest mistake might expose his figure, and thus lead to the failure of the mission. So he had to be very careful. In this area of water, Luo Yan separated a spiritual body and stayed in place, and also detained layer after layer of water-based energy, so that it was completely integrated with the seawater, making his figure more concealed. He continued to shuttle in the sea, and rarely saw spiritual fish on the way. Because this Zion Islands is surrounded by a special diorame, like the North and South Poles, and like the front and back of a magnet, with both attraction and repulsion. It is very mysterious and complex. Ordinary creatures can't withstand this special force field at all. All substances belonging to the 5 elements will be affected by the Yuan magnetic ore veins and become extremely magical. As a result, the substances in this field have a kind of attraction that is sometimes there and sometimes not. Luo Yan cruised around the offshore waters while looking at the environment in the sea. Occasionally, a huge demon fish swam by, with a silver glow on its body, crackling, as if with thunder and sonic booms. A spirit fish was targeted, and then only a brilliant silver light was seen. At the same time, it was beautiful and charming, and then it pulled the other party to the front and swallowed it in one bite. Such creatures have adapted to the environment here and become extremely terrifying. Although they are still very weak, they have already walked out of a path of mutation. Compared with ordinary silverfish, the silverfish in this area will have more terrifying waterway magic. Luo Yan's heart trembled. The power of these silver lights was very strong, but they belonged to a special power, the power of Yuan magnetic. Obviously, many creatures living near this Yuan magnetic vein were greatly affected, which led to the mutation of their blood, and he also mastered some of the Yuan magnetic power. Luo Yan continued to escape in the sea. The artistic conception of water burst out, and everything seemed silent. Later, he came to the shallow sea of another island and left a spiritual body here. He followed the same method and left a spiritual body every distance on the shallow sea near the northern island, in order to ensure that his consciousness body could come in the first time. Then, a hazy spiritual light emerged in Luo Yan's palm, and the milky white halo gathered into a ball, revealing a touch of surprise. The breath emitted by the white light is very unique. It is invisible in the seabed, but it actually exists, like a small star in fate. The star turned into a white jade, emitting a soft light. This is the power of faith, plus the luck of just getting started, and represents Luo Yan's current peak level. With a swish sound, a silver fish covered with fine scales and more than 10 feet long, riding the ocean current, spewing water, and rushed from the depths. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the jade that was shining with white light. Buzz! The water in the seabed was surging, and circles of whirlpools were rippling, stirring the seawater completely. The silver fish stopped its body and slowly swam around, as if it was confused about something. Because it could feel the seductive breath coming from the jade, it had a fatal attraction to it. If it could get it, it would definitely be a great fortune. But it swallowed it in one gulp, and it had obviously swallowed it into its stomach, but unfortunately it didn't bite anything in the end. Therefore, the silverfish's little eyes were full of confusion. It kept circling around the jade stone that was emitting a soft white halo, and opened its mouth to swallow it many times, but no matter how it tried, it could not swallow it into its stomach. It was as if this white jade stone was made of illusion. Yin, suddenly, the silverfish seemed to feel some breath, and was stimulated. The scales on its body tightened and it instantly fled to the distance. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the bottom of the sea. Behind it, a pair of scarlet eyes as big as a millstone lit up and swam towards this side quickly. It was a larger black fierce fish, running towards this side. Unfortunately, although the size of this fierce fish was more than 10 feet, and the sound of it passing by the bottom of the water even had a slight tremor, it still could not swallow the white jade stone. Its ending was the same as that of the previous silver fish. Knowing that there are good things hidden here, but just can't get them. The white jade continued to shine, like a streak of moonlight, with a white mist shining, and like flowers in the fog, with trembling spiritual light surging. It attracted everything in the dark. The brilliance of the white jade was very special, and only a small part of the spirit fish could sense it, but all of these spirit fish were of deep blood and strong strength. The ordinary spirit fish turned a blind eye to it. This was a little sacred power that Luo Yan used the power of faith to simulate the destiny, and then gathered. Only those creatures with special destiny could feel it. It is no exaggeration to say that this jade is a destiny wonder. The destiny is very strange, and it can always sense certain specific things or people in the dark, and attract each other. This seems to be a kind of Tao. Luo Yan is going to use this to achieve his goal. In the several spiritual bodies in the shallow sea area in the north, Luo Yan gathered this sacred power and condensed the jade, like a glowing morning star, shining with starlight. He did not take the initiative to go to the island, but waited for the fish to come to him. Only in this way can the risk be minimized, because the magnetic ore veins hidden in the seabed need to be excavated by practitioners. Although the monks on this island are all xenophobic and do not allow strangers to approach, the island is also slightly desolate. But there are still many monks stationed on the island, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has not been affected too much. After 6 days of such a long wait, Luo Yan's several spiritual bodies finally waited for his expected target. On the sea, a middle-aged man in gray was driving the escape light and flying forward, as if he wanted to go to the next island. But at this moment, he seemed to sense something and immediately stopped the escape light. Huh? Why do I feel like I have a whim? The gray-clothed man thought. The sixth sense of the monk often indicates something, such as opportunity, danger, etc. Although the sixth sense is unpredictable and unobservable, it is more useful than any Taoist magic. Many monks rely on the sixth sense to escape countless pursuits. The man in gray naturally understood this, so he searched around the sea area, and finally went directly to the bottom of the sea, trying to find something. But after searching for more than half an hour, he still found nothing. It shouldn't be, the feeling is getting stronger and stronger. But I've almost searched this sea area, but I can't find anything unusual. The man in gray frowned, and even though he was at the bottom of the sea, he was looking around. The bloody aura on his body was fully activated, and his perception was maximized. Still nothing. The man in gray murmured. Just as he was about to leave and plan to search again next time, he accidentally glimpsed a fierce fish nearly 10 feet long on the seabed not far away, circling around a certain area. And from time to time, it opened its bloody mouth to swallow, as if it was swallowing something, but it never succeeded. Such a strange scene naturally fell into his eyes. Is it a natural wonder? The man in gray observed for a while, and then his face was full of joy. He approached quietly and touched the seabed. But the fierce fish suddenly turned its head and burst out the water spirit towards this side, as if to warn. To be able to grow to such a huge size means that the other party has already developed intelligence. It's just that their races are different and they can't understand the warning. Chapter 519, Snakes, Worms, Big Nets, Undercurrents. Chi, thunders of water exploded on the seabed, illuminating the seabed and revealing the hideous and terrifying head of the fierce fish. At this moment, the fierceness of the sea monster was completely aroused. In order to enjoy this small jade stone alone, it began to protect its food. Little beast, die! Seeing this, the gray-clothed man no longer held back and launched a shocking attack, using a blood shadow to resist this special lightning. The two sides collided in a very short time, and the explosion was very shocking. Boom, blood-colored light burst out, and endless light fell in an instant, and the momentum startled the people on the island. Huh? Close to the west bank of the island, in a mustard seed cave. A young man in black sat cross-legged on a cushion. He sensed the fluctuations of the battle and woke up from meditation in an instant. He casually shot out a colorful glass light, reflecting the scene of the sea area where the explosion occurred. A scene of a gray-clothed man fighting with a fierce fish appeared in the picture. It was as if the two sides had met unexpectedly. Old Chu, is this someone from our island? A cold voice came out. Not long after, an old man in gray walked in from outside the cave. He looked up at the mysterious image suspended in the air, his cloudy eyes were surprised. Then he respectfully replied, reporting to the master, he is indeed from our island. His name is Xiao Chuan, he practices the blood key body refining method, and he is a miner on our island. The old man responded truthfully. The young man in black nodded, and then retracted his cold eyes without any emotion. It's good that it's not someone from outside who broke in. It's just a vicious fish. Such a sea monster is not in his eyes at all. What is the situation on the island now? Has anything special happened recently? The young man in black raised his hand to retract the Taoism, and then asked softly. The gray-clothed old man immediately bowed and said, My lord, the island is still the same, and the batch of things that belong to us has been delivered long ago. According to the old rules, I will temporarily seal it underground. It is protected by the law and no one can get close. When the time is right, I will meet up with the island master and his people, and then take it away together. The distribution of benefits for each island master on the 17 islands of Xi'an coast is also very simple. Everyone has his own miners. How much can he dig each time, and how much can he hide from the law enforcement guards and secretly bring it out? It all depends on their own abilities. The more miners there are, the more spiritual ore they can dig out, and the more spiritual ore they can bring out, the greater the benefits they will naturally generate. But these miners are very difficult to cultivate, and they need to practice specific body refining techniques to dig out those yuan-si ore crystals. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators cannot dig those spiritual ores. Therefore, just the early cultivation of the growth of the miners requires a large amount of contribution points. Fortunately, for the people of the Five Elements sect, the least lacking thing is contribution points. But the miners have achieved success in practicing the body refining method, and for the sake of confidentiality, they naturally need some time to be disciplined and trained. In general, although these miners have low status, they will not be killed innocently. Their task is also very simple, that is, to concentrate on mining and then secretly bring it out. 6 days ago, another fellow disciple of a master came to the central island, and it seemed that he came to investigate the decreasing number of yuan-si ore crystals. But this disciple of the immortal sect is very different from the previous ones. He has made appointments with several island owners in the past few days. Some island owners agreed to meet with him, and some island owners refused. It seems that he is deliberately showing goodwill and planning something. The gray-clothed old man told the black-clothed young man what happened during this period. All along, there have been disciples of the immortal sect who came to inquire about the decreasing number of offerings to the yuan-si ore veins. But in the end, almost all of them returned empty-handed. Because the entire sea area belongs to them, no outsiders can get close to here. Even those slaves who went to the seabed to dig for spiritual ore were first bought from the outside world, some slaves with poor cultivation qualifications, and then cultivated bit by bit with blood pills, and signed a blood oath. It can be said that the entire Zion Islands, from top to bottom, is basically a community of interests. Everyone is in the same boat. Naturally, everyone is united. It seems that the frequency of the sect's dispatching tasks in recent years has become more and more frequent. If I remember correctly, the last person who accepted the task seemed to be 10 days ago. Now so soon, someone comes to perform the task again. Maybe there will be waves here soon. The young man in black stared and thought of the tasks in the General Affairs Hall. The difficulty of the tasks there can actually be simply calculated by the frequency of refreshing the tasks. The more frequently the tasks are refreshed, the more difficult the task is. At the same time, it will be seen by more fellow monks. The young man in black knew very well what the mission goal of the fellow who came outside to investigate the disappearance of the yuan-si ore vein was. It was nothing more than coming for them. But this Zion-si area has long been managed by them like an iron barrel. How can a giant in realm cultivator investigate it in just 2 or 3 months? Interview. Oh. I'm afraid you have other intentions. The black-clothed young man thought of the fellow disciple who had just arrived, and then shook his head, without a trace of concern. He was just a junior brother in the giant realm. He might not be qualified to investigate them. But in order to prevent the mission level from being too high and causing unnecessary trouble. So this group of people jointly discussed from the beginning and tried not to make things too awkward with the fellow disciples who were carrying out the mission. They would not show up if they could. They were free to do whatever they wanted and didn't care. That's why they were able to delay for so long. But now the sect is issuing missions more frequently, which means that the things here are about to be hidden. Maybe there will be fellow disciples in the Yuanying stage coming to investigate the things here soon. By then, it may not be as easy as it is now. After all, the group of fellow disciples who wanted to join the Xianji Palace would do anything to complete these special tasks. The young man in black had seen with his own eyes that a fellow disciple directly captured all the people on the island in order to complete the task, and then slaughtered them in public. Afterwards, although he would be punished, the task was considered completed. Because the leaders of those forces on the island were all killed by him. In this case, the task is naturally completed by default. In the eyes of those lunatics, as long as the completion rate of the task can be guaranteed, even if more people are killed, they don't care. Because in the eyes of such lunatics, force represents everything. If a task is not completed, it means that they are not strong enough. If you are entangled by such a lunatic, anyone will have a headache. If that junior brother comes to me, please help me to turn him down, old Shu. He is just a junior brother in the giant realm. I am not interested in meeting him, and I don't want to know what he wants to sell. The young man in black thought for a while, and then reminded. Anyway, this area is under their control, so there's nothing to be afraid of. After becoming a part of the Zion Islands, many things don't need the young man in black to show up at all, and his subordinates can handle it properly. Just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. So this time, the young man in black naturally did the same. Anyway, the annual income will not be reduced by his share, so it's fine. But master, I heard. The old man in gray looked at his son cautiously, his expression seemed a little hesitant. If you have something to say, just say it. You know I hate people who only say half of the words the most. The young man in black snorted coldly. Runes were jumping in his eyes, like floating clouds, and a dangerous aura spread. Sensing this aura, the gray-clothed old man immediately knelt down, and then whispered, reporting to the master, there are rumors on the island that the person coming from the immortal sect this time is a little special. He doesn't seem to be here to investigate us, but more like he wants to settle down here. Then he also built an island on the periphery, wanting to become a part of the young master and others. Hearing this, even the black-clothed young man was stunned for a moment, and then immediately turned his head, his face full of astonishment. Hearing this junior brother is quite interesting. Others are here to investigate the case, but he is here to make a lot of money under the guise of the sect? That junior brother also wants to come here and become an island owner. Who did you hear that from? Is the news confirmed to be reliable? The gray-clothed old man lowered his head and told the source of the news. It was originally passed on from Island Master Key. Later, it became more and more intense, so that everyone was spreading it privately. In fact, there were only a few island owners in the original Zion coast, guarding this mineral vein and acting as a supervisor. Because the spiritual ore of Yuanzi ore vein is of high grade and very rare. But the spiritual ore dugout is all under the supervision of the law enforcement guards. Even if ordinary people want to hide it, it is difficult to do so. But later, an island owner had an idea and created a magic trick, then deceived the surveillance of those law enforcement guards and brought out the Yuanzi ore crystal. In this way, it was out of control. But to be on the safe side, the island owner did not trade with anyone in the territory of the Five Elements sect. Because the more Yuanzi spiritual ore leaked, it would inevitably be noticed by others, and finally it would be burned. After all, the buyers bought these Yuanzi ore crystals back, naturally thinking of refining magic weapons, or even spiritual treasures, and then making a lot of money. Once more people know about it, such a huge move will inevitably not escape the eyes of some people with ulterior motives. At that time, no one can escape by following the clues, and the risk is too great. They, the disciples of the Five Elements sect, are naturally unwilling to take risks for this. So in the early stage, there were many people who had their eyes on those Yuanzi ore veins, but few of them took action. But the island owner's magical power was quite broad, and he actually found a channel to trade with the monks of the great Zhaoshan Xingchen sect. Such news naturally could not be concealed from the other island owners. So everyone hit it off and formed a relatively loose alliance, focusing on sharing the benefits equally. But how could such a thing be hidden from those well-informed people in the sect who have been in contact with the monks of the outer sect? Therefore, in the next 10 years, this Zion coast has increased from the initial few islands to the current 17 islands in front of us. It looks like the business is booming, but only the sect suffers. In the Five Elements sect, with the existence of the group of people in the Xianji Hall, few people dare to blatantly sell spiritual resources. Especially the rare spiritual objects that can be traded with the essence of the Five Elements. Once these spiritual objects flow out in large quantities, they will inevitably be traced back by that group of people, and then they will issue tasks in the General Affairs Hall. Let the disciples investigate and solve them. But the island owner was different. He did not sell it privately, but found a channel to trade with outside cultivators. It would be easy to be targeted if the spiritual ore such as Yuanzi ore crystal was sold within the territory of the Five Elements sect. But if you trade with the outside world, as long as you're careful and pay attention to concealment, it will not be so easy to be discovered. This is also the reason why the sect only requires the cultivation level of the golden core stage when arranging people to investigate the disappearance of the Yuanzi ore vein. Because after this batch of ore veins fell into the hands of the black-clothed young man and others, there would be a long period of time when they would not be taken out for trading, but would only be sealed in their respective hands. When they need to trade, they can take them out together. The ore veins were not missing, but the part handed over to the sect was less. The people in the Xianji Hall noticed something unusual. So they began to deduce and found that these island owners had a share, but the ore veins were still hidden on the island. Therefore, they would think that they were the ones who stole the ore and wanted to use it for their own purposes. Based on this situation, as long as they are not too cruel in stealing, the people of Xianji Hall will not be overly implicated for the sake of their fellow disciples. After all, the people in Xianji Hall are human beings, not gods. The mineral veins they have hidden privately will only be traded with outside monks once in a long period of time. Before the transaction, the Yuanxi ore crystal was still on the island. Since it is still on the island, the seriousness of this matter is far from reaching a very serious level. Therefore, the lower limit of the acceptance level of this task of the disappearance of the Yuanxi ore vein is so low. If the people of Xianji Hall deduced from the beginning that there are things about the outside sect, the task level published in the General Affairs Hall at that time will be far from being as simple as it is now. The former is just doing some small tricks within their own sect. Even if someone trades, both parties to the transaction are part of the Five Elements sect. The meat is rotten, and it is rotten in their own pot. The latter is purely seeking personal gain. Once investigated, all of them would be severely punished. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that another descendant of an elder heard the noise and came here, wanting to get a piece of the pie? At this moment, the young man in black thought a lot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 Chess Pieces, Yuanxi Mines, and Flaws in the Technique. The young man in black thought that the investigator this time was the descendant of an elder from some family and just wanted to take this opportunity to join them. After all, compared to working hard on tasks and earning the essence of the five elements, it is better to start from the root directly. You only need to take a little risk and do nothing all day long, and you can get a considerable amount of the essence of the five elements every year. No one can refuse such a good thing. Everything is for cultivation. It seems that I have to remind them that they should restrain themselves appropriately. The young man in black thought secretly. He still understands the truth that too much is as bad as too little, and the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Although there are many such people in the sect who use the resources of the sect to trade with the cultivators of the Great Zhaoshan Xingchen sect. Even within the Great Zhaoshan Xingchen sect, there are such termites. Even many senior elders maintain close contact with the outside sects, which is a very common operation. But in this situation, even the giant and period junior brothers who came to perform the mission know the tricks here. It is conceivable that the reputation that Zhayunan has caused over the years has probably attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motives. If they continue like this, and don't know how to avoid the limelight, maybe the higher-ups of the sect will really take action against them. At this moment, the young man in black had the idea of reminding the other island owners. But then, he paused again, and a trace of contemplation flashed across his face. Because he thought of those senior brothers. With their cunningness, they must have noticed this a long time ago. Forget it, with those senior brothers blocking in front, I don't have to worry too much. Just practice with peace of mind. The young man in black thought for a moment, and after finding out the cause and effect, he stopped thinking about it. The most important thing for a person is to know himself. With those senior brothers in charge, everything in the sea area is not his turn to worry about. No matter what, there are still people in front to support him. The young man in black only needs to let his men be more careful and not let strangers sneak onto the island. That's enough. Let's proceed as planned. You should be more careful to guard against strangers, and the restrictions on the island should be kept open at all times. And tell those managers to bring detection instruments every time they enter and exit the Yuanxi mine to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. The gray-clothed old man lowered his head and listened carefully to the instructions. The island's defense capabilities have always been very strong, and any strange creatures approaching will be detected. The absolute defense, which can be called an iron barrel, has prevented more than a dozen disciples of the immortal sect who accepted the mission and prepared to smuggle to the island. I believe this time will be no exception. On the other side, in the shallow sea area, the gray-clothed man has driven away the fierce fish. He practiced a body refining method of strengthening the body with blood and ki, which is a special method for miners. It can only strengthen blood and ki, and there are not many means of fighting. Therefore, many times, he can only use his brute force. Fortunately, he won in the end. If he had mastered the matching blood secret technique, the gray-clothed man would definitely be able to win more easily. Because this fierce fish looks ferocious and terrifying, but in fact it does not understand the laws of waterways, nor does it have the blood of a high-level sea monster. Putting aside its huge size, this fierce fish is actually an ordinary spiritual fish, and then it mutated. Those minds are its only means of attack. Because of this, the gray-clothed man was able to drive it away. The battle stopped, and the movement on the seabed instantly calmed down. The ocean currents in the sea were turbulent, carrying the turbid seawater mixed with mud and sands far away. In a short time, it returned to its original clear appearance. The gray-clothed man came to the place where the fierce fish had been circling before, and then gathered his spiritual light to look around. Still nothing. Strange, is it really my sense that I am wrong? No, the beast just now was also circling here, which means that it also found something wrong here. Therefore, I am not the only creature who discovered the abnormality. It should be that the treasure is hidden by itself and cannot be easily found. The gray-clothed man whispered. The curiosity and desire in his heart were all aroused. This treasure can be invisible and not be detected by the outside world. It is definitely a rare treasure. The gray-clothed man naturally did not want to enter the treasure mountain, but he still returned empty-handed. So he used blood, soul perception, widened his eyes, and tried every means to find the natural treasure. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Finally, when the gray-clothed man looked at the sky and was about to give up, he suddenly found himself in an illusory tower, where many white-clothed venerables lived. Their faces were solemn and pious, sitting cross-legged and staring. In front of him, there was a great venerable whose face could not be seen clearly. He faced all living beings with a smile on his face, and the sacred light emanating from his body enveloped the entire tower. At this moment, he seemed to be preaching to the people below the stage. He looked like a Taoist temple listening to teachings. All around the hall, there was a vast expanse of white. Various scriptures emerged, and the rhyme of Taoism overflowed. Let this tower become more extraordinary. Are you willing to worship my holy church of light? Soon, such a whisper sounded in the ears of the gray-clothed man. His face changed suddenly, knowing that he had encountered those gods and sects. In the vast endless sea, there are practitioners of various systems, such as the half-demon body that combines spiritual energy and demonic energy, righteousness, incense and fire, etc. There are also many practitioners who follow the belief system. As long as it does not disrupt public order, does not affect the development of other islands, and does not easily massacre too many mortals, no one will care about these. Even the five-element sect will choose to turn a blind eye. Although the gray-clothed man is a miner, he used to work for a family. Later, that family was destroyed, and people like him were beaten into slaves. So that he fell into this situation today. The gray-clothed man wanted to escape as soon as possible, but soon stopped again, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. He has now become a miner, and the blood in his body has also entered a period of decline, and his strength is declining. Perhaps soon, he will even lose his life. So, what else can he worry about when he has nothing? The gray-clothed man is tired of this dark life. No matter how bad the situation is, can it be worse than what he is doing now? In addition, the upper limit of the blood refining method is the third-level body refiner. The gray-clothed man has practiced to the peak, but he suffers from the fact that he has only the power of flesh and blood, but no supporting secret method. He cannot lock his own blood, so that after his strength reaches the peak, it begins to decline. If nothing unexpected happens, the gray-clothed man's life will probably be like this. He can't leave this sea area, can't see the outside world anymore, and can only wait for death slowly. If he joins this so-called Holy Church of Light, he can learn a few secret techniques, and maybe he really has the opportunity to prevent the decline of blood and ki, and thus change his fate. Instead of being trapped here like now, being a slave once, being a slave for life, there will never be a day to turn the world around. Disciples willing to believe in the Holy Lord and stay with you for life? I swear my life, burn my soul, weep my flesh and blood, and never betray. The gray-clothed man murmured, reciting an unknown oath. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was an extra piece of white jade in his hand. The jade exuded a milky white halo, and then rushed directly into his mind, forming a sun-like mark on his forehead. The sun is shining, the holy religion will last forever, The world is evil, and only I am bright. With a special mark, the gray-clothed man felt the world in front of him, but suddenly there were many subtle changes. The most obvious point is that the world he originally saw has become gray. In the gray-white world, anything that glows has its meaning. For example, the sand and stones on the seabed are mostly colorless. But the gray-clothed man saw a little green light blooming on the sand bed, and he fled over to pick it up. It turned out to be a fist-sized clam pearl. I don't know why it fell here. The gray-clothed man immediately put it into his arms, and kept exploring the wonderful use of this sun-shaped seal. He quickly left the sea and rushed to the Yuanxi mine. He needed to dig a certain amount of Yuanxi lingyan to exchange for the jinksudan for body refining. This jinksudan is specially made, which can improve the external body refining strength of these miners. But there is a disadvantage, that is, it is addictive. If you don't take this pill for a long time, the gray-clothed man's strength will begin to decline, and then enter a state of blood exhaustion. Once in this stage, it is simply worse than death. Therefore, in order to survive well, the miners on the island are all desperately digging in order to make themselves live longer. In less than 2 incense sticks, the gray-clothed man came to the central sea area. There is a huge underground pit here, like a sky abyss, as deep as a meteorite crater. It is covered by special magic bands on all sides, so that the seawater outside cannot flow in. Standing outside the forbidden area, one can clearly see the seawater, a spectacular scene of being isolated. The gray-clothed man came to the entrance of the forbidden area, and was scanned by the law enforcement guard stationed here. His identity was verified. When he stepped into the forbidden area, he was even reflected by an ancient mirror hanging on it. Until the whole body of bones was revealed, the passage inside was slowly opened. The deep pit was wet everywhere, and it was filled with colorful aurora, as if it had reached a natural moat. The round walls on all 4 sides were inlaid with many fluorites, full of green. The deeper you go, the heavier the turbid air, miasma, and various filthy air in the mine will be. Even for practitioners, if they are trapped in this environment for a long time, it will affect their own ki and blood. This will lead to physical weakness and fatigue. The gray-clothed man took out a small jade bottle from his arms, which contained several emerald green pills. He took one out and swallowed it. This is a detoxification pill, which can prevent him from being disturbed by various foul airs for a certain period of time. The deep pit is filled with a very strong magnetic force, which rotates according to a specific law. If the center is the axis and the left side is the repulsive force, then the footsteps must move to the left. Otherwise, you will be unable to move forward, as if falling into a quagmire. The right side is the section force, so you need to pay attention to the distance, otherwise you will take a step out of the distance of 3 steps and then hit the wall of the pit. At this time, it is like a turbulent river, flowing down the water and pouring thousands of miles. After arriving here, there are many figures shaking, all dressed as miners, with considerable physical strength. The man in gray followed the flow of people and continued to walk down. In a blink of an eye, his figure disappeared above the magnetic mine pit. At the bottom of the mine pit, there are densely packed pickaxes everywhere, and anyone who is a miner can take one. The material of these pickaxes is very special, made of gold crystal stone, and is indestructible. If there were no pickaxes, the miners who only knew a little bit of the basic body refining method would not be able to break even a little bit of the yuanxi or crystal. Not far away, there was a small group of people standing, with a majestic aura on their bodies, indifferent to everything here. But their sights were generally only on the people coming out, and they turned a blind eye to the people going in. This is the manager here, and also the people under the command of the major island owners. The man in gray picked up a pickaxe, found a mine tunnel, and stepped in. The mine tunnel below was very dark and getting more and more humid, and some places were directly submerged in water. The mines on all sides were very new, and there were at least hundreds of pits and holes. The filthy air here was even stronger, and even had a hint of evil, which made people feel very uncomfortable. After entering the mine tunnel, they just found a pit and went in, and there was almost no communication between the miners. Because they were all slaves, they had no freedom, no illusions about the future, and their personalities were naturally dull. They became muddle-headed all day long. The true face of the man in gray is not like this. He originally had a certain degree of scheming, but fate played tricks on him. Therefore, he had to let his personality go with the flow and keep a high degree of consistency with others. Although he had a certain amount of power, It was only a basic body refining method used to strengthen his flesh and blood. Otherwise, they would be poisoned and fainted by the filthy air the moment they entered the pit. It was difficult to use this little power to protect themselves, let alone escape from this island. There was also a blood ban on his body, and once he left this sea area, it would automatically detonate. Outside this sea area, there are still many terrifying sea monsters wandering in the open sea. They are cruel and bloodthirsty by nature, and like to attack any creature that breaks into the area. With the strength of the man in gray, if he dared to go out and escape privately, even if he survived the blood ban, he would not be able to escape the hunting of those sea monsters. By then, I am afraid that not even a bone residue would be left, and he would be swallowed up cleanly. Therefore, these miners are very aware of their own situation and have long given up any hope of escaping from this sea area. They go to the mines only to dig enough spiritual ore and then exchange it for tendon and blood pills to ensure that they can survive for one more day. This is their fate. Chapter 521. Executing a mission is not as fast as embezzlement. Hidden Cloud Paw. The first half ends. In a life without hope, without profit, and without tomorrow, these miners are like walking corpses, with no soul. Naturally, there is no intrigue between them, and the atmosphere is a little dull. There are not many miners in the Yuan-Si mine. Although it seems that there are shadowy figures, there are only thousands of them. Because the miners in the entire Zion Islands, all added up, are only a few thousand. After all, this is a 4th-level spiritual mine. If you only have a special gold crystal pickaxe, but your physical strength is not up to standard, you still can't dig it. In addition, it takes a long time to train a miner. Therefore, the miners here seem to be relatively few. But the reason why slaves are slaves is that they often can't have a good end. And the thing that restricts the miners on the island is that small tendon blood pill. Although this pill can strengthen their own blood in a short period of time, so that the physical strength can be improved. But the price behind it is the life of the miner. Because this tendon blood pill is addictive, once you take one, you can't stop halfway. Either continue to take it, or die of exhaustion. To be precise, this is more like a poison pill. With the effect of strengthening blood and ki, and its addictiveness, it controls many miners on the island. In addition, the exchange price of the tendon blood pill is still very expensive, and miners often need to use up all their strength and spend a lot of hard work to exchange for one. A pill the size of a little finger can just consume the hard work of a miner for several days. Of course, this is on the premise that the law enforcement guards will take a part of it. Those law enforcement guards are puppets in the state of transformation, waiting outside the mine. As long as the miners who enter here, they must pay a certain amount of yuan-si or crystals before they can go out. In addition, another role of the law enforcement guards is to monitor everything here to prevent anyone from stealing the spiritual ore and going out. Little did they know that the island owners on the island were targeting the law enforcement guards' self-consciousness and only knowing how to abide by the rules. So they refined a special magic weapon, the hidden cloud handkerchief. This is a cloud handkerchief made of some invisible spider silk, and it looks like a transparent cloth. It was very light. You couldn't see anything with your eyes, and your spiritual consciousness couldn't sense it. The way to use the hidden cloud paw was also very simple, that is, to cover it on the yuan-si or crystal, so that it could achieve the effect of invisibility. With this magic weapon, the managers at the bottom of the mine could bring out the yuan-si or crystal under the eyes of the law enforcement guards. Luo Yan, who had been living his consciousness in the white jade and observing the outside world through the gray-clothed man's eyebrow seal, finally roughly figured out what the operation mode under the mine was. The miners were at the bottom, and together with the managers, they deceived the law enforcement guards and brought out the yuan-si primary ore. Everything seemed so easy and simple to the extreme. After 2 days and 3 nights of continuous digging, the gray-clothed man finally crawled out from the bottom of the filthy mine. At this time, his face was pale and bloodless, and he exuded a strong foul smell, and the light in his eyes was much dimmer. Obviously, these 2 or 3 days consumed a lot of his mind. After all, it was a 4th-level spiritual ore. Although he had a gold crystal pick in hand, it was still very laborious. The gray-clothed man carried 100 pounds of yuan-si primary ore and slowly walked out of the mine. At this time, there were groups of people standing in the shadows at the bottom of the mine. They belonged to the major island owners and were responsible for handling these yuan-si primary ores. Xiao Chuan, come here. After the gray-clothed man came out, he saw a group of people standing sparsely in front of him. Just as he was concentrating on distinguishing them, he heard a familiar voice calling him. The gray-clothed man dragged his tired body and slowly walked over, then handed over the Yuan-Si primary ore. 116 pounds. The man who looked like a manager frowned, feeling that it was a little too little. But he took a look at the filth in front of him and the dull eyes, knowing that this was probably the other party's limit. Even if he scolded him, it would not be of much use. After all, this is a 4th level Yuan-Si spiritual ore, and its mining difficulty is naturally far beyond other minerals. Let's follow the old rules and divide it into 1/3. The steward said. Suddenly, a sturdy figure came forward from behind. He first weighed the Yuan-Si primary ore with his hand, as if estimating the weight, and then took out a special flying sword. With a flash of inspiration, he chopped down the Yuan-Si primary ore. With a hum, the spiritual ore instantly broke into 2 pieces, and some residues remained on the ground. An invisible ripple also appeared instantly around, blocking this wave and preventing it from leaking out. This is the tendon and blood pill, take it back and swallow it to refine it. The steward said. He threw the small piece of spiritual ore that was separated to the gray-clothed man. In addition, he took out a jade bottle from the storage bag, poured out a pill emitting scarlet blood, and then saw the gray-clothed man's face full of spirit and blood-weathered appearance, so he sighed and poured out another pill. This special pill seems to have a great effect on body refining, and can allow people to practice to a higher level in a short period of time. But the price is based on the consumption of lifespan. Every sip and every bite has its own destiny. After all, for ordinary body refining cultivators, if they want to cultivate to the foundation building stage or even the golden elixir stage, the resources they consume are several times more than those of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, this time is still very long. It is obviously not cost-effective to throw such resources on a group of slaves. They are looking for people to mine, not to train disciples. Therefore, it is impossible for the people on the island to train mining slaves in a normal way, because it is not cost-effective. So there was the emergence of tendon and blood pills. By forcing the growth of seedlings, in just 20 years, you can have strong blood, almost not inferior to the 3rd-level golden elixir cultivator. But the higher the body refining cultivation, the greater the blood consumption, the more lifespan burned, and the closer to death. But this choice is the one that best suits the interests of the island owner. Anyway, they are just a group of slaves. At worst, they can buy another batch after they die. The thing that is least lacking in this world is slaves. In the distance, the managers under other island owners also did the same thing. But they were often accompanied by scolding, abuse, and ferocious looks. In the eyes of those managers, these miners were just a group of obedient tools. Naturally, they treated them as they wanted. What surprised Luo Yan was that when many managers were dividing the Yuan-Si primary ore, some guys were so cruel that they only cut off more than 10 kilograms of the original ore of more than 100 kilograms. Then they asked the miners to take these more than 10 kilograms of spiritual ore to report, and the remaining 90% went into their own storage bags. In this way, Luo Yan could not help but understand the trick. Everything was connected. He couldn't help but marvel at the degree of cruelty of these fellow brothers who had never met. It's really that the bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. If it were him, he might do the same. After all, the cultivation is his own. If he is not greedy, where can he get so much 5 elements essence? Because the island owner was becoming more and more rampant, they, who had been at peace for a short time, naturally attracted the attention of the sect. So Luo Yan and his group came. Luo Yan continued to look around and found that the stewards under the 17 island owners had different standards for dividing the Yuan-Si primary ore. For example, the steward in charge of the gray-clothed man only handed over 1/3 of the original ore to the sect. Such a greedy behavior. Among all the stewards, there was actually a kind of conscience. Those so-called stewards are really more evil than one. At this time, the mysterious veil of the disappearance of the entire Yuan-Si primary mine, for no reason, was finally completely unveiled by Luo Yan. The mission deadline was originally 3 months, and now only half a month has passed, so he was not in a hurry. Instead, he chose to continue to observe. Moreover, Luo Yan did not use the method of attracting the gray-clothed man before, the deed of showing his holiness in front of the man, for the second time. Some things are too much, and if the number of times the holiness is shown too many times, it is easy for people to notice the abnormality. If an unexpected situation occurs because of this little thing, and then affects the overall situation, it will really be a loss. So in the next month, the gray-clothed man entered the mine twice. Each time, he would dig about 100 kilograms of Yuanxi primary ore and then come out. Taking this opportunity, Luo Yan finally sorted out the operation of the entire mine. Those managers will cover the collected Yuanxi primary ore with a hidden cloud handkerchief, and then find a way to transport it out. Because of the special aura of these Yuanxi ore crystals, if they appear in the outside world rashly, it is actually very easy to be discovered by the law enforcement guards on the island. After all, there are law enforcement guards guarding every island. Therefore, the matter of transferring the Yuanxi primary ore cannot allow them to be careless. Because of the gray-clothed man, Luo Yan finally took the opportunity to observe the every move of the monks on the island. He found that after the Yuanxi ore crystals were taken away, they would be taken to the island by those managers and sealed in a magic array to seal evil. The purpose is to prevent those law enforcement guards from sensing them. You should know that the reason why these law enforcement guards were arranged on the Zion Islands is to monitor everything. Because of the special aura of the Yuanxi ore crystal, even if it is placed in a storage bag, it is very isolated from their perception. For this reason, there is the existence of the sealing evil array. Luo Yan himself is proficient in runes and arrays, so he is naturally very familiar with this. By sensing the location of the sealing evil array, he can roughly determine where the stolen Yuanxi primary ores are hidden. At the beginning, Luo Yan did not find any traces of outsiders going to the island and trading with the island owner. But every half a month or so, someone on the island would use the power of the array to escape from the island once, probably to make a handover with someone. But for the sake of concealment, Luo Yan did not follow too closely and could only circle a general direction. He guessed that there should be an extremely important link hidden in it. That is the final destination of those Yuanxi primary ores. But the mastery of these core secrets is generally controlled by the island owners or the butlers. Besides, even the managers don't know the specific whereabouts of the Yuanxi primary ore. Forget it, with these evidences in hand, even if we can't find the final whereabouts of those Yuanxi ore crystals, this mission is barely qualified, and it may be enough to get it over with. At this point in the mission, Luo Yan's tense heartstrings finally relaxed by more than half. Although according to the current evidence, the island owners have not been caught, and they can't be punished for the crime of embezzlement. But in fact, none of the 17 fellow brothers is clean. This is enough. For Luo Yan, at least there is a bottom line premise, that is, based on the current mission, he is already invincible. In the next period of time, I will find a way to make up for the last link. Otherwise, according to the judgment standards of the General Affairs Hall, I am afraid that the settlement evaluation of this mission and the mission reward will be greatly discounted. Luo Yan thought truthfully. Because the evidence he has now is only the images of these spiritual ores being stolen, not the images of them being circulated to the outside world and traded with others. And it has not been through the hands of those fellow disciples. Therefore, even if the sect blames them, they can find a way to blame their subordinates. Just say that their subordinates are greedy, have no respect for the superior and the inferior, and regard the sect's laws as nothing. In this way, they can be exonerated from the crime of embezzlement. At that time, the only punishment they can have is the crime of not strictly controlling their subordinates. It's not painful, but it doesn't hurt either. Without the scene of the transaction, this task is only half completed at most. If you submit it now, I'm afraid you can only get half of the task reward. In addition, Luo Yan still has to share this task with a fellow disciple who looks like a scholar, and the 5 elements essence he got needs to be divided into half. In other words, the reward he got may be less than 4,000 drops of 5 elements essence. Although it is enough, Luo Yan doesn't want to be satisfied with this. If he can get more, he will naturally not refuse. After all, the 5 elements essence is a spiritual thing of heaven and earth, and it is never too much. Perhaps, it's time to contact that guy. Luo Yan hesitated for a long time, but still did not act rashly. Because the fluctuations of the teleportation array are very obvious, once he sets up the space array, it will inevitably be sensed. Moreover, without a specific coordinate, even if he sets up the teleportation array, it will not be of much use. Therefore, so far, he has not found a suitable opportunity to complete the second half of the evidence collection. If he alerts the enemy because of his reckless advance, it will be difficult to deal with. At that time, not to mention failure, it also means the end of this mission. Chapter 522, The law evolution discussion. Obviously, due to the existence of the law enforcement guards, the people on the island deliberately sealed up the stolen Yuan-Si mineral crystals. The purpose is to prevent them from being sensed by the law enforcement guards. Moreover, if it weren't for the identity of the gray-clothed man as a mining slave, it would be difficult for Luo Yan to sneak into the island silently. Not to mention sensing the fluctuations of the teleportation array every half a month. I hope I can get good news from that guy. Otherwise, I can only give it a try. Luo Yan thought to himself and began to use the illusory space of the identity token to call another fellow student who looked like a scholar. His mind was quietly waiting in the jade card space, but his mind was constantly sorting out the various information collected in the past month and a half. There are the physical data of the mining slaves, their speaking habits, their work styles, and the personality descriptions of those in charge, whether they were deceitful and oppressive when treating the mining slaves, or had a trace of kindness in their hearts. Luo Yan used the recording function of the chip to even record every word that group of people said. Now I have time to listen carefully. Maybe we can find the key information to break the deadlock, because language is the carrier of human nature. Many times, some inadvertent words can reveal some very important information. For example, the two words don't want and can't have are only one word different, but the real intentions expressed by the two are two completely opposite sides. One is a subjective rejection, and the other is a subjective desire, but dare not accept it. So when you have no clue, observing these most basic things can often reap many unexpected gains. When Luo Yan was immersed in these trivial fragments, there was a sudden movement beside him. A figure slowly gathered from a little bit of spiritual light, like a spark of fire, and arrived in an instant. Brother Luo, long time no see, have you made any progress recently? Shen Liang, who was full of bookish air, smiled and said the moment he appeared. His face was gentle, his expression was relaxed, and he was still gentle and elegant. Brother Shen's guess is right. We have indeed gained something, but we have also encountered difficulties. Perhaps, we still need Brother Shen's help to solve it. After a few simple greetings, Luo Yan did not intend to hide anything. He directly presented the collected evidence in the form of a virtual image in the space. Shen Liang knew that it was a serious matter, so he put away his smile and watched the contents carefully. It showed how the low-level miners and the managers on the island stole the Yuan-Si primary ore and even avoided the perception of the law enforcement guards. After a long time, Shen Liang sighed heavily. Brother Luo is really good at it. He got in so easily and collected such detailed evidence. Now, even if I report it directly, it probably won't be considered a mission failure. It's not that easy to get into the Yuan-Si mine. Not to mention that outside the mine, there are layers of innate cloud pattern prohibitions that can monitor all strangers approaching. Even those managers carry secret treasures that can detect all breaths at any time. Whether it is the soul-sending technique or the secret method of invisibility, as long as there is a little bit of wrong breath, it will be detected in the first time. This is also the reason why those fellow disciples who wanted to sneak in before failed repeatedly. Don't doubt the detection methods of those island owners, that is, the fellow brothers. They are all disciples of the Five Elements sect. They have learned a lot and have extraordinary attainments in all aspects. Their strength is naturally beyond doubt. This is also an important reason why many people who accept tasks have been defeated many times, whether it is an open conspiracy or a secret conspiracy. You can say that these fellow brothers are greedy and ignore the interests of the sect for personal gain. But there is no doubt that the strength of those fellow brothers is not strong enough. It is no exaggeration to say that it is very easy for a brother in the nascent soul realm to suppress the giant in period brothers like Luo Yan. Fighting across borders is to fight those weak casual cultivators and monks from small sects outside. As disciples of the same large sect, it is nothing but a fool's dream to want to fight across levels. Brother Shen, you are too kind. It was just luck. Luo Yan shook his head and did not take the compliments seriously. The expression on his face did not even change for this. Instead, he stared at the other party and continued to speak. We have completed the first half of this task. But unfortunately, there is still a lack of the last link to complete it. I wonder if Brother Shen can teach me. Luo Yan's meaning was very simple. Since it was a shared task and now it was a difficult problem, you have to do your part, right? Even if you can provide a reference suggestion, it would be fine. After all, everyone has different ideas. Who knows, a casual remark can solve the worries. Hearing the question from the blue-clothed Taoist brother, Shen Liang fell into deep thought. During this time, he really saw the true faces of several island owners, and then he chatted with them briefly. But that was all. Those island owners did not mention a word about the things on the island and the situation inside the Yuanxi mine. Even Shen Liang revealed that he wanted to build another island here like them and become one of them. The other party just smiled lightly and did not speak. It was okay to chat and get to know each other, but the topic never left cultivation. Even the two protruding islands behind, Shen Liang went to the island to observe personally, but unfortunately he never saw the real face of the island owner. Obviously, the other party did not take his fellow disciple seriously at all. In fact, it is not difficult to understand why those island owners hide such a reaction. Although they are from the same sect, the gap in their cultivation realm is a full realm, or even 2 realms. The gap in strength is too large, so naturally people will not take it seriously. In the world of cultivation, status, strength level, magical powers and secrets mastered, etc. are all one of the criteria for judging whether a person is strong or not. The higher the cultivation realm of a cultivator, the less likely he will regard low-level cultivators as the same kind. Even in the secular world, many princes and nobles are like this. There are great scholars talking and laughing, and there are no ordinary people in the exchanges. This is what it means. Or, this can also be called the naked law of the jungle, the strongest is the king. In the demon race, this characteristic is even more obvious. The stronger the strength, the more absolute the suppression power over the low-level demon beasts. Of course, this is without taking into account the blood of any race. Not only the human race, the demon race will be like this. Any race, all pursue such a set of strong theory. The strength is respected, and the right to speak is more important. If you are not at the same level, no one will listen to you at all. So in this world where great power is added to individuals, all beings are equal, which is a big joke. Sorry, Brother Luo, I may disappoint you. Liang has not collected any useful information during this period of time. Even with Liang's ability, it is probably difficult to follow those teleportation arrays quietly without disturbing them. At this time, Shen Liang looked embarrassed, and the smile on his face was also a bit embarrassed. After all, his opponents were his fellow disciples. Even if he was confident, he could not guarantee that his escape method could hide from them. The gap in strength between the two was an insurmountable chasm. Luo Yan heard this and nodded gently. This answer of Shen Liang was also within his expectations. If he could really find something with so many people following him and under the eyes of his fellow disciples, Luo Yan would feel strange. After all, Shen Liang was an outsider, and everyone would be on guard. Who would say anything more to a stranger? Brother Shen, why do you have to act so childishly? If you hadn't attracted their attention in front of us, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to collect evidence this time. In fact, the reason why Luo Yan could perform this mission so easily was really closely related to Shen Liang. You should know that the mission in the General Affairs Hall is open to all disciples of the 5 Elements sect. When this mission was accepted by someone, it was found that no one came after waiting for a long time. Those island owners would naturally notice the trick inside. Thus, they began to conduct strict self-examination, and any clues would be repeatedly checked by them. In this way, Luo Yan's possession of the gray-clothed man's eyebrows would be very likely to be exposed. Moreover, even if he used the technique of the spirit body or the technique of the fake body to replace the real body, it would be difficult to deceive the fellow brothers on the island to check carefully. Because everyone is a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, they have seen all kinds of secret methods, so they will naturally be on guard. This is the main reason why Luo Yan asked Shen Liang to show his traces in front of those island masters without hiding his body. The term secretly crossing Chengkang is also very appropriate in the current environment. Brother Luo, if we act according to your plan, I am afraid that our mission this time may be completed ahead of schedule. Although Liang is not talented, I also have a plan. You may listen to it. Shen Liang bowed from a distance, and the embarrassment on his face disappeared, and he turned into a look of asking for advice. You know, he is not a brainless guy. Otherwise, he would not dare to come alone to accept this task. Without some wisdom, how could Shen Liang dare to accept such a task? Oh? I'd like to hear the details, Brother Shen, please tell me. Luo Yan's face was full of curiosity, wanting to hear the opinions of this fellow disciple. As disciples of the 5 Elements sect, he had no intention of looking down on anyone. You have to know that the opponent's strength is there, and it is impossible to suppress it with force. Even if the law enforcement guards are asked to help, if they really face those fellow brothers in the God transformation realm, as long as the consciousness of the high-level elders does not come, the law enforcement guards cannot be the opponent of those fellow brothers. Only by using a roundabout strategy can there be a possibility of breaking the problem. And what kind of strategy can make this scholar in front of him dare to compete with Luo Yan's suggestion? Moreover, under the premise that he has made considerable progress, Shen Liang still has a strong confidence that his plan is not inferior to his. Therefore, Luo Yan stood up and prepared to listen carefully to what Shen Liang was about to say. Our key right now is the stolen yuanzi or crystals. Under the circumstances where the island owners have not traded in person, even if the evidence collected in the mines is submitted to the General Affairs Hall, the island owners can still stay out of the world. At that time, just find 2 scapegoats and you can choose yourself. The follow-up of this task is uncertain. Their reliance is nothing more than the certainty that we can't find evidence. But what if we lose those yuanzi primary ores? At this time, Shen Liang had a warm smile on his face, and his eyes were full of gentleness. Hearing the other party's point of view, Luo Yan subconsciously frowned, because according to common sense, this is simply impossible. Although he can roughly determine the location of the sealed yuanzi primary ore. But because the defense force on the island is too strong, Luo Yan dare not act rashly at all. After all, their opponent is a fellow senior brother, who is at least 1 realm higher than them. Although everyone in the 5-element sect practices secret methods, mind images, and the cultivation of 840 million spiritual energy particles. But there is a big gap in realm. Even if they call the law enforcement guards for help, they have little chance of winning. Because among the many island owners in the Giant Sea, there are several cultivators in the God transformation stage. Since the law enforcement guards can only use the puppet mode, it is almost impossible for them to be the opponents of those fellow brothers. Therefore, in order to achieve this, I am afraid that they can only start with those brothers in the nascent soul stage, but there is still a big risk. Brother Luo, have you ever heard of the mirror flower and water moon? As if seeing the doubts in Luo Yan's eyes, Shen Liang smiled, and then his body suddenly trembled slightly, bringing a burst of spiritual light, accompanied by water flowers, and slowly dissipated. Under Luo Yan's gaze, he went from a complete person to disappearing, as if there was no more energy. The water splashed, with a little silver light, and a living figure disappeared. The law of illusion. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and recognized the secret technique used by Shen Liang. This is the real Tao, not a simple Tao method. Simply put, this is a kind of law of the great Dao. Brother Luo has good eyesight. This is the illusion method. A method that can change its current state and make it exist at the intersection of falsehood and reality. A silver light flashed, and Shen Liang's figure appeared again. He was still in the same place, and his aura remained unchanged. He disappeared out of thin air and appeared out of thin air again. If it was an ordinary Tao method, that kind of aura fluctuation would be absolutely impossible to conceal, and Luo Yan, who was on the opposite side, could not fail to notice it. Even Luo Yan himself used the dream butterfly technique, and at the moment of performing it, he could not achieve no aura fluctuation. This seemed to be an extreme. Brother Shen, are you targeting those mineral crystals and preparing to perform a trick for them? Chapter 523, The most vicious is the scholar, the evil plot. Although he watched the whole process of this secret technique, Luo Yan's brows were still furrowed. If it was an ordinary opponent, it would be fine. This level of law might have an unexpected effect. But their opponents were those fellow brothers. To put it bluntly, although the illusion is relatively rare, it is not impossible to crack it. It is still very easy to be exposed. Brother Luo is right. If it is a simple illusion, they will definitely recognize it. After all, the water is clear and can be seen through at a glance. But what if this pool of water is originally turbid? When the water is clear, we naturally have no chance to search for evidence. After all, the other party is sitting on a high platform. But if we stir this pool of water and make the originally turbid water flow to the surface, maybe we will have a chance to take action. For example, making a fake look real, creating something out of nothing, and framing someone. Shen Liang showed a gentle smile on his face, confident and calm, and at the same time a little high-spirited. This is a fight with a fellow brother, how can he not be excited? It is really difficult to collect evidence of such people's embezzlement. But if you change your mindset, stop looking for evidence, and directly fabricate it, it will be much easier. After all, these 17 fellow disciples can't stand the investigation. Especially after seeing the video evidence collected by this Taoist brother in green, the idea in Shen Liang's heart became uncontrollable. The world under the water. Luo Yan pondered. From another perspective, what Shen Liang said may be right. Judging from the current situation, those fellow disciples are indeed sitting on the Diaoyate and don't take them seriously at all. But what if the water is muddied? Luo Yan had to think about the possibility of this plan. If we follow Liang's plan, it will certainly alert the enemy and thus attract jealousy. But the good thing is that after we ask for the law enforcement guards, the other party will most likely not use the teleportation array again in order to avoid being sensed. Then, perhaps Brother Luo's chance will come. Shen Liang had a smile in his eyes, and he looked at the Taoist in green clothes opposite him leisurely. His strategy can actually complement Luo Yan's next plan. Relying solely on personal ability, it is inevitable that there will be some uncertain factors filled in it. If the two are combined, then this task will not be difficult. This is Shen Liang's confidence, and it is also the confidence of a scholar. If they don't use the teleportation array, but simply track and trace, I am somewhat confident. Luo Yan was silent and nodded to admit this. He stared at the other party with a very complicated look, and then sighed. If Brother Shen really did that, no matter what the final result is, he will definitely offend that group of people. In the future, there may be danger to his life. Brother Shen, are you sure you want to do this? Luo Yan took a deep look, and the scholar in front of him seemed to be reminding him. If it is implemented according to Luo Yan's plan, even if the tracking is discovered, this mission will not fail. At most, the reward will be discounted, but it is enough for the two of them. But Shen Liang's heart cannot be satisfied with this, and he wants to complete this mission. Even if it takes some risks, it is worth it. For a moment, Luo Yan felt that the scholar in front of him was a bold man. He actually thought of framing openly. This way of solving the problem was not even thought of by Luo Yan himself. Because it is too offensive and arouses jealousy. It is no less than the 9 Immortal Island mission that Luo Yan had carried out before, the hatred of killing a son, the kind that is irreconcilable and will not stop until death. If this guy wants to do it like this, he will definitely offend the 17 fellow brothers. There is no room for easing. It can be called audacious. On the contrary, if they follow secretly as Luo Yan imagined, if they are discovered, it is at most that they are not as skilled as others. Even if they are not happy, they will not pursue it too much. After all, it is just a different standpoint. Since you are ready to accept the task, how can Liang be afraid of the future? Shen Liang smiled lightly, even with a sense of embarrassment. At this moment, he seemed to be a nerd who read too many books. He is not familiar with the world and does not understand the ways of the world. Of course, this is just a superficial point of view of Liang. Please forgive me, Brother Luo. Shen Liang smiled lightly, revealing a little white teeth, and his gentle and elegant demeanor overflowed. Luo Yan was silent, staring at the handsome young man in front of him with a bookish look for a long time. Judging from his tone, perhaps from the very beginning, when he accepted this task, the other party had this idea in mind. Especially when Luo Yan said that the stolen yuanzi or crystals were currently stored on these islands. The confidence in this guy's eyes instantly became stronger. At this point, Luo Yan could no longer understand Shen Liang's plan. This guy's idea was completely opposite to Luo Yan's. He never thought about how to collect evidence to prove whether the island owners had committed embezzlement. Instead, from the very beginning, he had the purpose of deliberately framing them and confirming the guilt of those island owners. Anyway, their butts are not clean to begin with, so what's wrong with me framing you? At that time, the law enforcement guards will be asked to judge. Even if the island owners refute and refuse to admit it, do they dare to let the law enforcement guards search the island? Since they dare not, doesn't that confirm Shen Liang's words? Is the illusory image they took out real? In this way, the task is considered completed. Although the final task evaluation will be very low, it is also considered a completed task, isn't it? After the mission is completed, who cares about the flood? The most important thing is to get the reward for the mission. After thinking carefully, Luo Yan roughly guessed Shen Liang's idea. Sure enough, the most ruthless and vicious is the scholar. Brother Shen is really good. When you accepted this mission, you had already anticipated this, right? Guessed that they couldn't move those yuanzi mineral crystals so quickly. Luo Yan clapped his hands, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Although this plan is vicious, he is not the one who uses it, and he is not the one who is targeted. Looking inside, it is beneficial to this mission. Looking outside, someone helped him attract the attention of his fellow brothers. Such a good thing, why not Luo Yan? Sure enough, there is no simple disciple who can join the Five Elements sect. In order to practice resources, some people dared to embezzle. In order to complete the task, the latter directly framed and fabricated it out of thin air. They are all a group of great talents. Compared with this group of people, Luo Yan, who was still carrying out his mission honestly, seemed too obedient. At this point, Luo Yan had to admit that the suggestion made by this smiling scholar was much simpler and more crude than what he did. But it was also more practical. Brother Luo, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your video, Liang could only make a rash guess and then go all out, rather than make a conclusion. Once the guess is wrong, Liang will probably pay a huge price. Shen Liang shook his head, and the smile on his face also subsided. The evidence collection of this Taoist brother in green was like a patch for his subsequent behavior. Even if those fellow brothers had the ability to hide all the Yuanxi mineral crystals on the island without leaving a trace, so that the law enforcement guards could not find any results. But with these images as a foundation, Shen Liang's behavior did not constitute a false accusation or deliberate fabrication of right and wrong. This has a root cause and actual evidence pointing to it. If Shen Liang resorted to this method right from the start, what if the other party had already prepared for it and dealt with it? Then, just a charge of framing his fellow disciples would be enough to keep Shen Liang from turning over within 100 years. So there is a clear difference between the two. Since Brother Shen is not afraid of offending those people, what right do I have to refuse? Just implement this plan. After alerting the snakes, the other birds will probably flee in panic. Leave it to me to track those people. Luo Yan spoke and gave a conclusion. He is not a pedantic person. Since there is a more suitable solution, let's use it. Delaying and procrastinating is not his nature. In order to complete the task, Luo Yan dared to kill the descendants of the elders in the refining void realm. Not to mention these fellow disciples. Too many lice don't itch. Anyway, he doesn't have so many concerns. In addition, the most offensive job was done by Shen Liang. What reason does he have to refuse the remaining small things? With the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method, Luo Yan believed that his key could not be easily captured by them. Soon, the two reached an agreement. Shen Liang fabricated the illusory image, and then asked the law enforcement guards to search the entire island. Luo Yan was responsible for finding those who fled with a Yuanxi primary ore. After all, Shen Liang's behavior was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Once other island owners knew about it, they would inevitably take corresponding measures to avoid being searched by the law enforcement guards. The safest measure is to move quietly and take the stolen Yuanxi ore crystals out to hide. At this time, as long as Luo Yan can keep up with one of them and confirm that the person did escape with a large amount of raw ore, this task of stealing from the inside will be considered a perfect closed loop. First, there are multiple actual stolen images at the bottom of the Yuanxi mine. Then Shen Liang took the law enforcement guards to search and confirm. And finally there are many pictures of people escaping to the outside world. This long chain of evidence will directly nail those island owners. There is no way to defend it. Because of these evidences, 2 true and 1 false, true and false mixed in, but in the end, all pointed to them. Even if those fellow brothers wanted to explain, they couldn't explain at all. At most, after the fact, some people would start to argue and try to get away with their crimes. For example, there are 17 island owners in Zion Islands, and there are also 17 people involved in this matter. But there may be only 2 who were caught directly. One is the island where the Yuanxi ore crystal was searched under the eyes of the law enforcement guards. The other is the island owner who was followed by Luo Yan and then found the destination of escape. After all, only the 2 of them were caught in the act, and the rest were not caught on the spot. It's just that someone went out to escape, and they failed to supervise them. At that time, all the charges will be pushed onto the 2 people, and then the deficits over the years will be made up. At that time, even if the sect punishes them, they will show some mercy. After waiting for a few decades, when the rumors have died down, they will naturally live in peace. After all, they are all disciples of the Five Elements sect. Who would abolish their own disciples because of such corruption or even embezzlement? At most, they will make up for the original deficit, and then punish them, and then find a way to throw them to the border of foreign races to shine. In general, it is the least fatal. Disciple Shen Liang, request the elders of the Xianji Hall to lower the magic finger. The next search mission will be carried out by the law enforcement guards in cooperation with me. On the west coast, in front of the teleportation array of an island, a young scholar directly faced the token and called the elders of the Xianji Hall. Not long after, a majestic divine voice came out. Do you know that there must be a factual basis for mobilizing the law enforcement guards? Disciple knows. Shen Liang responded seriously. At the same time, the fabricated false image was presented. In the picture, the miners directly moved the Yuanxi primary ore to the island, and at the same time, a special person set up a seal to prevent the breath of the Yuanxi ore crystal from leaking. In less than a cup of tea, the illusory image was presented. The majestic divine thought in the dark was silent for a long time, and then spoke. Your illusory image carries a strong illusion of the law of Taoism. If the search is fruitless, you will be charged with framing your fellow disciples and killing your teachers and friends. At that time, you will definitely be sent to the border of foreign races to fight against those monsters. At your age and cultivation level, you will die if you go to that place. Are you sure you want to mobilize the law enforcement guards? Obviously, the great being in the Xianji Hall saw the illusion of the scholar fabricating the illusory image. So he kindly reminded him a few more words. That's right, for such a high-ranking person, the true and false images in the words can be seen at a glance. In the Five Elements sect, there are very few people who want to hide from their perception. It is a good thing to complete the sect mission with all your heart. But making things up without regard for the consequences is more like a double-edged sword. This is more like a gamble. You can either win or lose. If you win, you can get that little bit of mission reward. Once you lose, not only will you offend the dozen or so fellow brothers, but Shen Liang himself will also be severely punished. It will take a long time to even lose his life, and they are still very young, so there is no need to risk their lives for such a small matter. Disciple confirms that this is the fact. Please help me, elder. Shen Liang responded with a serious face and very respectful. Chapter 524, Framed, Fabricated, Confusing Right and Wrong, Done on Purpose. If it weren't for that Taoist brother in green to back him up, Shen Liang might have really hesitated as to whether to make such a big bet. Or he could wait until he investigated more in detail before implementing the plan. If the island owners had transferred the smuggled Yuanxi ore crystals to other places, then even if Shen Liang took the law enforcement guards to search the island, he would probably get nothing. At that time, the charge of framing his fellow disciples would be inevitable. But now, with the support of the Taoist brother in green, Shen Liang dared to say that the false illusion was real. Full of momentum. In that case, then as you wish. The majestic divine thought sounded, and then gradually disappeared. At this time, Shen Liang's jade card exuded a majestic Taoist light, which was hazy and misty. When this ray of morning light infected the two law enforcement guards, the law enforcement guards who were originally standing on the left and right sides moved instantly. With 2 clicks, the huge statue that seemed to be gilded was instantly unsealed. Jialiu, Qiba, please give me your orders. The moment the 2 law enforcement guards spoke, they carried a kind of grandeur and time, and the rhyme of Taoism also appeared on their bodies. Like an ancient immortal descending to the world, covered in dust. Their bodies also shrank rapidly, becoming the size of normal people. Liang greets the 2 senior brothers. Please help block this island immediately and don't let anyone in or out. Shen Liang smiled, with a sense of disobedience, and his eyes were full of coldness. Although they were 2 puppets, he still adhered to the etiquette of his fellow disciples. It was as if the 2 in front of him were real people. Qiba, I obey. As soon as the dull voice fell, the law enforcement guard on the side closed the teleportation array, then jumped into the air and spread his hands. Suddenly, with this island as the axis, crystal light raindrops bloomed with the most dazzling brilliance. These light rains filled the sky above the island, forming a forbidden barrier, like a transparent light curtain, covering the entire island. In just a moment, an independent world was formed. How dare you? Where did you come from? How dare you block my island? Are you looking for death? The moment the barrier was formed, it also attracted the real owner of the island. Several shouts came out in succession, representing his inner anger. In full view of the public, someone dared to block the island where he was. What was he trying to do? Did he want to attack him? Who are you? Why are you blocking my island? Don't you know that this is the important place of my five elements sect? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish today. Not long after, a young man in green clothes, with a gloomy face and a face full of arrogance, turned into a rainbow light and stopped. Behind him were dozens of loyal servants, and dozens of black shadows attacked in a dark mass, and the scene was once very spectacular. The momentum was amazing. Obviously, with such a neat reaction, the other party had roughly guessed something. When the gloomy young man and others landed in front, Shen Liang smiled slightly. Brother Tao, Liang sent you a visiting card some time ago. It's a pity that Brother Tao seemed to be away at that time, so you and I didn't have the chance to meet. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Brother Tao is really charming. With a few gentle words, Shen Liang pointed out his identity and reminded him. I made an appointment with you before, and you also knew my aura and knew what kind of mission I came here this time. Don't pretend to be confused. The seemingly light words actually have a strong warning meaning. Are you the junior brother who received the mission of the General Affairs Hall? The gloomy young man's face was ashen, as if he had just recognized the scholar opposite him, and then he suddenly realized. There was a cold and distant tone in his tone, and a strong sense of disdain. It's rare that senior brother Tao still remembers a small person like me. Liang is really honored. Shen Liang smiled, showing a respectful and friendly expression. It was as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years, familiar and speculative. Since you and I are from the same school, why do you do such a thing? Why don't you quickly remove the ban on the island for me? The gloomy young man glanced at the two figures behind Shen Liang. The special breath of time made him recognize their true identities instantly. Law enforcement guards. After figuring this out, the gloomy young man's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. He had a bad premonition lingering in his heart. It seems that senior brother Tao is really a noble person who forgets things easily. Liang accepted the task and is going to investigate the disappearance of the Yuanxi primary mine in Ziyan Islands. Of course, it is to search for evidence, otherwise what else can I do? Shen Liang smiled softly again, with a scholarly aura and a polite attitude, but giving people an aggressive feeling. Half a month ago, he came to this island in person and wanted to visit. As a result, he was directly humiliated by the subordinates of the gloomy young man. First, they told Shen Liang to wait for a while, and they would come out to see him after the work was done. And this wait lasted for 2 days. Finally, he asked again and got the news that the island owner was in seclusion again. In other words, Shen Liang wasted 2 days here in vain, and was even ridiculed in the end. The host did not see the guest, but the guest did not know it and did not know how to leave on his own. Although that was said by a steward, Shen Liang, as a disciple of the Five Elements sect, was not someone that ordinary people dared to provoke. Obviously, there must be instructions from the gloomy young man. After this incident, Shen Liang remembered this fellow brother completely. Therefore, after discussing with Luo Yan, the first island he went to was the place where this guy was. You deliberately humiliated me before, and now it's my turn to retaliate. Is this junior brother joking with me? The gloomy young man was cold, and his face became extremely gloomy, as if he was about to explode in the next moment. As for the matter of the Yuanxi mineral crystal, basically everyone who accepted the task knew what was going on. But there was no evidence. Without evidence, we can only speculate, so what can we do to them? Without any evidence, it means that they did not embezzle and are innocent. Brother Tao, why do you have to play dumb? Isn't this evidence? Shen Liang smiled and did not argue too much. Instead, he casually shot out an illusory image and projected it into the void. In the illusion, a group of miners ran straight to the island, holding a huge Yuanxi primary ore in their hands. The faces of those figures were exactly the group of people behind the Yinei young man. Such an illusory and real scene, even the Yinei young man himself was stunned. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the group of servants behind him. His eyes were about to spit fire, as if saying, "Are you also brainless in doing things? Knowing that the sect was coming to investigate, you dared to be so open and above board, without any restraint?" The gloomy young man never thought that the group of people under his command would be so stupid that they would run around with a Yuanxi or crystal without even a little disguise. You know, this piece of land is very special and belongs to the spiritual mine. To some extent, the people on the island represent the gloomy young man himself. Once his people do something stupid, he, as the master, must bear the corresponding consequences. This is a fact that everyone tacitly agrees with. In an instant, The gloomy young man's murderous intent suddenly rose in his heart, and he had the urge to destroy everything. A bunch of trash. Just when the gloomy young man was shrouded in anger, a steward behind him shook his head gently at him, and whispered, "Master, don't worry, these are all fake. Your fellow is deliberately deceiving you." The stewards looked at each other, and then shook their heads, indicating that this was definitely not what they did. After they brought out the Yuanxi primary ore, they immediately wrapped it up with Yinai Umpa, and each time several people did it together. Finally, the Yuanxi mineral crystal was placed in the absolute spirit array and stored, without leaking any aura. How could it be as open and above board as it appeared in the illusion? They appeared one by one, without avoiding anyone. This is simply a false accusation. When the stewards behind him all shook their heads and denied it, the gloomy young man was stunned. The figure in the picture was the steward of his island, and the geographical location was also the appearance of this island. But the steward behind him passed him the message, which was definitely not theirs. After thinking for a moment, the gloomy young man suddenly understood, woke up from his raging anger, and then angrily said, "You damn guy, in order to complete the task, you dare to fabricate facts." Shen Liang waved his hand, and the smile on his face became even stronger. Even if he was pointed at and scolded, he did not have any resentment, and he was still friendly. "Why do you say that, Senior Brother Tao? Junior Brother is not the kind of person who likes to fabricate right and wrong. When we do things, the most important thing is evidence." As soon as these words came out, the gloomy young man instantly understood the meaning of the words. Sure enough, this was a bad idea deliberately made by the other party. The purpose was to frame him. The figure in the picture is not from my island, and I did not steal the spiritual minds of the sect. This is a false accusation, framing me. The murderous intent in the eyes of the gloomy young man was unreserved and blazing to the extreme. If it weren't for the two law enforcement guards blocking him, he would definitely attack without reservation at this moment and blow up the scholar with a vicious heart in front of him. Even if he was accused of harming his fellow disciples for this, he would not hesitate. This is really disgusting. This is the first time he has met such a fellow disciple. What on earth do you want to do? The gloomy young man spoke again. His eyes became extremely cold, and dense runes lingered in the void, emitting the most gorgeous stream of light. The stream of light was beautiful, but it was mixed with the sun, moon and stars, as if the mountains and rivers were in another world, very terrifying. As a fellow disciple, I naturally believe that Senior Brother Tao will not do anything that violates the sect's rules. It is reasonable for Liang to believe Senior Brother. But now there is the fact of this illusory image in front of me. Even if I personally believe it, it can't stop the determination of the two senior brothers next to me to go in and search. Shen Liang explained with a smile, very gentle and polite. The words were sincere and the tone was firm. It seemed that the leader this time was the two law enforcement guard puppets, not himself. "Speak, put forward a condition." Hearing this, the gloomy young man laughed angrily. Was he treating him as a fool? Everyone in the Five Element sect knew that the law enforcement guard was just a puppet, not a real person. The weak scholar in front of him actually lied in front of him. This shameless look simply disgraced the scholars. "It's very simple, please let Senior Brother Tao make way and let these two senior brothers enter the island to check. If nothing is found and there is no trace of the Yuanxi mineral crystal, Liang is willing to be punished." Hearing this, the gloomy young man immediately shouted, "This is impossible. This island is my private territory, I have the right to refuse such an unreasonable request." Facing the angry rebuke, Shen Liang was not annoyed, his face was still calm and steady. "I'm afraid it's not up to Senior Brother Tao." The gloomy young man was furious, and the murderous intent on his body was about to solidify, and he did not give in. He pressed forward with one hand, which caused the resonance of heaven and earth, and the explosion in the void was surging, pressing in all directions. "What if I say no?" At the same time, the dozens of figures behind the gloomy young man were already exuding amazing murderous intent. It seemed as if they were about to attack, and the fiercest fight would break out in the next moment. "Brother Tao, why don't you give it a try? You can try to tear down these two brothers. You'll see what kind of crime the sect will punish you for." Shen Liang showed a fox-like smile, even with a little sarcasm. Under the gaze of so many people, he still acted calm, without a trace of crisis. The law enforcement guards represent the sect and are also glorious justice. As long as the other party dares to attack the law enforcement guards, everyone present will be sentenced to the sect crime. Any disciple of the Five Elements sect who sees this has the right to kill the monks who betrayed the sect immediately. Even the gloomy young man himself can't escape the fate of being severely punished. At that time, it will not be just a charge of embezzlement that can offset it. It is not impossible that the identity of the Five Elements sect disciples will be stripped on the spot. So the core of this issue has never been a question of whether you can beat them or not, but a question of whether you can attack the law enforcement guards. Under the righteousness, any personal interests must give way. Otherwise, you will be severely punished according to the sect rules. You are seeking revenge and deliberately framing me. At the same time, you have offended me completely. You are courting death. Aren't you afraid that something unexpected will happen and you will not be able to get out of this sea area? The gloomy young man's tone was grim, with murderous intent, and the dim light in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. He stood between heaven and earth, and his murderous aura was like the sea, spreading to the distance. Don't bother Brother Tao to worry about this. Only God knows what my future fate will be. Brother Tao is a wise man, please get out of the way. Shen Liang smiled, turning a blind eye to this threatening voice and not caring at all. Chapter 525, The First Stage, a mission like startling the snake is bound to offend people, and Shen Liang doesn't mind even if it means offending someone to death. Anyway, it's all for the sect. The gloomy young man watched this fellow scholar, whom he looked down upon, lead the law enforcement guards to search his island, and his inner anger was magnified to the extreme. For a moment, he thought about taking action directly and killing him. But soon, he held back. Because even if the hidden yuanzi or crystals were found on the island, the gloomy young man still had room for defense before there was other evidence. As long as the explanation was proper, it would be almost impossible to punish him based on this little thing. But if he fought with the law enforcement guards, the nature of the matter would change completely. He would be directly sentenced to the sect crime. So, at this moment, although the gloomy young man's face was distorted due to the blazing anger in his heart, he still forced himself to hold back. Okay. You wait, after this incident, I will find you even if I have to spend all my money. Today's revenge will be returned 100-fold. The gloomy young man gritted his teeth and stared at the back of the scholar, who was walking away with a very cold look. This sudden series of actions did not give him any time to react. The island was blocked, the fabricated evidence was in front of him, and the law enforcement guards came out to search the island. Even the gloomy young man could only stand there and wait for the result. Unless he had the courage to fight against the law enforcement guards. But the cost of doing so was too high, and the gloomy young man was naturally unwilling to do it. At the same time, what happened on this island was instantly heard by the ears of other island owners. Many island owners were awakened from their practice by their subordinates, and then listened to the whole story of the incident, and finally showed incredible expressions on their faces. Are all the younger brothers so brave to complete their missions? They are even capable of fabricating facts and deliberately framing others. It is hard to imagine that this is something that people from my Five Elements sect would do. The young warrior was secretly surprised, and then he laughed softly. It seemed like he was joking. After all, they were similar people. In order to obtain cultivation resources, they did not hesitate to steal from the public. Now, someone followed their example, or even did it more cruelly. It was hard not to laugh at such a crooked way. Interesting. The guy leaked the news earlier, saying that he wanted to join us and become one of the rulers of this area, and wanted to share part of the profits. I thought he did it on purpose to test our reaction. I never thought that this junior brother Shen would even use the trick of framing others. It's beyond my imagination. This seemingly weak junior brother is really a person who will do anything for the sake of profit. Another person spoke up, wearing a flying bird cloud robe, with illusory innate cloud patterns flashing in his eyes. There was a trembling energy condensing, which was unfathomable. The islands of several of them were adjacent, so they gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The interests of the Zion Islands have been divided up, and behind these people, there are the shadows of their respective families. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to let an outsider intervene. This is the real thought in the heart of the man in the flying bird cloud robe after hearing the retelling of his subordinates. But now it seems that he is still thinking one-sidedly. This junior brother who took over the case of the disappearance of the yuanzi or crystal seemed to be coming with great force. Mr. Guo. The young strong man in the flying bird cloud robe called softly. I'm here. An old man who looked like a manager walked in and nodded in agreement. Move all the ore crystals temporarily shelved on our island in advance. Perhaps, this is just the beginning, and it's far from the end. In order to cause unnecessary trouble, I'll trouble you to run a trip and deal with those raw ores. My junior brother has the righteousness of the sect on his shoulders. Let's avoid him for the time being and don't have a direct conflict with him. The pupils of the young strong man were full of silver cloud patterns, like the undulating stars, and the aura was very strong. As a member of the Five Elements sect, how could he not know the task system in the General Affairs Hall? The purpose of all people who accept tasks is to complete the task. In this process, reasons, ideas, anger, morality, etc. are not important. The result is very important. After thinking about the commotion caused by this junior brother, he couldn't help but sigh. This might be the most appropriate way under the current circumstances. Although there will be great risks, at least there is a possibility of completing the task. Because of the defense force of Zion Coast, the young strong man wearing the bird cloud robe knows very well that it is difficult for a fellow junior brother with a cultivation of giant and realm to get into those core areas. Even if he goes in, every move of that junior brother is under the watchful eyes of himself and others. It is difficult to do anything. The reason why the junior brothers who accepted the task before failed is based on this reason. Everything is restricted. Even if you want to investigate, you can't do anything. The old man who looks like a manager opened his mouth and said, "Sir, I heard that the law enforcement guards over there have blocked the entire island. If this old slave takes the teleportation array, it may be sensed, and then cause unnecessary trouble. Do you want to see if you want to?" Although the law enforcement guards are just puppets, everyone knows that the body inside is enough to carry the consciousness of the elders of the sect, and they are extremely sensitive in perception. This giant sea area is not very large, and the slightest spatial fluctuation is likely to be monitored. If the consciousness of the elders of the sect really descends, it may really be a trap. How about this, Guo Lao? You take the other managers to evenly separate a batch of yuanzi or crystals stored on the island, and then each person will take a part out. Everyone go to a different direction, and don't come back before getting my information. As for the bottom of the mine, temporarily stop working for a few days, and resume it after this gust of wind blows over. Since the law enforcement guards have been invited, it means that this undercurrent will end in a few days. But at the same time, this must be the craziest moment for that junior brother. After all, the two sides have always been two opposite sides. If they don't take this opportunity to check all the 17 islands, the junior brother's final mission completion rate will definitely not be very high. Therefore, in order to prevent being dragged into the water, the necessary precautions must be taken. As for the island owner who is targeted, he can only blame him for his bad luck. Interesting. As expected of my Five Elements sect's disciples, there are all kinds of people. Some guys are born with evil hearts. On another island, a middle-aged man looked at the picture in front of him, and a few sneers flowed from the corners of his mouth. There were colorful patterns on his body, emitting a special light of Taoism, which was very scary. Looking at the person in the picture, in order to complete the task, he first deliberately fabricated the facts, and then pressed on step by step. He felt that the young were formidable. After living in the Five Elements sect for so many years, many amazing talents like to do things step by step. But it is still rare to see such a shameless, treacherous and cunning guy. Obviously, the person is right in front of me, but why do I always feel that my heart is a little uneasy? The middle-aged man murmured. He has cultivated to the peak of the spiritualization stage, and the next step is to face the refining method Chengsu realm. At this time, the telepathy is not groundless. Many things have their own senses. Destiny is not groundless. That is to say, apart from the law enforcement guards that junior brother Shen invited to search, there should be something else happening on the island. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. No, this matter itself may not be as simple as it seems on the surface. The middle-aged man's soul left his body, floating like a ghost, patrolling around the entire island like a ghost. In this state, his perception will be maximized, and it will be another level of soul perception. Any trace of abnormal fluctuations cannot be hidden from his detection. Soon, the middle-aged man's soul patrolled the entire sea area, but did not detect the slightest abnormal breath. Has it sneaked into the island, or into the mine? The middle-aged man's eyes shone, and a blazing five-color light burst out from them, shining like the rising sun, illuminating the entire world. Although he did not find anything unusual, The bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that junior brother Shin has deceived all of us. There must be someone hiding in the dark. They have big plans. Seeing that the search was fruitless, the middle-aged man had to give up and ordered his men to take the Yuan-Si mineral crystals on the island and leave here by teleportation array. Then, he signaled to his manager and pointed out a throat-sealing action. Not long after, a thick smell of blood came from the island where the middle-aged man was. All the miners were slaughtered in a short time. Go. Deal with those people inside the mine. If I'm not mistaken, we don't have much time left. We must clean up all the tails before that guy arrives. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. At this moment, the middle-aged man was very decisive and slaughtered his men completely. Of all the miners, most of the managers only kept 2 confidants, and they were the kind that he had put into the soul control seal. Fierce, cruel, and decisive. Just because of that little bit of uneasiness in his heart, he decisively took action and executed all those who did it. The middle-aged man stood on the island, his eyes flashing with crazy movements, but he quickly suppressed them. Next, let's see how much stuff they have collected over there. The Zion Islands are almost all adjacent to each other. The last moment, Shen Liang led the law enforcement guards to block the island and the conversation with the young Taoist. In less than an instant of time, all the other island owners knew everything. Everything. Except for a few island owners who made arrangements in advance and did not worry about their actions being exposed. The rest of the island owners arranged people to send away the stolen Yuan-Si or crystals immediately. Therefore, in a very short time, the entire Zion Sea became extremely lively. Dense black shadows kept flying to the open sea, like a flock of birds returning to their nests. Looking around, all were figures fleeing far away. At this time, Luo Yan's spiritual bodies nested around the seabed began to wake up one after another. From a distance, he actually placed a spiritual body at intervals around the entire Zion coast. When those people fled, he also began his own actions. A large number of white light spots floated on Luo Yan's body, which was very mottled, but difficult to see with the naked eye. At the same time, at the same moment, 4 bright round magic coins condensed in front of the foreheads of Luo Yan's spiritual bodies. These magic coins were suspended in the air, reflecting the sea area beside him. Anyone who passed through this sea area would be covered by these round magic coins in the first time. Then, their aura was preserved. The magic coins were transformed by luck, not spiritual power, soul, and supernatural powers. This kind of power that is unique to ordinary cultivators is naturally difficult to detect. As long as the island cultivators left the Zion Islands and fled to other seas, they could not escape the reflection of this fate. With luck and aura in hand, even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, Luo Yan could find their true bodies through the cause and effect line in the dark. So at this time, Luo Yan just recorded all the aura and fortune of the group of people, but did not choose to chase them. After all, so many people escaped, it would be too time-consuming and laborious for Luo Yan to catch them alone. Moreover, this was just one part of the plan that he and Shen Liang had agreed on in advance. Everything has just begun. If they fabricated such false facts, framed their fellow disciples just to complete this task. In the end, it was just to get a little bit of the essence of the 5 elements, then they underestimated their appetite. The task reward is just a little extra. What they really want is in the hands of those island owners. Shen Liang, who was directing the law enforcement guards to collect the Yuan-Si mineral crystals on the island and keep the video evidence, suddenly felt a slight sound from the jade token on his body. He smiled, knowing that it was the news from the fellow disciple in green clothes, indicating that everything was ready. It seems that it is time to go to the next island. Before leaving, Shen Liang looked at the gloomy young man with a livid face, then walked over and deliberately said, "Brother Tao, the sect has nurtured you, but I never thought that you have become a borer in the sect." While speaking, Shen Liang also ordered Jia Liu and Kui Ba to tie up all the managers on the island. With these 2 puppets in the god transformation realm, as long as the gloomy young man did not resist, the others would definitely not dare to resist. Because resistance is futile. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.